objective lead.
Oh my God!
They get their way on to leave, and they find the pick that they needed. A massive shutdown goes the way of LGD.
That's Baron!
That's Baron buff to them. That's the whole gold lead erased in an instant. One mistake from Leave, one trigger pull from Hung, and LGD get themselves right back into it.
I wish we could zoom in on Lee's character portrait. He has Flash still available. And now EDG, all of the gold, the shutdown going over to LGD. Xiaohao with the steal.
Going in for it, not going to find it. Double knockup comes through from Crisp, and this fight is going to go from bad to worse for EDG. ZDZ trying to cut through him with the...
Without some big tools, at least in the Weaver's Wall and the heals being burned by Perukia, as well as that flash.
And Wembo's ending the game.
Up and, yeah, you have to deal with the Yorick at some point, and they're just going to pull the Baron and do it now. Oh,
ZDZ's recalled. He has to teleport into this. Baron's at 5,000.
Oh, Temper Fate comes in on Xiaohao. They want to try to burn the Baron while he's gone. It's going to be enough. That's going to be the Baron gone. And now it's going to be Wenbo pushing it for the game while EDG get collapsed on by the other 4 members of BLG. One big kick onto him. Maybe they get the catch out there. Depth charge coming through. They have damage back. Shun's getting low, but Xiaohao finds the hit there. Wenbo's still trying to end the game. Is EDG going to have enough left to give? And Wenbo gets the solo bolo, and Wenbo's going to finish the game. The Yorick comes from death itself and finds BLG a 1 game in this series. 1-1, we're going to 3.
He reads to me right now. We were seeing Wenbo not being able to really set up. They're going to try to long chase onto ZDZ. He has flash if he needs it.
Oh, he just says, bring it, bro.
Oh!
He just takes him down, looking for the 1 and 2. He's going to find it. ZDZ said, come again, bro. People.
It is the Wild Wild West, Michelle.
Oh, they're actually going to make a play on the YCX here. A wall bang comes through onto Fengyue. Fengyue gets dragged back in. He's going to have to do something to get himself out as he gets impaled through.
Oh!
4-man knockup, and he's still alive. He's still alive. Okay, he finally dies, but that means NIP have already won the fight when all of the focus goes to the support. Shear's trying to make a hero play, but he just gets put down in the dirt. The yellow card comes through. The FPX emote comes up. A trick.
Oh, in goes a flash. Tarzan looking for the backline, finds the cease and desist on Nagala, and Shanks is there to follow it up. It's a double kill for the Silas, and Xiaoshu's not able to do enough on the backline. A triple kill for Shanks. 2 members still up. A quadra kill. They're gonna give it over. A pentakill.
Hello, lovely people, and welcome to the LPL English unofficial broadcast of the LPL here. Whether you're joining us for Twitch or YouTube, you are set up for a long day of action-packed series here. Of course, a triple-header day ahead of us. We'll be kicking things off with Thunder Talk Gaming taking on Team WE, and I am joined by not just one of the many knowledgeable minds we have here at the LPL English, but in particular, a big jungler himself as well. And Quacks, that's why I'm so happy you're joining me for what the people are calling a top 5 junglers meet up here for this one, Monkey versus Junhao. Am I getting ahead of myself?
I don't think you are. I feel like if you want to talk about the beating hearts, the engines for this team and what they kind of contribute style-wise, a lot of it bleeds through because of these players. I think that the Monkey absurdity and the insanity of his play has really contributed to WE's rebound over the course of 2026 and now going into split number 3 where they do find themselves with a positive series record at the very least. A lot of that is because Monkey says, hey guys, let's get a little bit crazy with it. And I think that Junhao really has taken the reins on having a similar style for his rookie solo laners going into the second, or rather third split when they were on the come up in split number 2, when they were between getting relegated and then promoting into Ascend. I really feel like it was Junhao that stepped up to have that crazy style and allow them to break the mold of your typical LPL game pace. And that is what got them here in Ascend for split number 3 and what has gotten them so close to beating some of the top teams Slayer so far.
And let's factor in those other teams in Group Ascend and, well, just take a holistic look at where we're at so far through a very condensed regular season here in Split 3. Quacks, before we deep dive, of course, into that 4-6 matchup like we've been talking about, Team WE Thunder Talk, just want to get your general vibes on what you're seeing in front of you. Are there any teams that are surprising you where they're at in the standings? Anything jumping out at you?
I think that AL is a little bit of a surprise for me personally. I think that going into the split, some people were worried, and then the Breathe roster change was also met with, at least personally, a little bit of skepticism, just because I feel like Breathe, although could fit well with AL on paper, it was a risky move, in my opinion. Might not fix their issues right away. Their issues, while not all of them have been fixed, Slayer, I do think that AL have looked a lot more solid in split number 3 than they did in the previous ones of 2026. So, big surprise for me, and glad that they're actually doing well. I think that the second place has had a lot of variety so far this year from splits 1, splits 2, and splits 3 on who is actually able to take the silver medal. So that's always really fun to see.
Yeah, you know, Quacks, good start for us as a duo here, because we got that hive mind going. I was going to bring up AL as well. I think the last point I'd make when you're talking about anyone's legend is the fact that the meta shift has really benefited them the most. Being able to say, all right, guys, we're going into a split where jungle and support is low-key the most important duo going into every early game and game in general. And your best 2 players are, of course, your support Kyle and maybe the MVP of the league behind Knight, of course, at this pace, Tarzan. And you can win a lot of games, and that's exactly what they're doing. So, anyone's legend, definitely a team to look out for as well. But like we've been talking about, Team WE is one of those teams that is kind of trying to challenge them, catch up with them in the standings. For Thunder Talk, the first team we will introduce right now, you could, you know, go off of, I like to call it box score watching, but it could just be standings watching, Quacks, and see 1 and 4. This team is really, you know, you could be like, oh, they're disappointing in Group Ascend, but this is one of those teams, Quacks, right now where the tape they're putting out, I think, really supersedes the record that they're currently holding. This team is putting together some really good wins, and some of those single-game wins are coming up against the best that we have here in the LPL.
But I think recently it's kind of looked like they've lost a little bit of their mojo, frankly, Slayer.
Totally.
We had 4 back-to-back-to-back-to-back games where, frankly, it was pretty rough from them. I do think that even the win they eked out against JDG was extremely close. A lot of people who really paid attention to that game would probably tell you that it should have been a JDG 2-0, and Thunder Talk with a couple of lucky team fights managed to actually clutch that one out. So I really am concerned for this team. While they started off strong, I do think recent performances have indicated a bit of a slump. And although Thunder Talk have never been known to be the most consistent team or roster, especially this year, I want to see them have that bounce back. I want to see all of the struggle, all of the effort they have put in over the course of 2026, give them those satisfying wins. And I think there's no better place to do it than a team like Team WE, who, as we have said, are very stylistically similar to them.
Without a doubt. And the idea that they kind of just like to create a ton of chaos. And you mentioned the JDG win. I think that game one, they kind of just get the win because they forced JDG to fight them perma for like 15 straight minutes. And
exactly,
we're able to find that win. Not, like you're saying, though, a reliable strategy that you can really lean on a lot of the time, and especially against those upper echelon teams. Of course, you mentioned Anyone's Legend completely ran them over. I think Alk was talking about it. He was on the broadcast, and I think the total game time across the two games was like 46 minutes, which
under like 45 or something. I think.
Yeah,
actually.
like a middle 40s number, which is like a valid length of game in a single game of League of Legends we're seeing sometimes, and 2 games of that is pretty rough. But WE are definitely going to be one of the better tests because WE are one of those teams where it's like we've got BLG right now, AL playing really well, and we know what Team WE could do. They can knock out BLG in a best of 5, right? We've seen it happen before. If Thundertalk can compete up against Team WE, maybe we can push them closer towards the top than the recent standings have shown, like you talked about, Quacks. But let's introduce Team WE now, who are far from a slouch in this matchup as well. Very cool to just for a second think about where this team was in Split 1, Quacks, with Monkey feeling so demotivated that he kind of self-benched, came out of the lineup for a bit. The bottom lane wasn't working. Solo lanes couldn't really hard carry. And now Monkey comes back. This team turns things around. But I do want to make sure as we look at their roster as a whole, Quacks, not to kind of undersell the contributions the other pieces around Monkey have been able to step up in. A lot of people give apt credit to Arha for the way he joined this team and turned them around. But also Karis just playing at what feels like some of his best League of Legends we've seen from him in the LPL in a bit of time.
And this is something that Dia and I actually talked about when we covered their series against BLG. Even though they went down in that series, they lost in a pretty convincing fashion. I think that BLG did kind of run them over in that 2-0 Slayer. We really highlighted that WE over the course of the year have, I think, given progressively more faith over to Karis. I think at the start of the year, and especially in split number 2, we were really concerned because it didn't feel like Karis was in his element. He wasn't able to play a lot of his melee mid-specialist picks, such as the Sylas, such as the Akali. But here in split number 3, I think a part of the reason why he's been doing so well is because WE say, hey, we saw what happened in split number 2. We saw what happened when we gave faith in you to play your comfort. And they've been doing that more, which I think is really good. Win or lose, it's really nice to see some faith restored in Karis after such a tumultuous year for the organization. And yeah, he has been a really big shining light. I think that him and Monkey, when they can join up together, are a force to be reckoned with in the LPL.
A force to be reckoned with indeed, Quacks. And I'm glad you pointed out how, like you just saw in the clip, Karis is being able to get some of these games on his melee mids that really, kind of sold him as a player that deserved to be in the LPL competing, right? But for me, what is kicking him into a higher gear and what most importantly pushes his ceiling as a player is his ability to kind of work in these control mages, or better known as the mages of the meta, and look, very formidable on them. Because as good as his melee mids are going to be, that's kind of like the floor for Karis, right? If we want him to become a mid laner that can consistently get wins over get wins over Cream, look to try and challenge Shanks' position in the mid lane hierarchy, you need to be able to expand that champion pool and fit towards the meta. And that's what I feel like Karis has done a really good job of alongside those melee mids he can pull out over the last, not just this split, but thinking back to their great run in the playoffs of Split 2 as well.
For sure. I mean, we've had good games on Ari. We've had good games on Ryze. I think that he is still capable of playing the control mage mid. Some of the more bursty mid laners as well, like Syndra obviously has that burst damage that I think he really likes on some of his melee picks. Even things such as the Victor can absolute control alt delete you if you step up to him in the late game. You as an AD carry player, Slayer, would know that all too well, given that Victor is one of those APCs that the LPL seems to be taking a liking to over the course of this meta. But I do think the dimensionality of Karis is a really good shout. He is still capable of playing the mage mid laners, but the melee mids obviously do remain a specialty pick, and I'm interested to see how that works against Heru, because I think that Heru has also had a bit of a mage style himself. I think that this matchup is going to be really fun, not only because of the champion pools and the draft and how both of these teams like to work around their mid laners in said draft, but also because this has been a very back and forth split for both of them. While I think we've been singing the praises of Karras, he's not been without his stinker games, to be honest with you. And I think that Heru has also been having... We mentioned their last 4 games. I think that Heru has arguably had it the worst. He is a 3-16 KD over the last 4 games, so not been pretty for the man.
Yeah, not very fun indeed for Mr. Heru, and we'll see if he can step up competing against Karras, because I definitely feel like when we talk about the TT shortcomings of late, the solo lanes being, you know, very burger flippy, I guess is a term we've used a lot to identify it, is definitely something that is taking them out of a lot of the games as of late for sure. But we kind of talked about it a little bit. I was alluding to it when thinking back to talking about Split 1, WE, right? But also factoring in TT into this equation. These two teams have been the roller coaster that has a 2-hour line permanently at the amusement park. It's so entertaining, Quacks.
For sure. I think at certain parts of the year, you could call both of these teams or organizations the worst team in the LPL. I think that split number 1, I was like the biggest Thunder Talk hater ever. Ryan 3 was my mortal enemy, and then they picked it up a little bit in split number 2, and now they're obviously here in split number 3 being able to make it into Ascend. And then WE had that atrocious 1-13 split 2 regular season. So it's been a, like we said, very up and down, back and forth journey for both orgs. But at the end of all of this, I think one thing that really sticks out to me, Slayer, is through it all, the organizations have mostly kept their entire roster. We did see On get put in for Ryan 3 coming into split number 2, and then obviously the Arha change that you mentioned for WE did go on as well at the exact same time. So minimal roster changes over the year despite such a difficult, tumultuous 2026, I think really just speaks to the faith that the org has in most of their players.
And that's a great thing to hear in the modern day and age of the LPL.
It is.
Hooey. I mean, we could spend a whole podcast episode. Actually, I would argue we, in fact, have spent podcast episodes. Make sure, of course, check out the LPL English podcast. We run every week. Myself, Mark, and Rafa, and Alk Battery, of course, went a very long time on the last episode talking about a lot of these things. But, you know, continuing to draw on similarities of these teams, maybe a little bit away from the roller coaster analogy of the team as a whole and their performances, Quacks. I really find it so fun that we get this specific matchup on tap, because you mentioned the roster changes. You could argue that both of these teams got a specific addition into the bottom lane. Obviously not the same role here, Arha versus On. But both of them got an acquisition in the bottom lane that really gave them that extra edge that we felt like this team could be missing. A lot easier said and done for Arha, but I do believe On's ability to kind of just say, all right, guys, I can pull out a Draven game and just low-key run a bottom lane and give you that extra threat is huge for TT. We just haven't seen the results yet as purely as the Arha switch was for WE in their playoff run.
Oh, I absolutely agree with you. I think that On has brought much needed versatility to the team. I feel that Thunder Talk in split number 1, part of the reason why it was so difficult for them to have games won, just period, was because it was basically play around topside or bust. And that's a pretty hard thing to do when 2 out of your 3 topsiders are rookies. That is their first split. So I think now that you've got a more stabilizing piece in the bot lane, you've got someone who, like you said, is capable of playing the Draven, who at times is saying, hey, Feather, just get away from the lane. You can roam up toward the top side to help our really volatile solo laners link up with Junhao, who, like we have already stated, is kind of the captain of this team, the driving force of Thunder Talk. I think that has been something that's really given, like you said, TT the edge going into ever since On joined the team. And for WE, I think Arha has just been another great piece at saying, hey, Monkey, you mind if I tag along for your crazy adventures? He's like kind of the guy in the sidecar while Monkey is driving the like bike or the car. He just sits on the side and is like, all right, I'll join you. Wherever you go, I go, and we're going to have a great time. The journey, the destination, honestly, might not be where we want to go, but at least we'll be going together.
Yeah, and you know, some people say the journey is what makes the destination, whatever it is. So
That's definitely true for WE.
yeah, definitely true indeed for Team WE. And of course, last point on that Arha point, and I'll tie this into another team that I know we're big fans of with NIP. I'm just glad that Arha is getting the justice he deserves. That you all will see Fungaway get by the end of the NIP split. Here, that's how I'll put it. With the way we've been treating our supports in this league. We are seeing some of the supports on your screen now as Team WE take to the stage here to face off against Thunder Talk. A series, Quacks, that will really help us start to formulate the tiers that we feel like exist in this league, which is an easier task said than done. But this is a spot, especially for a team like Team WE, to say, listen, guys, we are, you know, one of those upper echelon challenging teams. 4-2 through 6 series is a very impressive mark for this now Group of Said-led team.
And for Thunder Talk as well, if you lose this series, you go down to 1-5. I think that we're giving them a lot of grace because the game score actually looks really good when you factor in the fact that 4 out of their 5 series have been losses so far. But you go down to 5 series losses, I think that you lose a little bit of that grace. So
yeah.
I think just for the sake of making sure that the faithful shall be rewarded, as we would say here in North America, Slayer, you know, that kind of is maintained. They really want to win this best of 3 against Team WE because, like I said, it's about restoring that faith, but it's also and maintaining that faith, but it's also just because this is a team that, like you said, has really been on a trailblaze when it comes to people gradually gravitating toward them because of how they play League and just the stories that have come out from WE over the past few months from Split 2 playoffs to now.
A story that is still being written with such big things like, you know, the regional qualifiers on tap here, something that helps, you know, getting to play in Group Ascend, obviously, set yourself better up for playoffs. And, you know, potentially a Worlds team, and not putting that burden on them now, Quacks, just throwing out the facts of what the future of some of these teams is looking like, you know, the goals that they are looking towards. But let's start getting into the nitty-gritty here and down to brass tacks, shall we, Quacks? We do know that Thunder Talk had the first selection over them, and I think this is an interesting talking point. They opt to take counterpick. I feel like that speaks a bit to what we're talking about on how we feel the solo lanes of Team WE might be their biggest strength in this matchup.
And it's a little bit of a departure, too, because I think that a lot of the focus for both of these teams has been snag up a mid-jungle combo basically right away. There's been a lot of emphasis on the top side being as comfortable as possible, getting those comfort picks. Counter pick, I think, hasn't really been too much of a concern, especially for Thunder Talk. I think they really just want Heru on something that he can pilot. And then for Keshi, I feel like that is probably the most likely culprit for who is actually going to be getting the counter pick. They'll probably try and hand it over to top lane because I think that Team WE, this kind of goes back to the Karis point that we made, but I would extend the same courtesy over to Cube where they're giving him a little bit more grace, a little bit more faith. The organization is allowing Cube to explore some of these more carry-oriented picks, whereas you looked earlier in the year, some of those drafts, it was basically Cube, you're on tank duty, buddy. So I think now that Cube has shown himself to be a little bit more willing, a little bit more open to those carry champions, and just the pool has widened, that probably tells Thunder Talk, hey, we should actually probably give Keshi counterpick because Cube can play more than just the tanks nowadays.
That's a great frame of mind to approach it with, Quacks, and to kind of further support your point there. I thought it was funny. Our great producer flew this graphic that the LPL broadcast ran while we were talking through our stuff. Speaking of carry top laners, Jace, of course, fits that bill. There's only 3 people this split that have gotten a win on Jace, and funnily enough here, Quacks, 2 of the 3 of them are Team WE players. Of course, we know Monkey brought it into the jungle, but
Can I guess the last one? Can I guess the last one?
Okay, good. Well, I hope you didn't cheat, right? Because you
no, I didn't cheat. I didn't cheat. All right. I didn't cheat.
So it's Cube, Monkey, and one other. Who's the one other?
On the Jace wins? Okay. Just confirm for me. Can I hint that it's a top laner? Can I get a hint that it's a top laner?
I'll give you 2 hints to help you. It's a top laner, and it's a group ascend top laner.
Oh boy. Okay.
So you can't just bail out and guess the shy and hope. That is not a reality.
I am going to guess. I am going to guess Zoyan.
Zoyan is incorrect. It is everyone's favorite current Groups of Ascent top laner, Wenbo. Thank you, production. It is, in fact, Wenbo. It is Wenbo, Cube, and Monkey. Who would have thought that would be the state of Jace in the LPL during Split 3?
you know what'd be even more embarrassing is if I casted that game. Because I've been doing a lot of WE series. Was gone for week number 1. But I think other than that, I've been basically covering, or BLG rather, sorry, not WE. I've basically been covering BLG nonstop. We are actually on to the draft here.
We're firing
rapid firing away through. Bans are already done. Cassiopeia, Ambessa, Lee Sin, which is permabanned against Junhao, basically. Ezreal, Poppy, and Orianna. WE, the comfort for Monkey going to be that Naafiri. But I'm interested, Slayer, without the Orianna, what they're actually planning to pair it up with here in the mid lane, especially now that Thunder Talk look like they might go for the Rise.
I just love that off rip, they're picking the Shen. Obviously, we've seen a lot more in support. We're expecting, you know, Feather to pilot it. It's flexible, but the main thing I'm seeing is, oh, they're picking Naafiri, here's a taunt, right? Like, I'm throwing a taunt down. Oh, you're playing Naafiri, here's a Stand United shield when you try and blow somebody up for a reset. So, automatically, I'm seeing Thunder Talk already take control of the fact that they're going to be able to counterpick a bit more of Team WE's plan. You factor that in with the Rise, and out the gate here, Quacks, we have some decent counters to a Naafiri play, and way more global map pressure into this mid game than WE can try to answer for as they pair the Ahri up with the Naafiri.
All right, so a lot of single target bursts coming through here from WE on the mid jungle. It also, with the Shen lock-in, means that WE can't really go for things like the Camille, which has risen in popularity in the support role just because the roaming ability is constantly getting policed by the Stand United. And add on to that Roam Warp, it makes some of those really difficult once both of these champions hit level 6 to have that global pressure that the Camille likes to have by just roaming around the map 24/7. So good pickups here for Thunder Talk so far. WE going to finish out the first phase with the Varus, just a pretty comfort stock standard pick for about, and a lot of supports still open and available. So I wonder if maybe we'll see something like the Bard come through here from Arha, or if that does become a focus of bans by Thunder Talk as we move into those.
Looks like for now they're just trying to get rid of pesky disengage-based champions. You know, twofold. Alistar could definitely set up for a Naafiri as well. Jarvan was that lock-in. I think it's simple for Junhao to see, all right, that's an immobility carry. I'm going to dive that guy every time. So I like the pick there for that aspect. But as we do get into these, you know, bans, we can start thinking about what do these teams need most, Quacks? And I do think for Team WE, Ahri's fine. You know, maybe start here for Naafiri. Hitting a Chains of Corruption is fine, but that's not reliable. They need someone big and beefy in my mind to be reliable first engage, to get the Naafiri in the door, to get the Ahri in the door.
And with the Ambessa banned, I feel like the natural thing I gravitate toward whenever you need some form of engage in the top lane is like a Gnar. But I think that Gnar is better suited as a counter pick. And also, we haven't been seeing a ton of range top laners banned away here. We still have things like the Vayne open and available. Of course, there is still one ban left for WE if they decide to go that route, but it's going to be the Sivir ban instead, which we were talking a lot about, actually, Slayer, as we were discussing Talking Shop last night ahead of this series. So that will be removed, at least for game number 1. But I do agree with you. I think that more reliable engage from WE is something that needs to come through here, especially if Thunder Talk continue to index into some disengage, as you were mentioning.
We'll see if they decide to do a little bit of that here. The Ziggs is going to be the late hover. I'd expect this one to get locked in. Just such a powerful champion. Ziggs was already existing in the bottom lane before Mages kind of got their big rise to the front stage. But you think about how it fits in this comp. Now, Feather doesn't really rarely has to worry about leaving on alone. And, of course, that's a really far range target that is going to be difficult for Ahri, Naafiri to find angles to get on top of. I think this is a fine Ziggs look. But this does kind of set up Keshi to maybe want to lean towards an AD top lane flex. I wonder if this is a Gnar angle for Mr. Keshi here as we see the Rakan and Rumble round out the Team WE comp.
I wouldn't hate it. You still do have access to things like the Scion. You've got the Galio if you really want to go down to brass tactics, and the Cassante too. But this is a little anticlimactic. Slayer, because we really wanted to see these top laners go blow for blow. We talk about the faith that both of these organizations have in these guys to play their comfort champions, to play those carries when the situation calls for it. But I do think this is a game where the situation does call for a Cassante. Is not only really good in the lane against the Rumble at just being able to deny him that burst in the first phases of the game, but also there's a lot of engage from Team WE, and I think that All Out really gives more space over to On, over to Heru to dump out that double mage bot lane, or that double mage duo combo in the later stages. So with that in mind, I really do favor Thunder Talk in the scaling department, and I also think that their setup with things like the Cataclysm is really good to land that damage. But for the side of WE, it really is going to have to be all about Monkey, in my opinion. I think that the best setup you've got is the Charm and the Rakan to follow up, but those aren't like the best things that I can think of off the top of my head. So I think Monkey is going to be having a bit of a tall task ahead of him, but I mean, this is the guy who's made the impossible possible. So if anyone can do it, I believe in him.
That's a great last adage there, Quacks. Yeah, I'm with you there. It's got to be Monkey at the forefront. Shocker. But when you think, I really do lean towards and gravitate towards this Thunder Talk comp. I'll take a step further. I think both these comps kind of are lacking super reliable damage as the game goes on. That's the nature of having a mage in the bottom lane and then a Varus as the other option. But what swings it for me for Thunder Talk, we've got a tank Cassante top side. We've got health stackers galore with Ryze and Shen. Let's see if that can counter the burst and the chaos that Team W are looking to do as we hit the rift for game one.
Always kind of fun to see the more middle of the pack teams, as they were, see which one of the Gyos are louder, because anytime you've got like a IG game or a BLG game or even like a JDG game, those clubs have had, you know, accolades on top of accolades, so the cheers are naturally a lot louder because of the fans that have gravitated toward them. But neither of these two organizations have had a ton of winning history in recent years, especially. So I always like to hear the Gyos, to see the faithful, as they were.
And they are here in droves as we start to dissect this early start to our game and, of course, series here. First thing that kind of gravitate towards is the fact that both of our junglers are, of course, pathing in a similar form, top down here, which could make that bottom lane Scuttle Crab a very interesting first point of contention. And if you know, maybe didn't catch all of our pre-show and need a quick synopsis of what to expect, these two teams will look to fight whenever they can, and no matter what the odds are telling them. So that's partly why Quacks were highlighting, you know, a level 3 Scuttle Crab is a point where this entire game could flip on its head with these two teams.
I got no doubt about it, and we already see that Thunder Talk are setting it up pretty nicely. We've got push in bot lane. On also has that teleport, so if they need to, they can abandon the wave, go for a reset, and then with an item advantage, they can fight for the bot side crab. Monkey cutting it close there with the pathing. And we already see Heru has taken a reset too, so he'll be able to push the wave back having that tier in hand. So I do like that Thunder Talk are playing around, hey, we really want to get this crab, we really want to deny Monkey resources, because as we mentioned in the Draft Slayer, it really is all about this Neferi in the early stages.
Get Monkey going, and Team WE have found themselves a lot of wins along that one singular thought line. But for now, as you pointed out with TT's setup, he's not going to be able to get access to that closer crab. Junhao is going to pick this one up with relative ease. We'll see where he wants to go here. Maybe try to play an information game. Yep, we'll see if he can get some vision down. Arha is going to sniff this one out, but I like this. It's kind of a free timer because you know Monkey's got to waste those extra precious seconds to get the topside scuttle. It's going to suck if he gets his recall canceled, though, and everything I was just talking about kind of got ruined, Quacks.
Delay on the reset. We can see Monkey is crossing over mid.
Look for Heru here. They're going to hit the charm first. Arha's going to flash. Great entrance, and Heru immediately infuses flash, but there's more than enough damage. Team WE pounce early as we expected and get first blood.
You know, when I did the handoff to you, Slayer, I was kind of hesitant about even doing it because I thought the initial play from WE was surely not going to work, but they end up getting the kill. They burn both sums from Haru. It's only a flash from Arha as well, so Monkey and Karis hold on to their sums through all of that, which is a big deal on top of the kill. And yeah, good start here for Team WE, just getting that Ahri ahead in the matchup.
So when we identify this Team WE draft brings so much mid-game power. First item power, second item power, Ahri, Varus, Nafiri, even Rumble. You get the ball rolling on any of those champions, you're feeling good about your mid-game prospects, and so far so good here for Team WE. Karis holding on to which should end up around about a 500 gold lead, and Team WE vastly approaching the 1,000 gold lead threshold. Is we're about 10 seconds away from our first dragon of the game hitting the rift, and both junglers are on this bot side. Starting to see Junhao actually work his way down towards the bottom lane itself, as both bot lanes vie for that very coveted river vision control.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if WE really want to go for an early dragon here. As Karsting's level 6.
No charm, no dice though. That's what we talked about. Not reliable engage tool. Skill shots that need to hit, and that time it didn't.
And we see Monkey now taking control of the bot side river. Is closing in on level 6. I think once that crab spawns, if he's able to go from Krugs to crab, that will give him the ultimate unlocked. And then from there, I think if you've got the ult advantage, really should just look to go for the dragon, because you want to try and apply as much dueling power. You basically want to try and fight Thundertalk as much as humanly possible until Stand United is accessible by Feather.
Yes.
So that timer is really valuable for WE to get the jump on, and I think they might have something here as Arha is deep in enemy territory.
Remember, he doesn't have flash, but Rakan is so slippery, especially with allies nearby. And Monkey looking to potentially re-engage here onto On. Expend that Primal Smite, and well, the big win here is that Junhao is completely cut him off from that crab, and Junhao ticks over to level 6 here. Monkey, I think he's trying to leash XP off of the bot wave, and he will get ultimate as well. Realm Warp coming down though, the Shadow Dash toggle land onto Arha, flag and drag over onto a bout, gets trapped in the Cataclysm. He doesn't have his flash either, and he is on a one-way trick back to the fountain. Rune Prism gonna grab Monkey, goes untargetable and has to flash himself back over to the turret. Junhao punishing summoners missing from Team WE.
And it felt like Thundertalk were a little bit split on that play initially. Junhao kind of separated himself from the rest of his team, focusing down the Varus. They still managed to get a significant amount of damage to actually secure the kill, but looked a little bit messy on the side of TT. On the other side, though, Karis did manage to get at least some gold there, as he wasn't able to match the roam. We do get a replay here. And yeah, Feather, he gets the Shadow Dash, but then Junhao, he goes to the complete other direction. I just think both the engagers were a little bit split on the call. Monkey doesn't have enough damage to get a return kill, so he has to flash away. And that's a really valuable summoner spell as well. Now that Monkey doesn't have his flash accessible, it means that any kind of trip the dog takes, the dog might not leave alive. So you got to be really certain on how you play those future fights. Now Keshi is in the bot lane.
Keshi's in the bot lane. About was not ready for it, and the flash 4 from Keshi secures the kill. Natovo strikes back, are able to grab Arha. Level 4 Rakan is getting walked down. Keshi springs out of a brush and finds 2 coveted kills for Thundertalk.
And Keshi brings the lightning into the bot lane and bashes down Team WE. About and Arha, neither of them had flash at the time, so there is nowhere for them to go. And a huge amount of gold going into the Cassante. We mentioned how important it was for him to be online going into these team fights, because he would provide such a barrier that WE would struggle to get across. Now, though, Cube maybe wants to look for a return kill, but I don't think he's going to find it, Slayer.
No, our action has to go towards these grubs. Arha, grand entrance knock-up on now as the flashes. Feather gets trapped in the chains and will go down. The Hound's Pursuit flies Monkey halfway across the river. It's a Cataclysm flash out from Junhao. Monkey's fine, and Karis wants to fight. Last charge of Spirit Rush gets the charm onto Haru, but About can't get a big piercing arrow down, and Karis has low mana, so they're not able to turn that kill over onto Heru, but they do control the river, and Monkey's able to secure that last grub over to the side of Team WE.
That's what we want to see from WE. All of their focus on one member, get the Hound's Pursuit reset. And we do get a bit of a cinematic replay, actually, of the bot lane 1v2. Keshi, the knock-up there just not sufficient enough, right? I mean, Keshi has his flash, On doesn't. The writing is on the wall. I really kind of wish we saw a replay of how that was set up, because we went immediately back to live after that initial Dragonplay Slayer, and the Cassandre in the bush was just very random. So I'm kind of curious what WE were thinking. I have to imagine they didn't see that On and Feather were roaming toward the top side at the time, because if they did, that was just straight up on them. Like, that was just a very big miscalculation, in my opinion, not knowing that the Cassandre could be right there in the bush or right there waiting for you to step up.
He didn't even teleport either. He has teleport up now, so it's not like he TP'd down there. Keshi, though, still providing such a heroic early turn back for Thunder Talk, and they're continuing to parry that into more things. The most recent being that Ocean Drake secured in their favor. Despite the kill lead, Team WE, though, still holding on to the gold lead at this current point, and a lot of it still resides into Karis's pocket. Again, with the Malignants already done here, Karis has another opportunity to show that this is the new Karis. This is the big year for Karis here. And what a mid-game we have to look forward to from this guy.
Cyclosword and that Malignance, like you said. So WE's mid-jungle, the real focus of this comp, the real focus of this team. Frankly, Slayer in a really good position to have this game be focused on them. But on the other side, I mean, Keshi already having his first item. WE's comp is not great at being able to deal with tanks. You've got double mages, and you see that Kanik Rooker already completed, like I mentioned, and then really the only source of AD damage that you have outside of this Nefiri is, hang on, Heru getting engaged on.
Yeah, it's just like the first blood all over again, but the Realm Orb does not get him out. The bleed kills Heru as he tries to teleport to safety. Team WE making it a point to disturb Heru every time they can.
Luckily, On is going to be there to teleport and catch the wave, so WE don't get too much for that kill. Feather
is caught.
Maybe on the wrong side of the tracks.
Yeah, completely there, Quacks. Gonna try and block the initial autos here, but he's gonna use the heal as well. I think Monkey, if he gets one more of these Darkened Daggers, could just find the kill, but Feather, he's got the smooth moves to get himself out of a sticky situation.
Good discipline there from Feather to hold on to the flash until the very last second. If he flashed even earlier, Monkey probably would have been able to follow up and secure that kill, as Heru cannot be walking up here.
It is just screw Heru game one, but Feather has the stand united, trying to desperately save his mid laner, but he may just have to watch as Team WE pounce on top of them. Feather gonna be the next one to die as the all-out comes across from Keshi. Does find one back here, a shutdown onto Monkey. And Keshi is not to be messed with. Arha and About already learned the hard way how scary this guy is when he goes all out. He's able to once again kind of rescue Thunder Talk, and he's looking for more, but he doesn't know the Karis is on the backside of this fight. Nice flash from About to get back towards his mid laner. Charm is going to hit, but Keshi still very tanky with that Kanik Rooker. 1 versus 3. He's going to shrug all the damage off and survive.
And this is what I said. I mean, even though you've got Fed members on the side of Team WE, none of them are really great at being able to deal with the frontline Slayer. Keshi is so far ahead, nothing is really going to be able to burst him down as we get a replay here. On actually died, yeah, so he gets the turret, but then Cube overheats. It's just melting the Yordle gaming there on the top side. And then we get a replay here in bot lane. Good initial stand united from Feather. I mean, it does keep Heru alive for a few more seconds, and at the very least, it keeps WE in one place. Keshi is able to arrive in time to pick up one for the moment. So I think even though the stand united didn't save the life of his mid laner, it stalled out WE enough to at least get a kill back.
And you know, like you're talking about, right? We're into the mid game now. WE have a 1.5 thousand gold lead by this point. But I think it was really important you highlighted it, that the two things we kind of outlined in the draft were true strengths for Thunder Talk. have both kind of worked out to this point. We've had some good Realm Warps, some good Stand United, so there's that global map pressure we're talking about. And then you called it out. The Kanik Rooker already be done for Keshi. This guy being accelerated. The tankiness, the health stacking on Thunder Talk is already providing them dividends that are only going to get stronger. So this is a little bit of a deceptive lead here for Team WE. They still need to really keep the gas going.
Right, and About is going Lethality Varus, which is notoriously amazing at being able to deal with frontliners, Slayer. It's so good at killing tanks. Monkey is, I think, building the Black Cleaver to try and compensate a little bit for that, but you're not really going to have any teammates that stack it super effectively, in my opinion. So I really think Keshi, if he continues to have this lead in game number 1, he is going to be a massive nuisance for Team WE, at least until we start to see some MR shred come through from some of these magic damage dealers on Team WE.
So we'll see if they can continue to compound on their current lead. We've got the Rift Herald hitting the Rift, but also second Dragon of the game is going to be a Cloud Soul. Ocean and Cloud Soul off the board does seem pretty tantalizing, Quacks, for the potential Soul that we could have on tap for this game, but it's the Herald that Team W are ripping off spawn, and we're just getting a classic trade on the map here. It's going to be that Rift Herald that Team W will likely use to push their gold lead further, but now Thunder Talk have themselves one hell of a win con.
Oh, yeah, they do. And we talked about the scaling being superior for this comp because you've got the mages, right? You've got the Ziggs, you've got the Ryze, who are very good in the late game. So I think the Soul win con just really going to add on to that threat, as Junhao actually does get knocked up, but he's got support nearby. He's near his towers. The only thing that he's not near is unfortunately his Raptors, as Monkey is going to steal those away. And honestly, that's just, you know, that's mental warfare for the junglers. We're talking about this matchup, and it's a matchup in more ways than one, it seems.
I'm just kind of shocked that I didn't just watch both teams in the LPL flip everything over a Raptors respawn. When did we get away from that just being the thing that actually decides these LPL games? I don't know. I missed that memo.
I miss that meta. It's always a good time. Dia and
I'm sure you thought it was a good time.
Dia and I could barely get like a word in for some of our recent series because every single series had like some kind of level 1 shenanigan go on. I'm disappointed in these two teams already as
here we go. They're going for jungle catches, the lockdown, the taunts all land on Icarus, but there isn't enough damage, and he's looking to turn it on to Feather, dashes out of the Cataclysm, Root Prison lands over the wall, and Haru's able to find that kill with Junhao, all out, lands on top of Cube to pull the Rumble into the waiting arms of Keshi, who just continues to be a juggernaut Team WE can't solve. Nice dodge from Monkey, but another Root Prism lands to lock up the dog and send him back to the pound. TT Spring 3 kills to find the first team fight win of our series.
And Keshi is just too damn tanky. This man is literally going all out in this game, Slayer. A monstrous performance from the rookie top laner up against Team WE. Tower on the bot side is going to be their reward. And a beautiful fight from Thunder Talk all around. Started off a little bit sketchy too. Junhao going into a 2v3, but ends up walking away, gets the flash down. Feather fails his flash over the wall. And then Karis getting the reset. I actually got really worried here because Karis I thought was initially going to escape, but then Haru flashes over the wall. Keshi gets the all-out over the wall. Thunder Talk move the fight in a different direction and force WE to follow them, thus allowing them to land their spells, get a numbers advantage, and bottleneck WE into a zone that they want to fight for.
And now Thunder Talk, the team that we thought time would be on their side for, find themselves in the gold lead. It's going to go down a bit here with WE overloading for this bot tier 1 turret, but still, I think if you had told TT fans, Quacks, that 18 minutes into this game with this draft, that they'd have the first 2 dragons of the game and be virtually even in gold, they'd feel pretty good about their chances to steal game 1.
For sure. Thunder Talk have the scaling advantage, they've got the dragon advantage, and now I feel like we might start to see some peaks of the Team WE desperation, because as we said, when you're Nefiri Ahri and you really spike around that mid game, you're kind of on borrowed time if these plays aren't working out. And the most recent team fight went in favor of Thunder Talk. So I think you've really got to be looking for these opportunities to try and kind of swing the pendulum back in your favor before the scaling threat becomes too much of a burden to bear. My eyes are really going to be on this mid jungle. We saw them be so proactive in the early game. We need to see more of that now.
Speaking on the threat of Keshi, can really see it continue to manifest in the itemization choices of Team WE. You aptly pointed out the Black Cleaver. That finally came online for Monkey. But Karis going the Leandries second after the Malignants. Not a normal, 1-2 item channel for most of your Ahri players, but you kind of understand it with Karis looking at how big Keshi is alone in this game.
He is, and we can see that Thunder Talk are first to the river. They've got control. We've got Dragon in a little less than 40 seconds, and Keshi should have that teleport back up by the time Dragon spawns. So if he wanted to, he could stay in top lane, but he just wants to make sure that if WE pull the trigger first, he will have that all out. The teleport, you do get the shield, but I think really the main idea here for TT when looking at these 5v5s is we need to deny Monkey any access into our backline as Monkey goes in.
Keshi's going to eat a charm. He's going to get up, grabbed by the Chains of Corruption, and then he finally goes all out and pulls Arha under the mid-tier 1 turret, creates some more space, leaving Cube and Karis on the front line. Junhao can drop the Cataclysm. Cube flashes immediately, and WE are pushed out of the river. They do claim the mid-tier 1 turret with the help of good old Shelly, but they are aptly out of position now for this potential Soul Point Hextech Drake.
Monkey is at half HP. We could see that there is a reset coming through from about. WE are looking worse for wear if they want to try and re-engage this dragon. Really, their only healthy member is Karis.
And he's already getting poked out as well. More of the damage from On really slinging through here. TP back in from about, but it's too little too late. And the flash from Feather gets the Shadow taunt onto Cube. Keshi once again trying to hold Monkey at bay on the front line as Junhao goes after about. Arha getting burned down quickly as Haru finds himself a second. There's a third for Thunder Talk as On wins the 80 carry fight. It's all up Thunder Talk. Monkey flashes to rescue one onto Junhao, but he can't even find the kill. It's a max range Q from Karis to get one. Monkey now resets, goes untargetable, and he's just trying to buy time. The Mega Inferno Bomb doesn't care about your clock. On sends Monkey packing with the rest of Team WE.
There's a little bit of the Monkey desperation play. We were talking about Slayer, but it ends up giving something over to Team WE because otherwise they miss out on that kill. They gain absolute zilch from that exchange. Thunder Talk get the dragon, get a majority of the kills, and even though On does fail the satchel charge in the mid lane tier 1, this turret should fall.
Listen, man, I've joined the dark side. I've been spamming this 6 champion. I've done that too many times, more times than I like to admit, Quacks, recently.
Yeah,
but
25% health, you'd think, would it be too difficult to visualize? But, it happens as we get a replay. Beautiful re-engage there from Feather. Flash, Shadow Dash, opens up the floodgates for the rest of Thunder Talk to go in. About is completely split from his team yet again. And then Sundered Sky healing, the shield from the W. It's enough to finish off the kill. And then here, Monkey looking for just something to get back here. And I thought initially that the Sundered Sky healing from him was actually going to mean that he gets to live. But luckily, the Q from the Ahri does come through, does give the reset to Monkey, tries to look for more, but does get taken down. And that really was something WE had to try and look for, because at this point, you're against Soul Point. I think you're starting to get outscaled here across the board if you're Team WE. These types of plays where you have to try and at least get a kill back, something for you to latch onto, it's much needed at this point.
Totally. And you can just look at the 2 mages alone, but here we go. Junhao picking off Arha very deep behind enemy lines. Team About, though, is able to blow up Feather. Cataclysm going to come down, and it's Monkey that will have to trade his life back as Keshi once again leaves seismic wakes that break WWE into different directions, sending one topside, one down river. All of them are heading to their demise once again, except Karis trying to rescue the kills back. Nice flash, gets the reset after killing off On, but one more flag and drag, and a slow from the smite from Junhao will secure 4 more kills over to Thunder Talk.
TT win yet another fight, and I feel like WE have to understand that the ball really isn't in their court at this point. They'll get another turret, this time the inner one, in mid lane, and this will just make it harder and harder for WE to leverage some kind of vision around this dragon when it does spawn in a little less than 2 minutes. TT will be able to extend that vision line ahead of the objective spawning. As we do get a replay here, Monkey goes in, but I feel like, again, it's from a place of desperation. Arha at this point is found out. TT are kind of on to the plan from WE, and they say, all right, we have to spring the trap a little bit preemptively, but we got to try and go for something. TT, though, respond, react. They get the better of them yet again. And Junhao just keeps on running through these fights.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. But we're fighting still. WE only know one way back in. It's the flag and drag, dug down Cataclysm. Junhao continues to heal, but he'll finally back into the GA. But he bought the valuable time the rest of Thunder Talk needed to pounce once more. Karis won't even be able to find the kill onto Heru. The dash over the wall. It's the kill courtesy of Baron over Takeshi, as it's another scrappy fight. The Thunder Talk are positioned to win.
Keshi taking a bow at Baron, paying respects to the thing that gave him that kill on Dakaris. As he's going to be staying onto the bot lane. I don't think you guys kill him.
Yeah, well, charming him under the turret, takes some extra shots, maybe helps out, and here comes Heru, faking out the Realm Warp just to make sure they can get Keshi out. I like your style there, Heru.
Doesn't need to show up. You know, sometimes the threat of an attack is just as effective as the attack itself.
Well said.
As, you know, TT are definitely not going to be threatening to attack this dragon. They certainly will, but I think the threat of a fight might be enough to deter Team WE. It kind of is a lose-lose situation, though. You give up this dragon, you give up soul, but if you fight, I feel like you're 5,000 gold down. The odds of you actually winning it in a straight-up brawl, the last 3 team fights haven't gone your way, WE.
Well, the one solace they've got, Quacks, is that Stand United nor Realm Warp will be available. The Thunder Talk don't seem to care that much. They're on to the Dragon. Monkey trying to set up a flank. The Hex Gate's going to bring him a buddy. Karis next to him. TT are trying to shut that down fast, but a charm lands onto Junhao. He does not have access to GA anymore, but Monkey, very scared of Heru, flashes, dashes, but Heru will continue to chase him down, and he's got a rune prison written with Monkey's name on it. They section Monkey off, and they kill away the one guy that truly could prevent them from a Hextech Soul being a reality for Thunder Talk.
WE have 4 members now and no jungler, but they're sticking around anyway, Slayer. I'm kind of curious what the plan is here.
Maybe just to throw everything at the wall and go for it, but Keshi shuts it down immediately by killing off a bout, and Karis gets deleted by Heru with an actualizer. Team WE throw caution to the wind and learn a very big tale not to mess with Thunder Talk. Ace over to TT.
And that should be Baron as well. They've got all of their members up, and Thunder Talk win yet another fight. Hextech Soul secured. And I feel like the rest of the game is just kind of a formality at this point, Slayer. TT did such a good job at being able to group up for 5v5s and center themselves around Keshi. We talked about this player as someone who has had, like we said, for the organization itself, an up and down year, but over the course of 2026, they have restored faith in him. They have given him the ball. They have allowed him to play his style, to be aggressive, regardless of the pick that he is piloting. And on Cassante, a tank of all champions, he is putting on a carry performance.
That last part is what sticks with me from you, Quacks, is that we were scoffing at this pick. We were like, really, Keshi? That's what you R5 with? That's boring, man. We expected more out of you. Boy, has the gameplay shut us up very quickly. I think we're going to have to reclassify what Cassante's role is in League of Legends.
Showmaker classified. I think Showmaker classified Cassante pretty well. I think we should go back to spamming that.
Ah, okay. You're trying to bring out the old copy pastas. We'll see if Keshi's got more heroics here. Zarha pops out of a bush, does land the charm and the Chains of Corruption on top of Heru, but nobody can really find this executing kill. It's not even Karis throwing his life on the line. Heru survives, and that could just mean this is the final push for Thunder Talk. Heru earns himself a very well-deserved triple kill, and TT now threaten the base and maybe just the game over Team WE.
It's a 4-for-nothing, 30-second death timers until one of the WE members is going to be able to join about to defend the base. Yeah, I think the game is over from here, Slayer. A great game one from Thunder Talk. 7-0-6 for Keshi.
And On puts the cherry on top, getting a kill onto a bout in his own fountain. 28 kills. We wanted it bloody and chaotic, Quacks, and we got it, but maybe not this one-sided for TT. What a start.
I know, we were hyping up this matchup as the battle of the mid-tier teams, right? As teams that are looking to break themselves into the upper echelon, show that they can challenge some of the Titans for the LPL, and how much of a bout it was going to be. This was Mike Tyson versus, like, me. I'm losing that, man. I'm WE in this analogy. Thunder Talk or Mike Tyson. I'm good. I'm backing up. See? You're good.
Yeah.
All right, I get it, man.
Yeah, I think you understand it. Quacks understands it now. And, you know, if we were to give one guy the analogy of being Mike Tyson at his prime in this series, or sorry, this game, we can start the conversations before any of the graphics roll here, Quacks. I am very much so expecting that our rookie top winner, Keshi, here deserves his flowers and deserves himself that MVP for game one.
Absolutely. And I think we mentioned it in the game, but seeing him put on a performance like this where he is constantly looking for kills, constantly looking to be aggressive on a champion where I think some top laners are under the impression that they can just chillax. That is really heartening to see. I think especially for a rookie saying, hey, my champion does damage. I like doing damage. You know, the boot fits. And I think that he had multiple opportunities to show that he could make an impact in the game, and every single one of them he took. The 1v2 in bot lane was absolutely amazing from the guy. It
was what really turned things back for Thunder Talk, right? We were
hyping
up. Yeah, we were hyping up Haru getting kind of punished in mid lane. Oh boy, here we go. Karis is accelerated. Monkey's accelerated. We've seen them run games over like this, but Keshi slowed it down, and from that very moment forward, he just always made the right play in these fights. And most importantly, Quacks knew that his health bar was the biggest tool for his team's success in this one.
For sure. And I also think that it was really cool of Haru as well. Oftentimes we would see Haru step up really far along with Keshi a couple of times, especially in the early parts of the game, to his detriment. But like, I think back to that last fight where he's getting fully focused onto Team WE, and then as his team is like running them through on the inner tier 2 tower in the bot side, he throws down the Realm Warp at like 1 HP. You would never expect anyone to take that, but he does. He goes in. He wants to be in the big team photo as his team annihilates WE off of the map. But he did multiple plays like that where he just was always in range to deal damage, even though he got off to a rough start against Karis.
And what really, you know, hammers home this win for Thunder Talk is we came into this matchup saying solo lanes could be the downfall of TT in this matchup, we really feel like. And that's why I'm glad that, you know, we've hyped up Keshi, but of course, Haru was targeted badly this game. He got, you know, 2 deaths on the mid lane, 3v1. He gets caught trying to get back to bot lane tier 1 turret. That's the kind of things that can totally wreck not just your single game, but, you know, take your mental down. He didn't let any of that affect him. Like you talked about, the way he was able to make, similar to Keshi, the right decisions in those later fights, regardless whatever happened early.
And god damn it, this is the second time in a row that I have seen Karis be up like 2-0 against his lane opponent, have a really solid lead, and then it just gets thrown away, out the window. Be gone with you, lead. It feels like past the mid game, WE struggles so much at certain points to maintain any of the stuff that they have built up. And I just feel like it is because other teams are able to find side lane advantages against them. This is something that we highlighted specifically for Thunder Talk's comp. When you've got the Rise, when you've got the Shen, when you've got all of this cross-map ability, and the ability to play side lanes really effectively to get some of that gold from the plates. I feel like that is a really big kryptonite of WE, and it seems like Thunder Talk went into this game knowing that, because I think after the initial slump that they had early on, they kind of returned to brass tactics and said, let's just collect gold and we'll play when we're scaled up and we'll get some dragons. Luckily, WE gave them those for essentially free in the early to mid phases of the game.
Yeah, we saw the Monkey prioritize those top side objectives, those void-based objectives, if you will. He did, of course, get the majority of the grubs. He got the Rift Herald, but it was just all of the right ingredients coming together at the right time with those dragons going early, playing into the fact that they had scaled into a much more powerful position right when that third dragon came along line. And I think you made great points, Quacks, that at mid-game and even after mid-game can be a bit of a problem for Team WE. In this game, I feel like they just recognized that they were behind where they really shouldn't have been and kind of just panic forced as many fights as they could, hoping that they could bring as much gold back into their pockets. But of course, the guy up nearly 3.7k over Cube was the one with all the gold here. Keshi grabbing a well-deserved player of the game here, Quacks. And the only thing that's left to see is I'm always curious to see how these votes are split these days with the new introduction of a certain non-human compatriot voting in these polls directly now.
Right. You make a good point. I will say, seeing Keshi get MVP is a lot more heartening to me. I've been casting BLG series recently, and I've literally been making a joke that Knight just gets all of the MVPs. Like, no matter what, he's just always going to be the MVP of the game because he's Knight. And I feel like that has snuffed some of his teammates who deserve to get MVP for that specific game. So it's nice to see the guy who performed really good not just get the MVP, but as you can see on the bottom of the screen, everybody seems to be in unanimous agreement that it was the Keshi show in game number 1.
I was a little scared for some of our voters that they'd be swayed by the damage numbers alone, but good to see Keshi gets a unanimous MVP. Got to cherish those when you can, because even when we think people deserve them, they don't necessarily go their way. I can think of a couple that I remember from Split 2 there. You want to know who is the unanimous MVP, though, Quacks, of the LPL English broadcast? It's not us. It's not our production. It's not even our socials teams and our mods team. As much as I'd love to give it out to all those lovely people that help us run it, it is you guys, the viewers behind the scenes, that are the unanimous MVP of our community-run LPL English broadcast. And the best way to support us, even more directly than watching, of course, is our coffee link. So, if you would like to support LPL English, you should consider becoming a coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support the LPL English project, since a vast majority of your contributions go directly into the show itself. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, of course, but a huge bulk pays on-air talent like myself and Quacks and the many content creators as well. Subscribe to our coffee. It is linked in the chat to unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask unique on-site interview, or not always on-site interviews, but just interview questions to the many great players that go to internationals and, of course, the LPL teams as well. So, Quacks, as we get set up for our Game 2 draft between Team WE and Thunder Talk, this is the best time for all of you to go check out the coffee and their many perks. We'll see you guys on the other side for Game 2, Team WE Thunder Talk. Back in action here on the LPL English stream as we get into the nitty-gritty of our first of 3 series today. Game 2, Thunder Talk versus Team W coming your way. And if you missed Game 1, well, Quacks, they missed a lot of surprises that not a lot of people were expecting going into this matchup.
For sure. I think that Thunder Talk and WE, if you had asked about like who would win, if you had like the poll, I would assume that it was pretty split down the middle, to be honest with you. I think that as we established in the pre-show Slayer, both of these teams have had really up and down splits so far. For Thunder Talk, it obviously was taking the 2 MSI representatives to 3 games and then losing their last 2 series in pretty spectacularly bad fashion. And then for WE, it's just always up and down for WE. You can never get a read on how good this team is going to be on the day. It really is just darts with them. But for Thunder Talk, I mean, it was a really convincing win. They did have some hiccups in the early game, but I think that it was a fairly solid match from them. And the source of all of that was from Keshi, I think a player that has been under heavy scrutiny, not just this split, but this year as a whole. I think has come in as a rookie, and a lot of people have been up and down. You know, usually when you see a rookie on an organization that has been historically middle of the pack, you can just kind of write them off. It's pretty easy to do so, but I think that Keshi has very much so, pun intended, made the Thunder quite loud in his presence. So love to see that from him, and that was a great game to start off the series on his Cassante.
Now let's see if they can continue to build on that and do something they have, I believe, yet to do, the split, which is find a 2-0 series. Okay, a 2-0 series win against a team that isn't EDG, guys. That's where I'll have to. At this point, we really need to make that. Yeah, we gotta make like beating ADG as like a separate thing. All right, that's the unfortunate point we're at, Quacks, with that team.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's funny too, because like WE themselves were in a similar situation in Split 2 to what EDG are currently, and that entire time I was just like, come on, WE, you can do it. I mean, you and I literally casted their first game win. You and I, Slayer, we did it, right? So I was like super pumped up to see if this team could actually, you know, get the first game win, and then they got the series win, and then the whole playoffs thing. Like it's the underdog story. For EDG, I don't know if it's like just something subconsciously within me. I cannot be rooting for EDG's upswing for the life of me. I don't know what it is.
Well, luckily, we can take our attention away from Edward Gaming and into the Game 2 draft here, as we do see Team WE have opted. I'm willing to bet that they went for counterpick. I'm sure we can get some sort of clarification, as my reading of the great Mandarin language is unfortunately pretty subpar. Regardless, they will have counterpick. Oh, I've been exposed as I've already been told this. So TT have blue. Yeah, so Team WE did want the counter pick. We can move past this, Quacks. We're going to see TT use their B1 pick on a very good safe AD carry, one of the few AD carries that we've seen consistently work in this mage meta. They're going to get on the Ezreal, and it looks like About's looking to really bounce back from a subpar game 1. He's going to go Lucian, and I mean, that basically signals to me it's going to be Lucian Melio here for this Team WE bottom lane.
Vi after the Ezreal has already been locked in is really interesting, because I think this is a bit of a double-edged sword. You do get the guaranteed lockdown on a champion that is, as you would know, Slayer, notoriously difficult to pin down, especially the later the game goes. But also, Ezreal can bring you deeper into the weeds with the Arcane Shift if you mistime your ultimate or you lead with it too early in the fight. So I think Monkey's discretion on when to use the spell is really going to be something to highlight over the course of this game. Thunder Talk, though, going to opt to instead finish out their bot lane and then join it up with a jungler. Nothing too huge for your normal team drafts, as I think a lot of teams have been focusing down bot lane and jungle in the first phase. But unlike Thunder Talk, to be honest with you, like we had kind of discussed in the first game, they really like to get their top side, dropped into the draft as soon as possible. So Seraphine Zinzao going to be there. And then to answer the Seraphine, I'm actually surprised they went with the Seraphine, because Lucian Melio's his most popular pairing, so I feel like you're kind of playing into that by going Seraphine. It's just very easy to get that breath of life off on the Encore.
That was my immediate reaction to Quacks. I actually am starting to like it a little bit more though for everything else that Seraphine provides in this game. Thinking about that dive in with the Vi, just the double tapping those shields, trying to get some extra healing over whoever gets dove on. And then the Xin Zhao as an answer into the Lucian, when you think about the culling and how much raw damage that can bring, Junao, it's going to be pretty darn easy for him to kind of deflect that entire thing with that Crested Guard. So as we get into the second phase of bans, I'm more impressed with the way TT is drafted so far this series. But, of course, we do have those solo lanes to figure out here. We just won't have any Gnar for Keshi here, no Yorick available. And the J-Span, we see that they're doing their homework. TT know that 2 of the 3 players with Jace wins this split are on Team WE. So that's a 2-for-1 special ban there, Quacks, even if we did already have the Vi locked in.
All right, so Jace, Gnar. I'm interested on what this last ban is going to be, because if it isn't Vayne, I feel like Vayne would have a lot of, especially, I mean, for both of these teams, because you've got Melio and Seraphine as your supports. You've got the healers up and available. Yeah, Talia, an interesting ban here. WE, though, Renekton, with a lot of these ranged top laners taken off the table, I think does have value. But Vayne is still open. I actually kind of like this. If they want to get Keshi on more of a carry, more of the stuff that we were hoping to see from him initially in this series, Slayer, I absolutely wouldn't hate that. But also, if we're talking about things for Xin Zhao to maybe be paired up with, maybe Anivia would be something. There are a lot of dashes on the enemy team, so might not be the best, but I think Heru's comfort has been something we really like to heavily prioritize in these games.
Quacks, quickly, what are the winning lottery ball numbers, bro? What the hell are you doing out here, man? The Vayne lock-in does come through. All right, so Keshi, I like it. Playing confident. I can hard carry on the Cassante, so of course I can counter pick a Renekton and do the same thing here for Thunder Talk. I actually really love your Anivia shout too. Just looking at the innate range we're gonna get here from Team WE in this game. It's Lucian, like Renekton. There's not a lot of mid laners left up that I think can match that range, but that's not gonna be the selection here. Heru is gonna bring in that Annie, which isn't bad. That's a good fight starter, but I will say the Melio, the Breath of Life value in this game for Team WE is just massive at this point.
It definitely is, and I was actually thinking they were maybe going to go for something more like a Galio to try and sync up the engage that Monkey will inevitably be providing, but I don't hate this either. Twisted Fate lock-in for Karis here in game number 2 does give you that global pressure that we were praising a lot from Thunder Talk's draft in game number 1, so I like that. I do think that Gold Card also is going to be a very valuable tool in being able to shut down both of these marksmen that TT have drafted for themselves. At any time you have to face off against a double marksman comp, the concern is always, do you have enough tools to bring them both down, right? Because there have been so many instances in drafts where you have so much single target focus. You say, we're going to really hone in on this one threat of the 80 carry, whichever lane that it goes to, and then another marksman from the top rope comes down with a steel chair or whatever weapon they're holding and absolutely decimates you because you used all your cooldowns. So I think that WE have a lot of tools to shut down both of these marksmen. I like what they have as a response, but I think it's just about how they use them in team fights, because we've seen how trigger happy WE have been over the course of basically the entire year, and I think that if they misuse their cooldowns in this game, they're going to get heavily punished for it.
I think it's a great shout. I'm right there with you, Quacks. The Twisted Fate is kind of the linchpin here. Vi ults can get tricky onto an Ezreal. You outlined the Arcane Shift. Vi ulting a Vayne with the tumble and the final hour dashes. That can be tricky for how far you go. Now you don't have to worry so much about it. Let me, Milky, let me, as Karis, throw a yellow card down, you know? I'll stun them first, and then you can get that guaranteed cut through. It's going to have to be Karis again, though, and Monkey, of course, as Team WE look to bounce back from a Game 1 loss to Thunder Talk as we return to the Rift. We have the Jayos to bring us in to this Game 2. And our mid laners already looking to trade and get some early pressure here. Mainly Heru. This is the problem with Twisted Fate starting, you know, going yellow card with his first bit of damage on the trade. Doesn't seem like either mid laner will miss XP on the minions, and well, or just maybe the minions in general here. But definitely an HP advantage to Haru early as we can start dissecting these jungle paths. Quacks?
Don't think we'll be seeing too much punish, particularly from Monkey in these early stages. So whatever trading that you can get in these lanes on the side of Thunder Talk, it's going to be difficult for WE to really answer you, because that's not what Vi necessarily wants to do, right? Wants to get level 6, wants to get that guaranteed lockdown. And for a game like this where you're facing off against those double marksmen like we talked about, it's very important that you mind your farm, mind your tempo, and just get that spell ASAP.
And as we get a really good in-depth look on the bottom lane, starting to see another reason why the Seraphine might have been the answer in Emilio. Thinking about it's another enchanter that outranges Emilio, right? And that's consistently been an answer in punishing this champion that kind of just tries to survive, negate, engage, and protect their AD carry. Feather going to be able to throw down some decent early poke. I got them control of the wave early on here, but a nice punish there from About is going to chunk both Feather and On out. I actually see that On burned both Exhaust and Flash at some point, so that's a big swing early on there towards Team WE.
Yeah, so that's the range advantage that you mentioned, just completely out the window, by the way,
Yep.
Slayer. It's been tossed out,
Thank you,
thrown out. It's currently in the dirt, being like run over by a car. You know those sequences where someone throws something out and then it just has like a long journey of like run over by a car, picked up by a pigeon. That's the current journey.
All right, Quacks. It wasn't a good take. Damn. All right, I'm getting tossed. What am I? I'm rolling around in dirt and getting run over by semi-trucks for this one?
Well, no, you were absolutely correct in that it's a true thing, but I think that About and Arha now have the ability to circumvent that. So
yeah,
it just really means that WE should have, at least for the time being, I expect them to have some moments where they can get some priority, and this just gives extra safety over to Monkey. I think the biggest concern is that Junhao can have map impact before Monkey can really react, and that just makes it harder for that to become reality for Thunder Talk, if that's the case.
Monkey paying a visit towards that bot side, clearing out some early vision. I'm going to go after a bot side scuttled crab. It's actually the first one, decently late in. So we'll finally collect that one up as we continue to see Haru getting some really good early trades here into Karis. Same we said for About, though, into On, who cannot find these Mystic shots after throwing out that Essence Flux. And let me tell you firsthand, that is the real tilter on Ezreal, when you can never get those QWs to stick.
Yeah, and not a ton happening elsewhere on the map. We can see lanes are relatively even in farm. Really, for WE, it is just about when they get those ultimates online. We've been highlighting Monkey a lot with the cease and desist guaranteed lockdown, but I also think that Karis being able to have the Destiny, he'll have that map impact as well. And this is kind of a pretty underrated trait of Karis's, in my opinion, that we see particularly on some of the melee mids that we were highlighting in the pre-show, Slayer. Whenever he is able to get the wave clear down on, you know, even something like the Akali, you get that alternator spike and you could just one-shot the casters. He's very good at being able to transition that wave clear into, let me go top lane, let me go bot lane, let me have impact on the side lane. So I think Twisted Fate, very much so a champion that can accentuate that strength and make it difficult for Thunder Talk to have any true meaningful advantage with the TF right there ready to react to everything they do.
Reminds me of what you were saying exactly about that Stand United threat from Game 1 with that support Shen. The threat of a TF just popping up wherever you decide to make a play weighs on the mind of these Thunder Talk players. So we're still in a bit of a lull. No real kills yet, just some bottom lane flashes. Keshi is going to grab level 6 first onto here, but not going to look for anything further into Cube. We do have, of course, the first dragon of the game on the Rift as well. The soul, it's always, you know, I will say it's always nice when League of Legends rewards us with, oh, this dragon was the soul of your last game. Well, we're going to make sure it's the first dragon out the gate of the game. I think that's fun, and that's what we've got with this Hextech Soul.
Exhaust.
Or Dragon. Exhaust comes across
Cube's
your
got
final
6.
hour. Keshi, he's flashing just to get on vision, and we're back at it again with Keshi running the top lane. It's Junhao that sweeps in to steal the kill, but it's still Thunder Talk with first blood.
That is really sad for Cube, to be honest with you. Like, the literal last picosecond before he went down, he dinged level 6, but didn't have time to click the Dominus.
Here we go. Oh my god, that was the worst Destiny ever for Karis! He spawns and lands into a double stun with his jungler, who now has to flash and Vault Breaker back towards the turret. Team WE are sputtering out the gate here in game 2.
That was a terrible ultimate from Karis. I mean, not to really play into the name of the ultimate, but it felt like it was his destiny to die there. What a random, yeah, but TIS type moment. Really awkward ultimate there from the WE mid, and I mean now we can see Monkey is going for the dragon, so they still at least will be able to get something, but a 2-0 start for Junhao right out of the gate is probably exactly what Thunder Talk wanted, as the Xin Zhao really is your early game threat.
Cube wants to get something back, use that ultimate advantage, but Keshi's able to kite him out well. He's got the lethal tempo. Not going to push the luck too much further into that shrouded brush. The one winning part of the map right now for Team WE is the one that let them down the most in game 1. About is consistently finding nice chunk trades and forcing on to CS under the turret roughly. Junhao is here to at least provide a little bit of ailment to this continued pressure, but the CS lead's only going to build here for up about 250 gold and counting over his opponent.
And On now has both of those summoners back up, so the initial kill pressure that we mentioned about in Arha might be able to have with those down a little bit cut in half, and will just be more difficult to stick onto On. Especially with Feather 2 is getting closer and closer to that level 6. So once he has the Encore, we did talk about the interaction with Breath of Life, obviously being able to cleanse that and make it not as effective, but still we'll be able to buy some space for the Ezreal. And frankly, if WE can't be playing around that bot lane, winning through there, then it's going to be difficult. As we can see, the top side of the map is no better.
3-talent strike landed. Monkey gonna have to use that Vaultbringer to escape. He's gonna re-engage here with cease and desist, but his team wasn't there in time. Arha tries to flash forward, but his jungler is already done for. Junhao does find the trade, and 3 members strong are gonna chase down Heru. Gold card lands, and About and Arha rescue the Team WE top side for now. But On flashes on top of About's head. Gold card has to come out to slow down this Ezreal. Both bottom lanes finally make their first visit to the mid lane and have quite an impact.
All right, so some kills finally going over to Team WE. Like you said, it's the lane swap kind of coming through here as a result of that skirmishing in mid. Grubs are up as well, and I feel like anytime you've got double marksman, especially when you've got a Vayne, you really want to prioritize those as a neutral to be grabbed up. We get a replay here. Initially, Junhao is just beating Monkey down with the spear, but Arha, the flash forward to try and save him. At the very least, they buy space. Junhao gets collapsed on. They basically take him so deep into the weeds that he can't get out. Gold card comes through. Heru does end up falling in. Again, all of this gold going over to About is exactly what we want to see. The emphasis on this Lucian needing to be the one that steps up for this WE comp, we have to keep on repeating it, Slayer.
And a point you made before we got into that replay really starting to sting true for Team WE. Junhao, all 3 of the grubs, all completely uncontested. So valuable tool there.
Destiny.
We start to see Destiny get channeled. It's Monkey looking to pounce Junhao. Did not think he was the target. Gold card gonna land. Kresigar gonna come out though to knock Monkey away. Junhao's gonna 1v1 with Karis. The Vault Breaker to ruin it, and the Encore does not hit onto Karis. Heru finds that kill, but now he's in the waiting arms of About, who pushes out a ton of damage to pick up a double kill over towards Monkey. Dash forward, cease and assist, is gonna grab onto On with the calling time so beautifully from About, and all of a sudden Team WE are right back in it.
And Monkey saying, "Get over here!" in Scorpion's voice, not letting On get away from that one. That's the Monkey madness that we wanted to see from Team WE. An invade into the enemy jungle, and they wreak absolute havoc here, Slayer. Another kill over to About. Monkey making the jungler gold difference very close to even. And now they finally have a gold lead for themselves in this game.
What a high-level bait and switch that was, Quacks. There's so many things you think when the Destiny comes out and you're on that opposing team. You could see it. Junhao is pathing bot. On and Feather cower under their turret. They're all thinking, this guy's diving a spot. This guy's diving a spot. But it was all a bait. They knew where Junhao was going to path, and Monkey lied in wait. Really creative way to get such an important skirmish off there.
Was for sure, and I mean, now you've got first item on about. He's probably going to have his flash back up very, very soon, around the time that this dragon spawns in about 45 seconds. So that'll be another thing that WE can look to play around if they choose to fight for this dragon right off rip. Probably, though, we'll just wait for those cooldowns if they don't come up immediately. Haru.
Flash stun on Akaris. Dive in from Junhao, interrupted with a nice vault breaker from Monkey after the yellow card. The 3 Talon strike. No Wind Becomes Lightning finds that kill. Karis without flash going to remain unpunished except for a reset.
But now Haru doesn't have flash either, right? So it's easy pickings for Monkey to just get on to the Thunder Talk mid laner. A little bit unfortunate there, too, because Tibbers was taking aggro cube.
Exhaust comes down.
No mana.
Away. Keshi's got a flash, and he doesn't have the mana for the ult. And bot side Monkey gets a beautiful cease and desist down onto an unsuspecting Feather. Here comes the Team WE we love, fighting on all sides. But TT know how to dance this very same samba. Here comes Destiny, though. Oh, it's going to get canceled.
It got canceled.
Karis does not join. Cube was waiting for his mid laner, who got stunned by Haru. And Junhao's able to rescue a kill back.
All right, that's a little bit unfortunate there for Karis, but at the end of the day, it is still a 1-for-1. WE, in my opinion, still winning out on that trade because even though they waste the Destiny, they get the Dragon. That's their second one of the game. Scaling advantage is given over to them. And this is really important because we talk about how Thunder Talk have the double marksman, how they get better as the game goes on, how they scale up significantly, in my opinion, when compared to WE. So if WE can get this dragon, that means they'll have at least a win condition to combat the scaling of the double marksman here for TT. Teleport going to come in from Cube. He will lose a little bit of health, but now the supports are starting to roam around this map. Arha's in the area if push comes to shove.
The Cloud Soul brings an interesting variable to our equation. We're thinking about how much that brings. Some safety over towards the Thunder Talk side is the initial reaction I have. 280 carries with extra move speed always feels nice, but the other side of the coin to that, Quacks, is it's easier for Monkey to get close enough for those cease and desists, and it's easier for Karis to walk somebody down to get in range for a yellow card. And like you mentioned with the Dragon stacking, that latter one is the bigger reality here with Team WE holding the first 2 Drakes.
It is, and now we're starting to get very close to about actually on his second item on is not even on his first. So yikes, 2,000 gold lead between the marksmen is pretty rough. Slayer, this is against Ezreal, by the way.
That's very true. I would hate to be in this position, for sure. At least you do have the solace that with getting the tier early enough, once you get that gold and you're able to turn the mana immune over, it will immediately become more mana, and that 2-item power spike kind of comes into fruition pretty instantaneously. But
right,
yeah, not where you want to be as a mid-game spiking AD carry when the other mid-game spiking AD carry is already spiking. Very spiky, one would say.
And I think one of the big underrated concerns for me is how Thunder Talk actually intend to try and deal with this Lucian, because a lot of their longer range threats in the bot lane, the Ezreal and the Seraphine, aren't very relevant in the game right now. That just leaves the top side that is very short ranged, and that's exactly what Lucian wants to be playing into. So I feel like this just gives about more room to really dance around the team fights, knowing that On and Feather can't really hurt him, and the ones that can are counterpicked or playing his game as Junhao is going forward. We'll be down to about half HP, but Thunder Talk have control of the topside river, Slayer. I don't know, though, if they really want to be playing for this Herald when their jungler is in this state.
It's the push and shove they're doing. It's Haru that's trying to stay in the brush to threaten the TP because he's waiting to see if Karis pops Destiny. But WE are fine. They don't need to pull that trigger because like you talked about, you saw the bot lane pressure they had. Cube was threatening the tier 1 turret with Keshi a bit out of position, and you know About's had this push that On is trying to find trying to find an answer for. But the cleanse matches the exhaust, and on once again leaves a trade worse for wear than about. Herald picked up here as well. And Team WE officially have Thunder Talk on the ropes.
You know, if it was full AP Milio, that fire kick would have killed.
Oh, no. Well, how about this for a kill? Keshi can use the final hour invisibility to create some distance. Goes in the invis again. Cube cannot get the stun down with that Cold the Meat. Keshi gonna dash back forward again. Likes his odds of the 1v2. Dominus has to be popped. Monkey with a Vault Breaker turn. Cube now trying to dive, but gets exhausted. Vault Breaker comes through, but Cube is packed out. Keshi able to go 1 for 2.
All right, Keshi managing to find a trade in the 1v2 like you said. It will be a teleport, though, from Kara, so when the dust settles, WE will still have threat on that side of the map to at least try and get the turret. That'll be responded to by Heru. But also importantly, they did get the turret in mid, so WE opening up the map even more with that bot lane turret falling as well from earlier. As we're going to get a replay. Keshi, yeah, I was a little bit worried when he went forward here. I thought that Cube could have maybe covered the distance to stun him in melee form, and then Monkey would have followed up with the Q, but he spaces this actually really, really well. Holds the exhaust, too, to where the damage isn't enough initially, and also the slow allows for the one more turret shot to find the Renekton. Well played on his end, but now the Dragon is spawning, and Thunder Talk do have some sauce online when it comes to looking at these marksmen. Like we saw, Keshi just got his first kill on, did complete that Trinity Force a little bit ago, so they've got something to play around in terms of damage for this fight.
Well, they're just paying the Twisted Fate tax so heavy here. Heru TP top to try and stop the Tier 1 turret going down earlier, and now the Destiny threat is real. Karis spots all of Thunder Talk. Agglomerated onto 5 around this Dragon. Coley going to come down from a bow, get some nice chunk damage, and Monkey not able to win that smite. Huge Timber stun, but immediately the Breath of Life comes out as Cube finds the backline. Both Feather and On are mid-speed. It's the re-engage from Junhao as Keshi is able to glide around and find 1 kill. Junhao re-engages, and there's On to pop over the wall to find 2 more cleaned up. Cube at half HP, Karis joins the fray. Flash yellow card's going to shut down Junhao. Or onto On, excuse me. It's Junhao, the only one left up trying to find his way out of this. But Garis has got more than enough cards in his deck. Cube has cooldown's going to re-engage forward, slices forward, dices again to start stacking the stuff. 3-town strike lands from Junhao. Can he get the auto off? Yes! He will get 1 back. Junhao saving Thunder Talk from Soul Point and collecting a ton of gold.
It is a team fight with 9 casualties, Slayer, but at the end of the day, Thunder Talk managed to get the Dragon. Like you said, it's the soul denied. We got to take another look at this team fight. So I thought WE were going to win this, no questions asked. Look at how much damage Cube does. Flashes to get into the backline, slice and dice. Feather and Co are mincemeat, but then Junhao does the exact same thing. It's just a battle of who could tear the other team's bot lane or back line rather apart the hardest. And then it's at this point it's 2v2. I do think that maybe Junhao made a slight mistake there, not sticking with his Melio or his Seraphine rather, but in the 1v2 still does manage to find a kill. WE though, they win the kill count, but them not getting the Dragon, I feel like makes up for it. And in my opinion, it's more of Thunder Talk's game. It's more of a fight that they win.
I mean, they keep the gold close, and yeah, like we talked about, shut down Cloud Soul being a reality for Team WE until at least around 30-ish minutes, late 20-minute points here for that one. And buying that valuable time goes back to what you talked about earlier, that it never stinks to give 2 marksmen time to get more items under them.
See the picture-in-picture. Oh,
I think that was about. I think Bout actually
gone.
died.
I guess we'll never know.
At very least, I think he burned some summoners. Well, only the picture-in-picture really knows here at this point. Bout doesn't seem too perturbed about it, though. He is still shifting forward, looking aggressively, and I do see he is flashless by that point, so that's the big win. Monkey is found. Junhao in his jungle. Heru there to make sure Karis can't make it a 1v2. Junhao, definitely someone you don't want to scrap with, though, if you're Monkey at this point with all the gold he recently has gotten. Him and that Crescent Guard, man, it's something we called attention to in the draft and is going to continue to be such a difference maker if Thunder Talk find their way back in this game too.
And for Thunder Talk, it's not just the Crescent Guard, but having that Sundered Sky, having the Seraphine, having the heal from Seraphine, and even the exhaust from Keshi. Like, these are all things that can deter the damage of Team WE or make it harder to take down the frontliner of the Xin Zhao, which is really important. I mean, one of the things that we kind of said at the end of the draft was how concerned we were that this team doesn't really have like a central frontliner. The best they're going to have is the Xin Zhao. So the more they can keep him alive, I feel like the better their team fights are, because it just prevents WE from opening up the floodgates, getting onto that backline, and dealing with these double marksmen who, as the game goes on, are starting to come online. Even though About is almost 2,000 gold ahead of On, it's 2 kills over to the Ezreal. Once he starts getting the 3 to 4 items, he will be hitting pretty hard regardless of how much ahead or how far ahead you are of him.
This is not a very tanky Team WE comp. That's usually what slows down later game. Ezreal is a full tank. It's nearly impossible for him to really tackle. Renekton is, you know, definitely nothing to scoff at, but there's no tank jungle. It's an enchanter support, so those missing shots are going to hurt a lot of people here. It's really, for me, the side lane and the continued threat of Karis that should provide decent comfort here for Team WE. The fact that Heru has to match TPs with Karis constantly and the threat that Destiny, I think that's the real bane in the side of TT at this point in the game.
Right, and to add on to your point about the Ezreal difficulty with the frontliners, I think it is made up for by the fact that you've got Silver Bolts and you've got Black Cleaver on your team. So that armor is going to be getting shredded. I think Ezreal will have an easier time than usual.
Oh my god, here comes Karis and Monkey again, and they found Keshi, the Golden Goose. Slowed down for Thunder Talk. Feather completely out of this fight as well. Heru goes for a last effort to fight him.
Heru?
But that was way too ham to go, and he's able to pull all of TT forward with him. On goes on that one-way mission, and when the dust settles, it's just Junhao staring down 4 members of Team WE.
All right, so Karis had his little oopsie with that Destiny, and I guess Heru, not to be outdone, just looked for an equally egregious looking teleport into that fight. That was really not great at all. WE winning out the fight, getting the dragon, and that will be a sole point for them for the time being. I want to see how this fight initially started, because we didn't actually see it as we were in replay. Just instant lockdown onto Keshi. They immediately remove one of the marksmen as a threat, which is something we said this comp was really good at doing, just eliminating and dealing with both of them. And then On Realm Warps forward, so honestly, to a certain degree, both of these marksmen got themselves killed.
On just loves to break all the sacred Ezreal rules, and I'm kind of here for it, except for the fact that most of the time it's hurt him in this game by this point. I'd also like to nominate, I know we're still searching for our next James Bond. Can I nominate Monkey at this point? The dude's found some very double O-esque pop-outs to just find these key carries. We talked about the pick on the Junhao in the early game, but you could tell Keshi did not see Monkey coming to start off that entire sequence.
Certainly did not. And now Monkey, I mean, he's got a like a little net under the tightrope, if you will, because Guardian Angel has been completed for him, so he can keep looking for these extremely daring stunts of these engages and these 007 missions like you're mentioning. As this is not really a 007 mission. This is just in broad daylight trying to get a kill. Heru forced to flash, but will not die, which is important because Baron is up. If you get a pick at this point in the game, it'll be right on to that objective.
It is a lot harder now for Heru to make that high-octane Tibbers stun go down. Doesn't have Rocket Belt either, so neither anti-dash is available. Does at least have the Seekers if he can get himself in position. But right now, it's Team WE pushing Thunder Talk back into a stack because the threat of Destiny and, well, Karis flanking with the yellow card is scary enough. Arcane Shift has to be used there by On as the stun will land. TT trying to pile drive through the mid lane to get control of this map. Heru going to join back up with the team, and LPL seems to be taking a page out of the NA Ram book. Junhao gonna get yellow card stunned. Junhao gonna re-engage with the Crescent Guard. Gets a ton of damage down on the Monkey, who still had that GA. Cube re-engaged on, pops the Dominus off to the side. About punishing onto On, and Keshi, who gets caught with the cease and desist, and About finds the kill as Monkey reses back to a victorious pick play. Cube gonna look for Junhao, who flashes away from About, but these light slinging shots from About are not to be messed with as he flashes under the turret to find two, and Monkey will clean up one kill on, and down falls Haru, ace to Team WE.
And it's the tightrope that lets Monkey he walks it perfectly. He's got the net under him of the Guardian Angel. The stunts he is pulling off in this game, Slayer. My man is making it happen. The Monkey style is shining through here, as this is the value of having rapid fire cannon, by the way. Super long range stun basically forces Junhao. He knows he can't really run away, so he decides to get the fight started. This gives the opening over to Monkey, flashes over, gets the ult off. Guardian Angel is going to save him, and TT get expertly pulled apart by the mid-jungle combo of WE. The focus of this team going into this series. They make magic happen here in game number 2.
I just love to see About knowing his life doesn't matter anymore. I can get these 3 kills. Doesn't, of course, get the 3rd one, but his team cleans it up. That's when you know things are going well, and have to harken back to how rough of a start this was for About in this series. That Varus left a lot to be desired. Good to see him fully mentally resetting and then some, maybe bringing some of that anger from the game 1 loss over into this one.
About, I think, even during the break, Slayer, we were criticizing this guy. A lot of his positioning in game number 1 was really questionable. And I think here in game number 2, he certainly had a redemption game. Certainly is putting on a show.
Oh, the blast cone creates enough distance away from the encore. Junhao sees
Wait,
About on top of him. About onto the side, finds Keshi. A huge heal comes down from Arha. A lifeline in the blinking moments. About is able to get the kills that Team WE may need to just force this game 3. Haru trying to kite desperately away, but he will fall. There's the ace. Arha playing the role of a vital support gets Team WE over the line, and to bring us in to a final game 3 to decide our series between ThunderTalk and Team WE.
I was getting some flashbacks there for a second, Slayer. About in a 1v3 misposition from the rest of his team, but he was so far ahead, he said, nah, I'll win. And he did. Survived that fight, and Team WE with a bit of a shaky game, but otherwise, I would say it was just as convincing as ThunderTalk's win in game number 1.
Just as convincing indeed. Both these teams now kind of getting away with exactly what we'd expect to see from them in successful positions, which is bringing some sort of lead into the mid game and never really looking back. And both of the times, it was pretty darn entertaining there, Quacks.
It was, for sure. And, you know, we didn't ask for anything less or more. We wanted a WE ThunderTalk WrestleMania style match where they're just constantly going blow for blow with one another. I think it's delivered, to be honest with you. I have been having a ton of fun watching and casting these games with you, my friend, because they're playing to their style. We're not seeing any punches pulled. They are going and indexing fully into the comfort of the way that they have been playing throughout the entire year. They haven't changed up a single thing, and I certainly hope they won't stop now. As game number 3, just pull out all the stops for me. Please make this finale one to remember.
Quacks, now I'm just seeing the continued trend of the R5 pick being the most pivotal one for both of these teams.
It's a good pattern recognition.
Yeah, that Cassante was such a difference maker for obvious reasons in game 1, but I truly do think that Team W were able to avoid kind of sputtering or faulting too much on their mistakes because of the value that Karis' TF provided in this mid game.
And it's a trait that we really like to harken back to when it comes to Karis. On his melee mids, he's so good at clearing the way of, hey, I can't kill this guy in lane. I'm going to just go roam. I'm going to make my impact felt elsewhere. And Twisted Fate is a champion that perfectly encapsulates that strength, and I think that Cars maybe didn't have a ton of Realm Warps in the early game that were super effective to influence the side lanes. I think that bot lane was kind of locked down for Team WE right from the get-go, and top side was here and there. It would sometimes be pivotal, sometimes it was just the two of them farming, but in that mid to late game, when Team WE needed him, it was like a bat signal was being turned on, and he answered every single time. So a lot of credit to him for his reactiveness in the mid to late games to have some of those effective ultimates that really swung the game in WE's favor.
But of course, the big thing we just saw show up on the stat sheet here, and the guy you're going to see constantly flowing through these team fights has to be about. You could call it 80 carry bias if you'd like, Quacks. I give you that option, but I saw the damage numbers. I saw the guy's KDA. I saw a 3.9k gold lead at the end of the game. I think we've got an about MVP on our hands.
I think we do, and like we said at the end of the game, good redemption from him, given that game one was really rough on that Varus. So showing he's still got the stuff, the sauce, when he's given a comfort champion like the Lucian. And I really am happy about how much WE played into that, because even though it was drafted very early on, we did see things like the Seraphine thrown down as a result to try and leverage the range advantage. I just think the constant pressure from Monkey, the pressure from Karis that we had already mentioned, to just enable skirmishes, to enable chaos on that side of the map. That's exactly what Lucian wants to play into, right? If nothing was happening on that part of the map, that would play into Thunder Talk saying, hey, we can just allow Ezreal to scale, but he wasn't allowed to touch the wave because there were constantly champions brawling in that vicinity.
What? So, Quacks, you're telling me a Team WE player enjoyed the chaos created by said team? Where have I heard that one before? That seems like a repeating trend for Team WE, and further just emphasizes the fact that this team is really, as Five, adopted this super fun to watch identity. A lot more fun to watch when it works out to this degree.
Right. But regardless, I mean, they're always on the same page, right? Even when it doesn't go well. Even game number one, where they didn't get the win, it was quite a convincing victory for Thunder Talk. They were at least fighting as Five, and I think part of the reason why WE have become so popular, why fans have become so enamored with them over the course of 2026 is because they really do, in my opinion, encapsulate that Five friends and a dream. These are a lot of players who, up until this year, haven't gotten a ton of widespread recognition. Some have been around for a while, like Cube. Some of them are fairly new to the scene, like Carson About, but I just think the way they play their style and the way that they seem so synced up when they play that is what makes them so popular, what makes a lot of people really enjoy their games. And it's actually not an About MVP. It is a Karis MVP for the Twisted Fate here in Game 2, Slayer.
Yeah, you know, the more I heard you talk so eloquently about the Karis impact and the more I thought about it, I'm not necessarily mad at this. I do think that, like you mentioned, a lot of what enabled About was plays this guy was making. And I can't fault the setup for the flashy 80 carry plays, and that's exactly what Karis was. Maybe if we see the voting, I will settle for Karis MVP if I see some About votes. That's where I'll land at.
That's fair. What's really important is that the AI voted for About, though. Honestly, that counts for 2.
The AI did vote for About. You're continuing your hot streak here, for sure. So 3 votes end up going over to About. Aptly so. We do see that one was given over to Cube.
Yeah.
I would like to hear the logic on that one, but nonetheless, well deserved for Karis. The voting spread shows that this was more so a multi-pronged attack from Team WE. They've got themselves right back where they need to be, even with Thunder Talk here at 1 game apiece. And there's only one left up here for the series, folks. So without further ado, we're going to go into a scheduled break once more. On the other side, our decider between Team WE and Thunder Talk. Here we are, everyone, our final game of Series 1. Thunder Talk, Team WE. Two teams who were on the outside looking in of Group Ascend at the start of this year, now showing up when the lights are brightest for a very important series, Quacks. It is important to mention for both of these teams, this is their second to last game of the first round robin, so, you know, the proverbial first round robin where people can excuse a lot of his mistakes, you know, certain records, Team WE know the best of that. That time's coming to a close, and that, you know, maybe invigorates our teams a little bit further into finding this Game 3 win as we jump headfirst into the draft.
It really just goes to show that you have to play with a lot of alacrity when it comes to split number 3 because of how quickly the regular season will be going through. So making sure that you maintain good form and maintain good in the standings as well. We mentioned at the beginning of this broadcast, Thunder Talk lose this series. They drop down to 1-5, so not a great look to start out summer, and means that you really got to start clutching up for the latter half of the round robin Slayer, as we are already done with the bans here. We do see the Akali still on lockdown. Junhao will still not have access to his Lee Sin. And Poppy going to be a takeaway from Thunder Talk as well. Curious if we'll see a Camille angle from either of these teams come through, as I don't think either of these supports have been super big on it. But as far as engage and map pressure supports go, I think it is one of the only effective ones up, left, and available.
Remember, Thunder Talk have that coveted counter pick that's been so pivotal in this series. Now, both of our MVPs across games 1 and 2 picked R5, picked the last pick of the game. And that's not going to be the case here for Keshi and TT on that red side. Keshi's just going to blind the Gnar. I don't hate it in game 3 spots where you're kind of like, a lot of these big champions are off the board. This feels like one of the few left in the top lane kingdom. I'm just going to grab it now. Pretty decently blindable. We'll see what the answer is here for Cube, as Monkey does get his hands on the Pantheon. So TT have a lot more scattered pieces, I would say, so far, Quacks, and Team W have formed a pretty good identity, I would say, for their top side.
They've got a really strong top side, which is exactly what, at the start of the series, we wanted to see them play around. We really highlighted the careers and the trust that WE as an organization have in them individually and how well they play as a trifluence. I don't know if that's actually a word. Maybe I just made it up. But Thunder Talk, on the other hand, don't really have a ton of damage. Gnar and Nautilus, the only lock-ins here. So I think some oomph is now added to their comp with the Syndra lock-in. Pretty good against the Cassiopeia in the lane, and also makes it difficult for Monkey after he does initially land an ultimate or try to enter a lane to actually get that lockdown CC with the W, knowing that he has to deal with the scat of the week.
I love this answer, too, knowing what we've learned about this meta and that both Cassio and Syndra could be shifted into the bottom lane. It kind of creates this scenario where I think TT are, well, it depends on what On's feeling, but if they see the Cassio, wherever the Cassio goes, they just move the Syndra over, right? So if it's going to be Karus versus Heru, that's fine. If it's going to be On versus About, it's fine. The Syndra, like you mentioned, feels better into this individual matchup. Into the second phase of bans, though, and Team WE are going to get rid of some diving buddies here. The Nocturne going to come off the board, and the Bard is going to be the ban here for Thunder Talk, just to try and make sure nobody can disrupt that full Syndra combo, the unleashed power once it comes through.
It also tells me that Thunder Talk might be looking to play a more engage-heavy marksman if they do decide to go that route. Like you said, there is possibility for the Syndra to be flexed over to On, but like Kaisa is still available if you really wanted to go for that to join up with the Nautilus. The Alistar ban, I think, just further reinforces that TT really want to play an engage, strike-first, proactive style going into this third game.
What does this last Team WE ban look like? Definitely a lot of deliberation coming down the way for this one. And, oh, well, that's never a good sign.
Missed a ban.
Somebody missed a ban, and I fear we are going to have to reload this draft in a second here, Quacks, unless everyone's just going to whisper and understand what that ban is, and then we just have to be out of the loop, and that's even worse.
Just widens the pool of the guessing game, and I was kind of hoping that you were right, that we would just move on and under the table understand that, you know, there was just one champion that we didn't know what the ban would be, but we would just accept that it existed anyway. But no, we're going to redo the draft, and that means you get to see our lovely faces for a little bit longer, Slayer.
That's true. That's true. And we get more time to deliberate how maybe these compositions will look to interact. You talked a bit about the marksman factor with the Kaisa. I do see that in this game, at least, there's once again a pretty heavy presence of crowd control in like all aspects when you really think about it, right? It's the scatter of the weak, then you factor in the depth charge, this Nautilus, but then on the other side you got Pantheon, you got Miasma from this Cassio, you have that petrifying gaze as well. So at least we know through the limited part of the draft we have seen that crowd control's not going to be an issue. The one thing I do outline is I do think that this Cassio already has such innate value because Thunder Talk have champions that have to go in, like their primary role is to fly in. Thinking about like the Nautilus, the Gnar, and that's always kind of what Cassiopeia wants you to do.
For sure. And I also think that Cassiopeia just makes it harder to react to Thunder Talk if they want to go for more snap engage tools, right? Because like you drop down a Skies Descend and then a Miasma follows through. You can't flash away from the Pantheon presence. You can't dash away from the Pantheon presence. I think that it just makes the engage that Thunder Talk might want to go for a little bit more potent because the reaction from Team WE isn't really to its fullest effectiveness because of that spell. So I think that the Cassiopeia just makes it easier for the rest of TT to find those angles, which was something they maybe struggled with a little bit in game number 2, but really thrived in game number 1. I think that's been the big difference maker between these two games, Slayer. And again, it kind of harkens back to the jungle matchup we hyped at the beginning of this series, where both of these guys really are the engine that get this team going. I think in game number 1, we had a lot of that from Junhao. In game number 2, we had a lot of that from Monkey. And now, going into this third game, both junglers can very easily start up fights, can both very easily devolve the game into chaos at their own leisure.
If we, want to try and simplify the games a bit here and factor that into the game 3 draft, well, we've seen that through 2 games, it feels like the team in this matchup that has better ability to overload or play the map, have more map pressure, right? Be able to get more numbers quicker to wherever the point of contention is, has been successful. We talk about the good realm warps we saw from Haru in the early of game 1. The Stand United threat that Feather brought was really a lot to get Thunder Talk going. And then our game 2 MVP was Karis because we felt like the entire mid game, this guy could just pop up wherever Team W wanted to fight or even where Thunder Talk wanted to fight and would erase those troubles. So in this game 3, I see a Pantheon. And, if you want to go off that more simplistic logic, start to favor Team WE. But, of course, we need to solve the rest of this draft. And luckily, we are speeding through those picks now. And we'll soon find out, Quacks, what that final ban was that Team WE missed.
So got to throw through 3 out of 4 of these bans just really quickly before we get to the culprit. It's like in Scooby-Doo when they unmask the guy, who are you? Who are you, mystery ban? The Trundle, actually. So WE, interestingly enough, are going to be the ones to ban that away because that is kind of a Monkey special. But he's already picked up the Pantheon. I do really think that this is probably going to be Haru on the Syndra until proven otherwise. I think Wukong, is a good pickup here. But again, I think this just continues to add on to the value of the Miasma because now it's not just you being denied from getting away to use that decoy. You're now being denied opportunities to engage if you're Wukong getting hit by that Miasma. So kind of a two-pronged attack here on just making Karis really effective with this Cassiopeia. See a Silas hover, and there's been a lot of mage shenanigans so far, Slayer. Funnily enough, neither of these players have been super acclimating when it comes to actually playing mages in the bot lane. So it'll be fun to see how that goes because they aren't, they're big fans of the marksman. They're like you. They don't like the mages in the bot lane.
Quacks, but just like me, at a certain point, you got to adopt the shift.
You're just like everyone, though. I don't think there's a single marksman, to be honest with you, in the world that's like, I can't wait to wake up and play Ziggs tomorrow.
That's true. That is true indeed. I'm most hyped to see the Karis in such a important game. Once I'm sure the swap will come across, is going back to his roots here with a melee mid on the Silas. There's so many valuable ults to steal, but again, thinking back to how valuable the R5 pick has been in this series specifically, you can never be mad about a Galio lock-in with a mage in the bottom lane here. So Haru now is going to be a really hard problem for TT to solve, or for Team WE to solve, because Yorick isn't that reliable of an AD threat in team fights. If Monkey can get, off and running early, sure, can help solve that Galio problem, but that is a ticking time bomb waiting on the TT mid lane side.
And both of these marksman players, like I said, not been super acclimatized when it comes to the newish meta of mages. So I think this bot lane focus is really something that I'll be paying attention to, not just because of the switch up from the players individually, but also, as you mentioned, Slayer, the grander scheme of the comps being tailor-made to make it difficult for them to actually dish out that damage later on into the game. Things like the Galio being able to prevent some of those one-shots and really just put a wrench in the scaling of both of these comps. But I also agree with you that I think the side lane pressure from one of these teams is significantly better. You've got the Pantheon, you've got the Yorick, and I just think that adds an extra layer that might not be present for the team without the Yorick and the Pantheon.
Well, all that and more compact into one final game. Team WE and Thunder Talk play for the series. I couldn't tell if there was more Jaios individually from each fan or pings out of this early game from these two teams. My lord, there was a lot trying to just track any early game shenanigans, but our bottom lanes reside all the same at the start here. And of course, we could take a look at maybe how our junglers will factor into this one. Of course, both junglers definitely waiting to get access to that level 6, can try and get there as soon as possible, but worth mentioning with both of them pathing the same way, the Monkey with that first stun could be a bit more influential to any early ganks here.
Monkey does have the superior dueling power as the Pantheon, and frankly also has the superior clearing power early on in these levels here. So if WE can get Prio in the bot lane and mid lane, they should be able to secure that crab and get him closer to that level 6, which I agree with you, Slayer, is very, very important. But level 2 for Arha.
Yeah, good engagement, seeing the blade. A nice scatter there from On. Gonna make sure About can't sink his teeth deeper into that health pool. Still gonna allow him access to this wave early on, and Team W, we're gonna have a shove as another Zenith Blade's gonna come out here. Arha just looking for these On repeats as that cooldown comes up, and it's always a good sign when you're forcing the Nautilus to dredgeline himself to safety.
That's just the extended trading power of the Cassiopeia. It doesn't matter what lane she's in, doesn't matter what role she's playing. You have to respect that champion early on in this game, especially as something like a Syndra that has pretty long cooldowns in the early levels. Part of what makes Syndra such a dangerous threat in the late game is that her Q is on a -2 cooldown. But in these early phases, you got to be mindful of that, as we do see Arha maybe looking for something onto Haru.
Yeah, gonna Justice Punch create some distance, and the Zenith Blade was not positioned well enough to punish him. Arha likely just fishing for a flash off of this Galio, but will not come to fruition. Fruition is both of these bot lanes take their first resets, or actually just about did. Went for a cheeky little cheater. I like it. Just get that tier as early on as possible. Very funny how About is thinking the same way about Cassio as he did it on his Ezreal last game with the tier.
Yeah. But the big thing, important thing, is that the priority did actually manage to go in favor of Thunder Talk. So Junhao is going to be able to secure that bot side crab, maybe have a slight, very granular tempo lead over to Monkey as he channels the back faster, and might grow from granular to something significant. Monkey actually maybe fishing for something on the top side. Will be spotted out by a ward.
See a good little interrupt with the dredge line there from Feather onto the full Zenith Blade out of Arha, but it's still About finding the better trades into On. Monkey just flashed early to cut off the one escape point here for Keshi. Will flash, but the stun's going to land all the same, and there is no hop available for Keshi. Cube gets first blood.
All right, he makes the overstay worth it. I was a bit worried initially because if he hop flashed, that would have surely created the distance for Gnar to get under his turret and get out of danger, but they saw Keshi use that leap early, and I think they understand that it's on like a 20-second cooldown level 1, so they rightfully punish that and make it all worth it. Cube with the first blood, although Junhao already on his tier 2 Raptor, so will easily be the first one to the bot lane between the two junglers.
But still, such a valuable win con. More so in the fact that how a fed cube could slow down this undertalk comp that for all of its glory is about their big team fights later on. Right now, just a smaller fight around those respawn Raptors. We've seen so many huge skirmishes break out over here, but Monkey was not in position to contest, so just going to be more gold over to Junhao.
Monkey really just has to concede that he stayed, doesn't have the tempo in favor, and also About was under the turret at the time, so you would be down numbers on top of all of that. Will be giving up a camp for his transgressions in top lane earlier, as speaking of transgressions top lane, both top laners are going to be trading some ultimates just to get a little bit messy with one another.
The classic game of Ultimate Chicken. Courtesy of the top laners. Always good to see here. Now Drake on the Rift. Both of these bottom lanes not yet over to level 6 just yet. On just going to crest over level 5. So no Petrifying Gaze yet. No Unleashed Power. And, well, no jungle attention towards that first Drake. It's instead Arha that's looking to once again roam onto this mid lane to see if he can disrupt Heru, who does not spot Arha just yet. And it might be too little too late. His Justice Punch is going to get canceled. Trying to walk back over towards his jungle. He's going to have to flash, and luckily the Abduct. And Karis does not connect to further push that play over.
Good use of the vision there by Arha to hide himself, get to Heru as much as possible before he gets seen, but Junhao there, I think, deters Arha from going any further. Even after that flash is used, there might have been a Zenith Blade angle, but speaking of Wukong's presence...
Yep, he's got the Cyclone. Main and the Ghouls are doing some hella work, though, here for Cube. Keshi already used the Gnar ult, but he's down about half HP, and Junhao does not have the juice to make a Cube smoothie. Instead, it's Monkey and Karis to the rescue to turn this play on a dime and give Cube his second kill of the game.
I felt like some communication broke down there between the top jungle of TT. I mean, you saw Keshi's hesitancy to follow up with that play. The Gnar wasn't in the area.
Starfall! He's not in the area. He's not even in the zip code anymore, Quacks. He's back in the gray screen.
He is in the Death Realm, but not with Mordekaiser this time, just completely by himself, as even Junhao is respawned, so he's left that place for the time being. WE winning out in these skirmishes, and off reset, we can see Monkey with a pretty big item advantage already over the Wukong. Maybe can try and use that to leverage the Dragon as there's fighting in the bot side.
Goes pop for About. He's got the Twin Fang sinking deep into On. His Feather that's got a flash. Arha, Zenith Blade is going to split the uprights. Not find either On or Feather, but still About continuing to exert his will in this matchup. And Team WE, they're just finding wins basically on all fronts by this point here. Quacks 1.2k gold lead. And they've got the Grubs or the Dragon to play for. Grubs up about 20 seconds, so both those early objectives can be on the map virtually at the same time soon.
I think it's really important that they get Grubs, though. Anytime you have a Yorick comp, that split pushing pressure is something you have to be playing around, and Grubs obviously make that more of a threat. And it seems like ThunderTalk know that. Feather, but it ends in ER, okay? Give me a break. Roaming up toward this top lane, but it doesn't look like he is interested in staying. He's just going toward the mid lane and gonna go toward the bot side. So I think they just are saying, all right, we know we're weaker. We're gonna place down some vision, gather some information, and if they start up Grubs, maybe we can drag him, but he's just getting collapsed on.
Yep, or just pouncing Feather going on a Valiant warding mission. Karis gets on the board here, and like you talked about, Monkey is completely undisturbed, securing all three of these Grubs for Sweet Cube. This is kind of what we were afraid of going into this series. The fact that Karis and Cube, we felt like we're in apt matchup position-wise, and well, Karis just now takes over the gold lead. It's safe to say that top side we were afraid of in the first part of the draft has arrived, and then some, Quacks.
Junhao is really afraid to be looking for that red buff. doesn't want to pull the trigger on it as teleport.
CP, though? Kars tries to flash out of the taunt. He does not get out of it. Depth Charge going to land Cyclone. All these CC components stacking up on top of Karis. Can't get away from the second knock-up, and that is a very unfortunate teleport for Karis. At least his bottom lane has been able to kill off On. Monkey, though, have to flash away from Heru. The minion wave is gone. Heru having to take up turret shots here by this point, but is tanky enough to walk it on out. At least Thunder Talk are finally on the board, Quacks.
WE, though, do get a trade on that bot side. On goes down, and about actually being able to push in this wave, we'll get some plate money on top of that. So I still think it is actually in favor of WE when all is said and done. Yeah, good Zenith Blade angle there from Arha. The cleanse, just not enough. Leona has multiple stun abilities, and you can only cleanse one.
Yeah, just some, odd mistakes from both sides. Don't necessarily know what On is doing there in the river, not seeing either bot laner, and with very limited vision. And then Karis with that gift of a teleport. So I guess it's all fair, all even between the two of them at this point, and their abilities to siphon gold into the opponents. Still have this first dragon waiting in the wings. We've pressed it over the 10-minute mark, and it's important to factor in, Quacks, so when we think about Soul even existing in a game like this.
I will say, comparative to games 1 and 2, there isn't really a huge scaling threat that kind of overshadows everything else in the game. I mean, I think the closest thing that we have is probably the Syndra with those Splinters of Wrath, but even then, it's not super conditional on needing to be met with a Dragon Soul. So I think both of these teams are content with saying, hey, we maybe don't want these squads to be grouping up as 5. That just makes it more difficult for us to find individual picks and individual plays in the lane. Let's try and respect the 1v1s a little bit. Maybe the 2v2s if we're feeling a little bit bold. But beyond that, no sir. No 3v3s or 4v4s. We don't feel comfortable with that just yet.
Yeah, I think Team WE's entire mantra of this game is to avoid that deadly 5v5 where a Galio gets on top of all of you, a Wukong gets on top of all of you, and then a Syndra can just delete one of those members. Especially now that we know the Cube has such a stranglehold on this top lane. It's definitely an interesting test here for this WE team. It's not a team we usually expect to try and play heavy side lane, play fully for the pick potential, and it's a good test for them to try and get this game 3 over the line. Is here comes that team fight combo and a Justice Punch for Junhao. Down he goes. It was Karis that hijacked that heroic entrance and is now turning it on to TT. Double kill over to About, and he's got the speed ups to try and chase down On, and he's sinking every single bite into that health bar. Karis maybe looking to try and dive with the Abscond of Duck, but they're going to let On off the leash to tell the tale of the turn of Team WE.
It's a 2-for-1 in favor of Team WE when all is said and done. And there's the miasma value that we kind of brought up in the draft. Junhao goes for the initial engage on that fight, but he can't flash away because he's grounded. It just secures the kill for them. So good timing there for About to show up and drop that spell down. Of course, it is traded back. Monkey does go down, and it's some gold given over to On, but it's more gold given over to About, as now this Cassiopeia is 3-0, already has that Roa complete.
Oh, we have an unfortunate pause come through. Did say something interesting about that About build. He has got the Gluttonous Greaves. That's just intriguing. I see the logic, right? You got off to a fast start. You're thinking, yeah, I'm going to keep fighting. I can stack these further, but it does feel weird to say, yeah, that's a mage rocking Gluttonous Greaves. Don't see that every day, Quacks.
I think ever since the nerfs that made it from 1% extra Omnivamp, or from 2% extra Omnivamp to 1% extra Omnivamp comparative to, or like stacking with the kills, a lot of people have been really hesitant to pick up the Gluttonous Greaves, but
totally.
I mean, I still think there's value, especially if you are a comp or a team or a champion that really favors extended trading, where you can actually get multiple stacks of it with multiple abilities. I think that there is a lot of value to be had in that, and Cassiopeia kind of fits the bill. You're really good in the extended trades, and you're able to spam those abilities. So the Omnivamp coming through will actually be of major benefit to you, in my opinion.
But Quacks, now we have some time to go back to a talking point I was trying to have before Junhao went a little too far forward and started a fight that he did not have the firepower to back up. How do we feel about this being like a big test for Team WE trying to get a win in such a comp that we feel like is a little bit away from their intrinsic values, right? Because for everything we see with this WE draft, they're going to avoid like we talked about, those big team fights, and that's what we felt like the bread and butter of Team WE has been all the way back to their Split 2 heroics in the playoffs.
I think it's unique because, like you said, they are a team that when they team fight, they can beat the best teams in the LPL. They have shown that time and time again. I think a lot of people think back to Split 2, those close matches against BLG. But here, for me at least, I think it just comes down to the fundamentals of the game that really need to be shining through. And that's something that we have said is a bit of a concern for WE over this split. A lot of their leads, especially in the early game that they build up, are built on sticks and stones. And that's why it's so easy for teams to, in the mid to late game, completely collapse it. Kind of like what we saw in game number 1. So they're going to have to be solid on that here for game 3. We get a replay, and yeah, Miasma, cinematic Galio entrance. Whoa.
That's not Galio, Quax.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It's Silas.
Yeah, that's why I was strict. I was liking the knockup, and then I'm like, wait a minute. That's Junhao getting thrown into the air. Hold on. It's Karis. You know, listen. There's a reason this guy has a Silas that needs to be respected. He always seems to hijack the right ultimate at the right time.
He does, and now I'm interested in how the roaming maintained by these support. We can see they're both in mid, trying to get some priority because we've got Herald in about a minute here. And as we discussed earlier, anything that you can get to further the side lane threat of this Yorick is of major net benefit over to Team WE.
See how well their positioning starts to form around that part of the map. Gonna have Cube back now. They do already have Karis up towards the top side. Both of them have teleports, so easy to join the fray if a fight kicks up around the Rift Herald. Does look like just gonna mosey his way back towards the bot side. These are the points, though, where the chess game can definitely be really fun, right? Because Keshi has teleport himself, and we really feel like Rift Herald is going to be where those big fights coming, Quacks, and the push and pull of York can start to have on a team is really impactful in these scenarios.
And I think Cube has had a really on and off split, on and off year, frankly, in my opinion, much as to the theme of WE as a whole. But one thing that I always think has really shined through for me is his side lane play. I think that his laning phase can sometimes be inconsistent, but he is good at having cross-map pressure. Monkey looking onto Heru potentially, but there's a lot of follow-up, so I think they're just bullying the Galio and trying to get control of this topside river to maybe threaten a Herald.
I mean, you look at Heru's build, and Monkey's definitely the kryptonite to this Galio. Abyssal Mask and those tier 3 magic resist boots are really going to make Monkey the power into Heru. He is starting up the Herald. Off Vision, that ward in the back of the pit, not going to be able to track the HP bar. It's Cube that's making the walk up towards this fight. But TT, they look skittish, but they're TPing their Mega Gnar in here to try and make the fight. It's Arhad's going to flash on top of Junhao, gets the Cyclone down. They put Monkey in the bouncy house and they blow him up. No jungler here for Team WE, and they've caught Karis off to the side as well. TT's team fight finally gets to shine through in the first big bout, and they find all 3 kills on as well. TT arriving to our game 3.
WE's comp just crumbles when it comes to 5v5s. Cube.
Oh, Heru, though. Miasma's down. Big scatter comes across from On, and it is able to save his mid laner. Petrifying Gaze does not get a stun. It only has a slow, and Junhao is able to flash away from the ghouls, so they don't give any kills back over to Big Bad About.
It's a little bit sad for About there. Flashes were still available as WE are hoping to at least get a kill, but Keshi's going into Mega and does have Flash, so
he's gone.
He is out of there, and WE don't get anything for all of the transgressions they had to face in the Herald, as we're going to see those transgressions in the replay here. Really good initial disengage there to make the Leona start to the fight less effective for WE. And Monkey was just completely left alone. I mean, Arha at this point had basically exfiltrated the fight. He was separated from his jungler. The rest of WE couldn't really enter the fight either because of the Galio ultimate just zoning them away. So they single out the Pantheon, they find the pick onto him, and that's really all they need.
TWE not disturbed from their last big fight loss. They are on to the second Drake of the game, and will get it with complete ease. So Team WE have the first 2 Drakes of the game, and we get another Hextech. How lovely for us. Hextech Soul going to be on the board here, but it is Thunder Talk that are back ahead in the gold count, and it's a decently significant chunk too, 1,500 gold, and it's actually on to be able to swing ahead of about just both these mages with all the gold as Arha hunts with a Solar Flare, not going to find the snare there. Onto On. It's about, though, trying to look for more, but the Trickster is going to provide Junhouse some safety. The Aegis Assault goes down, and the Unleashed Power comes out from On, but far from enough damage to take down the Pantheon.
Monkey forced to flash, though, so does maybe provide an easy target for Feather if he can look for someone to dredge line in the future. And like you were talking about, On with the majority of that gold lead, but also almost all of those kills belong to him as well. 4 out of 5 in the hands of Syndra means that even though Thunder Talk do have a 1,000 gold lead, it's a little bit fickle in my opinion, because if you can find a pick onto the Syndra, you can really just kind of cut that down to about half, and WE have control of the dragons, so they can easily take control of the map with that threat still alive and well for them.
Yeah.
So your eyes got to be on the Syndra just to see what he can do. He does have Flash and Cleanse, so he can play a little bit further up. It's not like WE. It's a on-site type of thing. They have to be cautious when they engage, because not only does he have those summoners, but there is probably also somebody in the corner always constantly waiting to be his shadow and get him out of dodge, like Feather, who I think has done a great job at protecting the Syndra throughout this game.
You know what I haven't seen a great job being done so far through this mid-game, Quacks, is WE really letting Cube do his thing. That last fight, we saw Cube walk away from bottom lane first, give away lane priority to try and just walk into a fight first. Doesn't get there, he gets out TP'd. And even in that little mid-skirmish we just saw, I watched Cube walk halfway up the river, give away that lane pressure again, and then walk back down. It's part of why I was a little bit worried to see this style of game plan from Team WE, knowing how much they just want to fight as 5. They're pulling Cube back into their normal habits, but I still truly believe the best thing is just leave this guy on his island.
Especially when he's 3-0 like this. It's going to take probably more than one Thunder Talk member to actually deal with this Yorick. So if you just let the pressure he's providing in a side lane marinate a little bit, I think that gives you an opportunity to look for team fights with numbers advantage too. So I agree with you. I would like to see them give a little bit more patience over to the Cube side lane win condition, because it doesn't really feel like they have been doing that as of now. Maybe they'll get the opportunity in a couple of minutes here with the dragon spawning.
Whew. On is starting to do work here, though. A couple of spheres take a lot of About's health down there. Could be a trade of turrets, but I like Thunder Talk's end of it a lot more here, Quacks. So valuable to get that mid-tier one of all, especially for when we talk about vision lines and moving them up more aggressively into enemy jungles.
I agree. I will say, this is a much less bloody game than what we've had in this series so far, Slayer. I gotta say, part of me is slightly disappointed. We said we wanted to see like a straight-up MMA fight come through here as the finale to 2 teams. I think we were really excited to cast in comparison to one another just because of how stylistically similar they are, but we haven't been seeing the just the raw, unfiltered aggression from them so far. There's been moments of craziness, but nothing too concrete.
No, not yet, but we could see that all ignite around this Hextech Drake, our first one of the game towards the Hextech Soul in about a minute's time here. I'm curious to see. Yep, Team W are going to make a move before it. They once again want to go after Keshi, but the timing feels weird. They're diving 4 members, but he's getting Meganar, and this is a TP from Haru to spoil it. So a full overload from Team WE gets what? A teleport out of a Galio with ultimate?
And now look at the result of that. You've got ThunderTalk pushing in mid. There's a wave in bot lane, and that's in favor of TT2. Feather is now moving into the bot side river to establish vision on that part of the map. So it feels like WE don't really have a ton of horse in this race. They'll be going into the bot side river unprepared and frankly understaffed. You can see that Arha is trying to move in, but you don't have your Yorick, and Karis is even slightly desynced from you.
I'm surprised that TT full reset off of that position. Maybe someone was able to get an item, but this feels weird. TT kind of just let WE back in the door towards this dragon conversation. At least, like you mentioned, they had the Scuttle Crab vision, so there was no way to kind of sneak this for Team WE, and now they're going to cede control back over to ThunderTalk. Both top laners are here again. Keshi needs to stack up that Gnar bar. As the engagement Marha goes into a double taunt. Everyone compounding on top of each other. Gnar gets blown up first. Junhao gets a cyclone, tries to flash over the wall, but W will follow until Keshi throws them into a wall and bounces on top of them for one. Karis does find the trade though. On needs to connect with his mid laner, but he's far too low. And Cube with the ghouls will just run down Heru. Team WE able to win a full-on 5-on-5.
A really good counterattack there to start up the fight by WE. The Miasma make sure that they don't leave. And then the stolen shove from Karis to deal so much initial damage. Yeah, we got to see a replay of this. So they can't move at all. 3 of them get hit. And the fight just kind of gets split up here. I mean, Junhao is completely isolated. TT try to regroup. I think it's a really good shove from Keshi to try and turn this play back around, but Heru is too low and frankly doesn't have the damage. You're going more of a facilitative role as this Galio in this game with the build that he's been, you know, throwing down here. So the moment your carries die, it kind of feels like Heru has nothing left to do except provide CC that will not be followed up on. So I think that is the negative side to building like this as this champion. But WE win out on the fight. They get themselves the 3rd dragon. Soul Point is now here for them. And I think ThunderTalk, they've got good team fighting, but it doesn't really feel like the damage Slayer is being provided other than on, really. I think the Syndra really is your only hope to turn these 5v5s around.
It was definitely a worry from draft, and further exacerbated by the fact that Junhao is, you know, behind the 8 ball when it comes to this jungle matchup. He is finally Thunder Sky and Triforce, so it's decent damage, but we've seen him not really be able to get towards that Cassiopeia as that main target. I think that's a great call out, Quacks, that might kind of dispel the doom of ThunderTalk, is they are all about on one-shotting one person in particular, but Monkey can scrap with a longer fight, Karis can, and you already mentioned how a Cassiopeia from about loves a fight the longer it goes.
Karis going to be able to get more gold for himself on that top side as the inner, or outer, rather, I should say, turret on that lane does go down. And really, I love that the WE top side is playing as aggressively as they are in this game. We highlighted them as something so special, such a big reason why people love this WE squad. And I think we've had up and down performances from them over the course of tonight, Slayer. I don't think that is really disputable, but I think here in game number 3, they are coming together. They've got a lot of gold, and they are certainly doing better than their counterparts. I think Monkey is really stepping up compared to Junhao, who, like we said, both of these junglers, the big engines for their team, but one is clearly roaring louder.
And he is not intending to rev down anytime soon, as the Baron setup has begun. WE, though, really making it a point to try and grab this last outer turret, this mid lane tier 1, because it does make these warding missions a bit more treacherous, right? Gives a bit more escapism towards TT on really both sides of the jungle. But still going to be pretty pesky. On at this point with the items he has, wave clears pretty darn well with a full combo into the wave. So it's going to take something more than just hoping that you can get a timer on that mid-tier 1 to take it down. They're going to try and settle to play into their strength, which has always been these side lanes. Keshi has a pretty hard time matching into Cube by this point, and Karis is pretty formidable into Heru. So side lanes definitely feels like the success story going forward here for Team WE.
And again, I think Cube is still in a position where he's really strong. He's level 17. And the
Yeah.
only person on Thunder Talk that's even remotely close to him in levels is Keshi, who's 1 and 3. So you're probably going to need to send more than one guy to deal with him. As speaking of more than one guy,
Starfall, it's everybody. Trickster not gonna get June out of trouble. Gets stunned up by the solar flare. Justice Punch does land as the turn comes on to on. Gets himself out of dodges. Keshi throws 2 members into the wall. Garrus comes out of the stasis, but he is able to dash away from Keshi as Monkey is losing his 1v1 to Haru off to the side. It's pandemonium on all fronts, but Cube slams down the spade into the heart of On to make it a 2-for-1. At least one back over to Team WE.
and mid-turret to follow. WE opening up even more of the map. Less than a minute until the Dragon as well. That is a huge deal. It just makes it so difficult for Thunder Talk to approach this Dragon that's coming up. And On with a big mispositioning error to start out that fight, in my opinion. Walks up, throws down Scatter the Weak, but that immediately gets punished here. I mean, you can see, even now, he's like, how am I going to walk up to this fight? I've got no way to peel off. Arha knows this, and immediately Zenith Blades onto him. He doesn't really have a ton of follow-up, but just a couple of abilities onto the Syndra, and they're basically taken out of commission. So TT automatically lose their biggest source of damage. They still managed to get some kills back in return, but that is really bad because now there's no cleanse for On going into this fight. Still does have that flash, though.
It's just so tough to see TT throw down all their damage, and then it feels impossible to close out the kills. Kars was 150 HP, slammed up against a wall, and he's able to get just enough time to get the Kingslayer healing and get out of what felt like certain doom. And now TT are going to have to walk into WE as they do find the Solar Flare. Lockdown onto Feather. Justice Punch has to come through with a heroic entrance from Haru, but now he becomes the target as Junhao gets into the backline. Feather is going to be the first casualty as Arha marks Junhao, and the rest of Team WE turns on the pounds. Keshi doesn't have the Mega Gnar up until he finally gets a 3-man Gnar ultimate, but where's your team, bro? They're all scattered into the wind as About locks down 4 kills for Team WE and a Hextech Soul in Game 3.
Keshi shove looked cool. Got 4 people into a wall, but he was all alone, like you said, Slayer. WE single out certain members of TT, and they take them down 1 by 1. Dragon Soul secured. Baron next on the menu. The only person left up and available after that exchange is going to be Haru, and he can do nothing about this Nasher. WE running away with this game and looking poised to take the series.
Hextech Soul with a Baron is as sweet as a key lime pie in this one. We'll get a replay look
Oh,
back.
don't bait me like that.
I know, Quax. That one was just for you. Again, though, I hate to sound like a broken record. Where's the damage here for Thunder Talk, Quax?
Right, I know. I mean, Feather goes down, but he's taken so low. He basically like goes back in to try and provide some CC. Junhao then, he's completely isolated. So it is Feather isolated. They get a ton of damage onto him. Junhao isolated. They kill him, and then Keshi isolated, and he goes down. So TT, they just march in 1 by 1 by 1, and WE take them down 1 by 1 by 1. Get themselves the soul. The Baron now on all 3 lanes, they are using that buff. You can see that Cube is on the top side pushing. A nice 1-3-1 split is on Summoner's Rift here, and it's because of that global pressure. Monkey can react to any play that Thunder Talk might dare to make if they overload a side lane.
So hard to slow down this 3-point attack. Keshi and Junhao both together are trying to get rid of this wave. They'll at least save their bottom lane tier 2 turret, but you called it out. You simply cannot leave a Baroned up Yorick alone to the devices of your turrets on the top side. The push and pull, it's honestly masterful to look at here from Team WE as they surgically get rid of all turrets outside the walls of the Thunder Talk base.
And look at what Thunder Talk behind the Syndra don't really have any amazing wave clear. Right? So it's very difficult for them to actually stop this siege. And like we just said, they can't overload to try and fight. They've not only got no damage in that department, but there's a Pantheon wanting them to do that, basically daring them to try and look for a play. This is just slow suffocation. Frankly, kind of depressing for the side of TT. They really are out of options, it feels like.
Depressing for Thunder Talk fans, methodical for Team WE by this point. Top lane is wide open, courtesy of Cube. And Monkey's just standing here, ushering in waves, and now Cube can join in with his jungler. TT starting to get better options at targets, but look at this last shift effort. That's a very Aaron depth charge. Keshi was down to half HP by the maiden herself. Hero's entrance comes in, but it's only Monkey to get knocked up, and he has a GA. Justice punch forward is really audacious here from Haru. It's Karis off to the side, but he has the stasis as he gets turned on from TT. Expert bait there from Karis. And now the base is in crumbles, and this will be the final march for Team WE.
Karis has teleport as well. He's going to come back to the fight at full HP. Keshi is close to Mega.
Needs to find an otherworldly Gnar ultimate to make a difference here. And it's Monkey that goes in first. Karis to follow after. Keshi does not get the Gnar ultimate. It's hijacked by Captain Karis to say goodnight to Thunder Talk. Back from a Game 1 woe, Team WE will find the series win over Thunder Talk to move to 4 series wins in Split 3.
WE 4-2 now in Group Ascend, like you said. And Karis there adding insult to injury, basically looking at Keshi dead in the eyes and saying, my Gnar shove is cooler and better than yours, as they blow up the Nexus. Really great stuff from WE. A bit of a suspect game number 1, but games 2 and 3, Slayer, I would say were pretty convincing for them.
I would tend to agree with you there, Quacks. What a bounce back here for Team WE. It's such an impressive spot to be in. 4-2 so far in Group Ascent here. And, you know, to make the joke, that's a very big improvement from 1-13 Team WE. So, Quacks, what happens when a Team WE squad with 4 times as many regular season series wins gets into the playoffs?
400% more wins at the very
400%
least.
stronger.
Right, exactly. And, you know, 400% more faith. I feel like with every single win, the WE, Hopium, Copium, whatever you want to call it, just grows ever stronger as we got the dueling roller coasters graphic up one more time. I think after this game, we can put the like, up part for WE slightly higher, and then maybe TT can go slightly lower. Because frankly, I mean, for Thunder Talk now, you're 1-5. And although you have had a majority of those series go to 3 games, it doesn't matter if you can't, you know, get to the finish line first. I think people are going to start coining Thunder Talk as maybe potential man, because they keep going to game 3 but never actually being able to follow through.
Oh, that's not a fun place to be in. And Quacks, it's a good time to bring it up, right? Because thank you. We've got there's
all
the
right.
TT. That's the TT. Or I guess okay. I see it. I see the vision. All right. I like it. I like it. Here's the unfortunate prospect here for Thunder Talk team that, again, I want to say has put together some, you know, good tape at times in Group Ascend. 1-5, you're getting pretty close to having to be, you know, likely bottom 2. And bottom 2 means, of course, the play-ins for playoffs. And what are the realities right now, Quacks? Playing the reformed IG super team? The way Photic's playing, it might be worth saying that. And then, or an NIP team that looks pretty darn scary. So I really don't want to be in the play-in if I'm anybody in Group Ascend.
And if play-ins from Split number 2 taught me anything, it's surely that anything can happen. I mean, absolute. That was probably in a split with Insanity as the main theme. I would say that was probably the most insane thing that I saw. So that just goes to show and backs up your point, Slayer, that the play-ins is never a place you want to be finding yourself in. And I agree with you. I think Thunder Talk, if they're 1-5 at this point, it just means that they have to shape up, step up really fast. Because once you start going into that second round robin, playoffs indications are going to start being talked about, and seeding is going to start being a conversation. I think as the weeks go by, the clock obviously is going to keep on running out. So Thunder Talk, those flashes of brilliance need to become more than just flashes. They need to become the actual ray of light that is constantly beaming in the faces of the opponents that they're playing against, because I think that when this team looks good, they actually look really good, but unfortunately, it just feels like those moments are too far between, and for WE, it just kind of feels like they were better on the day, but there was potential from Thunder Talk.
You're better once they, woke up, I guess is a good way to put it for sure. And for Thunder Talk, again, it's easy to come away with negative connotation of 1-5, but one of the final things I want to say is, you mentioned it, they've had games where they've looked so dominant. It's just about dissecting the tape where that doesn't happen and figure out better ways to put that one together for Thunder Talk. So that's the positive spin I would have here, but for the
Cube.
whole Cube, of course. Hello. But for the whole battle between 2 top 5 junglers in the LPL, unfortunately, Junhao, you have been fathered by Monkey. It's okay though. That's happened to a lot of the junglers around these parts.
It has been. I think Monkey really, when you think about Monkey, I think this guy has simultaneously one of the lowest floors of any Ascend jungler, but one of the highest ceilings. Like there truly is like a ton. You ever see those like multi-million-dollar houses where the ceiling is like 50 feet up in the air and it's like a super wide open box? That's basically Monkey if he was like an if someone was sculpting Monkey as a house, that would be Monkey. Yep. He's got like the highest ceiling ever, but damn, is his floor super duper low. And I think in this series, he definitely was closer to his ceiling. A lot of proactive plays, especially on that Vi in game number 2. He was looking for invades at every opportunity. That was a really fun game from him. Felt like a very vintage Monkey game.
Vintage Monkey series indeed. I would say as holistically talking about your lower floor, because game 1 had some interesting queries, but hey, it doesn't matter now. It's the 2-1 win here. Our toughest task left here, Quacks, is to try and discern where we think MVP voting is going to go. Because I fear, Quacks, you're going to have to carry the heavy lifting here. I'm going to throw you a bit into the wild. I think you could argue 3 different players on this Team WE team deserve a shout for MVP.
Yeah, for series, I probably for game, I would say
we'll go game and then series. How about that?
Sorry, right? Yeah. I think for game, I would actually give it to Cube. For series, I don't know. I don't really feel like About had a really stinker game number 1.
It was pretty good game 2 and 3 though.
Had a pretty good game 2 and 3 though. I don't think Karis was any better than About, to be honest with you. Some good games, some bad games. I would give it to Monkey. I know there's some jungle bias here, but I think that every single play and every single ahead member of Team WE was made possible because Monkey kept on putting pedal to the metal, being aggressive, and doing his thing.
I like the logic. That is very sound. I think it depends a bit on where the player of the game goes. I want to say for player of the series, I think it's going to land on Karis. I would pick Karis, but I could see them going Monkey, especially if maybe About gets player of the game here, because I do think this Cassio was monstrous. That second to last fight we saw, he actually zoned 2 people off on his own. It just wasn't in picture because we were watching Keshi alone. The reason that happened was About. So we'll see where everything decides to land here. Definitely a lot of fun variants, but the thing that is very positive for Team WE here is that we feel like Monkey played a pretty good series and he could be in contention for it, but I gotta continue to state that Karis playing up to this level really makes this team exciting, and then if we can get more big games out of About, like that Game 2 Lucian, like this team goes from being a single threat squad we thought for so long into multi-threat, and hey, look at that, the one guy I didn't mention, Cube, does end up getting player of the game for what was a very good Yorick.
And I think we said it in game, but Cube, the laning phase from him is never something that I think is talked about for good reason. It does feel like in terms of mechanics, Cube is nothing super special most of the time, but I do think in a department that he thrives in, one department that he always seems to be really well versed in, is the side lane play. I think that his macro is very good, and it's because of the experience that he brings to the team. So I think any champion that can play into those strengths is good on him, and Yorick absolutely is one of them. So really good performance from him. Didn't have anything too flashy in the laning phase. Didn't have any crazy big solo bolo kills or you know, anything of that nature, but the pressure that he exerted, the difficulty for Thunder Talk to be answering him, I think was something that really just kind of picked them apart as the game time kept running.
I agree wholeheartedly there, Quacks. I just did not expect him to get 6 out of 8 votes, and I didn't expect About to not get a single one. You know,
Yeah.
I can't complain, but I think About, yeah, the accolades aren't going to reflect how much of a great turnaround he had in this series. And to further illustrate the point on how well About played, you were talking about how him and On are still like a little iffy on the mages. Homie, About looked pretty well versed in the Casio. That was a very good performance, but we'll see now. We're just waiting out to see where Player of the Series lies as our final little accolade, and then we'll start thinking forward to the rest. All right, you know what? I'll take that win.
There you go.
Guys, there we go. Captain Karis, Player of the Match. Well deserved. I even think some of the RE plays he was able to make in that Game 1 loss were pretty flashy, and we've already talked endlessly about his impact in the wins here, Quacks.
So, ladies and gentlemen, this just goes to show you can have maybe one of the worst Twisted Fate ultimates of your career and still win Series MVP. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish.
There you go, Quacks.
Lesson of the day.
I'm at the finish line of my night. You were at the halfway point. What would we say, 13.1 miles, right? 26.2 is a marathon.
Right, yep.
So you're halfway there by that point. But you know what's most fun here, Quacks, besides the fact that IG are about to play in front of a lot of their fans up against LNG next? The most important thing here, Quacks, is that we are continuing full Salt Mine podcast coverage here at the LPL English. Because, folks, I will be stepping out for the illustrious, the amazing Gordo, who will be coming on in here alongside Quacks to carry you guys into Group Nirvana. So make sure to give him a warm welcome on the other side of this extended break.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL here on LPL English. My name's Gordo. We're keeping it salty for you as we get into the second match of the night. Quacks, still holding strong. You made it through 3 games already. Perhaps 3 more to go if we are in luck here, as LNG are about to take on Invictus Gaming.
And you know, I decided to change suits. I felt like broadcast #1 with Slayer, I did like okay. And you know when you aren't doing super well in a game of League, Gordo, you think sometimes, maybe if I change the skin, that will help me in my performance. I am subscribing to a similar boat of thought, so I figured I would try this one out and see how it goes. But like you said, we've moved down to Nirvana. It is LNG versus IG, and I'm just very excited to be casting both of these teams. I remember being the LNG truther alongside some other casters here in the LPL come split #1, and I hope eventually our truth will come true and they will rise to greatness.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, dude. I've been on a lot of Nirvana games all year long just because of scheduling stuff. I have been an LNG truther for the whole year, and it's not treated me well. It hasn't gone exactly the way that these folks might have been hoping for. I've had a number of very, very good regular seasons and have not quite been able to translate that on through. There's something like a 70% regular season win rate coming into the split, yet haven't gotten to actually make a playoffs appearance, and that's where they continue to find themselves now. Let's introduce our Summer Split LNG lineup, as many folks may not quite be familiar at this stage, as they've only played 1 series so far, and it's almost a whole new team. It's Sheer, Weiwei, Nya, 1XN, and YCX coming on in. 3 new players compared to our first 2 splits of the year.
And I really feel like it is important to talk about one of the mainstays of this team, one that has been kept with them throughout the entirety of 2026. A lot of people sing the praises of 1XN, swear by him being the next big thing. And I think now where you've got a team basically built from the ground up minus your top laner, it'll be kind of interesting to see how he does in this rebuild specifically, because I kind of felt like when they were starting out the year, a lot of the idea was, let's build a team around 1XN. Let's have some of these more veteran-esque players. Let's have some Korean imports to round this all out. Let's give him firepower and experience in players like Missing to really bring out the best in him. But now I feel like you are putting on some less experienced players like YCX. You are bringing back players who haven't played in a little bit in Weiwei, and Nya as well, being a rookie himself, I think also adds to maybe 1XN having to shoulder a little bit more burden going into split #3. So a taller task befells him as far as dynamic goes, in my opinion, and I just have to see if he's up to it.
And we're getting some live updates right here from production in the background. Missing will be starting tonight for LNG. So looks like they're intending to play at least a true 6-man roster here in regards to support. Missing is still on the lineup. They brought in YCX off of LGD following his replacement by Crisp. They started him in the first series, did not go their way up against NIP. And with the competition being this tight, if you're going to try to experiment with some other rosters, you better start doing it pretty fast. You're only going to be playing 6 total series down here in Nirvana before all is said and done. So in it comes Missing for round 2. In my opinion, maybe the more enchantery player of the 2.
I agree.
Definitely leans a little bit more in that direction. So maybe they are looking to play a little bit more, 2v2 action coming in against Awesome and Mako.
And I think that's going to be something I really look out for, because with IG, I think that Awesome has been very good over the course of this year at dueling in the laning phase, at pairing up with his support, whoever it may be, and making them lethal in the first phases of the game. And I think that Mako as well, this is a guy who also really does enjoy the Enchanter meta. In fact, we ran a graphic in split #2 that talked about how much Mako loved his Enchanter champions. And this is also not a meta that I think really favors him. We've got a lot of Camille's, we've got a lot of Leonas, a lot of Alistars, so I think both supports are going into this series slightly out of their element, and with 80 carries that very easily can bring the firepower. So I think there is a bit of a dichotomy between how these two players will fair and how comfortable they'll be going into not just this series, but the split and the meta that entails in it.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes on how they're going to be able to handle that changeup here on the IG side. But somebody you got to talk about when you talk about IG is the Shy coming back in off of the couch. He's returned after taking a couple of splits off here and does indeed look incredibly good so far, at least in my opinion. He's had some pretty solid laning stats throughout. He's #1 in damage per minute for all top laners in the league through one series, through week 1, and came out with some pretty solid laning stats. I think pretty happy with how that ended up going for him as we look in towards some of their clips. IG off to a pretty good start with their veteran roster coming back together, and they're really going to lean on the Shy and Rookie to make a huge difference in Group Nirvana and really give them the edge. And so far, taking down one of the other demotion teams in Weibo, a pretty good start for them.
All I'm saying, man, this is my first ever game of casting the Shy. I was really hoping he would come back just so I could see this guy play. And I hope I'm not disappointed. I think that Sheer versus the Shy is going to be a very interesting matchup in the sense that the Shy has been playing a lot of champions that want to try and break down these walls in the laning phase early, want to be aggressive. The Mbessa, the Olaf, as we're seeing on some of these replays, he's really proficient at a lot of these mechanical champions that demand early game aggression. Whereas I think Sheer has always been very good at stalemating lanes. Things like the Gnar, things like the Scion. When tanks were more flavorful in top lane, I felt like Sheer thrived in that environment as well. So these are two players who have very opposite styles of one another, contrary to what we were saying about the supports. And I'm also interested to see how that interaction fares here in these games.
And that's going to be the big ask from Sheer here, right, is he needs to be able to kind of hold his own in the laning phase. If he is going to be put on that weak side duty, he needs to make sure that there isn't something like the Shy Olaf popping off, sprinting through the rest of the team. You know, this guy didn't walk away with the Player of the Game awards for their wins over Weibo, but his individual contributions were absolutely massive, and the fact that he was able to take those advantages in the top lane, you can see right here the triple kill to round out this game #2, give them that win, set them up for the game #3, where he also had a really strong performance on the Yorick. He has been able to, you know, kind of come right back in, fill that role that you think of when you think of the Shy. He obviously brings a lot of chaos, you know, a lot of perhaps flippiness to the top lane, but when he finds those successes, he can be a massive carry threat. And with both of these veterans returning to the lineup, keeping the diversity going for IG, who have had a ton of different lineups throughout the year, this is the one that they think can take them to Worlds.
And I think it's really telling that IG want the Shy to be one of their carries when, as we saw in the replays there, we had Awesome, who was one of the big bad stars of Split 2, in my opinion. I think a lot of people put respect on his name from the NIP Split then. They're putting my man on, like, Seraphine. They're allowing him to just say, hey, we're going to put you on, like, weak side duty. We're going to play more up toward the top side, which is the total opposite of what happened on NIP, where I think Awesome really was the focus of that team. But the diversity in rosters, I think, is something that can be concerning, but also it's just generally really fun to watch. I think teams that are able to make a lot of these changes and then come out of the gate swinging, have these good performances, that is always something that I look forward to, and I think those stories are kind of on the more rare side. So I'm hoping IG can be one of them, because obviously this roster has a lot of exciting players, has 3 former world champions on it, more than any other team currently in the LPL. So they've got that going for them. And like you said, there's only 6 series to be played in the regular season. If you start out 2-0 here, it's a pretty good indicator of the fact that you can go pretty far.
Absolutely. And you know, you round back, you take this long journey, you end up right back where you started with some of the veteran names, some of those former world champions that you talk about here on this IG lineup to round them out at the end of the day. You saw in that graphic that we were just showing here, it's been a crazy year for IG. Some of these roster changes perhaps driven by management, others maybe not as much, as some of these players taking some time off over the course of the season. 3 different top laners, 3 different mid laners, 3 different bot laners, 2 different supports. I don't think there's a team in the world that's undergone as much, turnover
not
as
even
this
close.
IG lineup over the course of the year. And this is where you kind of just need to lock it all in, and you got to trust that that veterancy is going to make up the difference, because there's not a lot of season left to play. There's only a couple of series to go, 5 more in the books in the regular season, and you'd better end up top 2 in this group, or you're not going to end up getting any more than that. Starting off on the right foot, though, they are 1-0 currently, hoping to make that 2-0 here today with a win over LNG.
And I just gotta say, before we start up the series, Gordo, the fact that we're gonna be casting a jungle matchup between a player named Wei and his opponent is named Wei, you know, I think we should just call this. We should just call this matchup Wei to the power of 3. I think that's like a pretty fair thing, right?
I'd say Wei cubed, but we just had
Wei
WE
cubed.
play.
That is true, but his name is Cube, not Cubed, right? So
Okay.
I think Wei cubed is fine. I don't think he'll get mad at us if we call it that.
I don't know. I could do it a little way less if you're asking me. But anyway, we're going to be getting into Champion Select here before too long. I'm going to do my best on the calls with Wei and Wei, but you know what? Sometimes
we are
sometimes
going
it
to
just
mess
plays out
up.
that
I'm
way.
just telling everybody in chat there will be at least 1 screw up from us. We are allowed 1, I think. Just give us some grace, I beg of you.
Here's the thing about screwing this one up is if I'm just really slow with my pronunciations, I can always give or take away as long as I'm slow enough in my enunciation. So I think I'll be able to figure it out.
Okay, fine. Then I am given one.
You can do the same, brother.
Yeah,
in fact,
I'm
you're
giving
at more liberty to talk slowly.
That is true. Well, I mean, I like talking fast, though. I feel like if I say Wei, it just sounds better. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's really how you would.
You know,
pronounce
word
it.
economy is a thing. I like my voice. So that'll be a fun little tricky word puzzle for us to go through in this best of 3 series, though. But as we are waiting for the draft, Gordo, I think another thing that I really want to talk about in regards to these teams is the mid matchup, actually, a little bit. I think that obviously we had Nia was one of the backups for Rookie, right? And this is now him going up against the organization. There was so much messiness around IG in split number 2, and I think Nia, if he has a good performance here, shows that not only is he capable of matching Rookie, who, regardless of being in Nirvana, people will always think very highly of Rookie. If you're able to take him down, I think you earn a lot of respect for yourself, but also shows that he has stability on LNG, something that was potentially pretty hard to come by on Invictus Gaming from split number 2. So I feel like him showing that he is right at home with the LNG players will do a lot for him in moving past the stain that maybe split 2 left on him.
And you know, there's a lot of mid laners kind of floating around right now. There's been a lot of mid lane turnover over the course of this LPL split, so I think it does mean something that LNG have this vote of confidence in Nya to have him be the one that they want to come in and start for them, right? It's not Renard, it's not somebody like Angel, who also now finds themselves floating around. It's not Saber. They do go with the rookie here in Nya. Whereas IG go with the rookie in Rookie here. So they certainly have been waiting on him to make his return. I don't think it's even necessarily a vote of disrespect towards Nya that he ends up not back on this IG lineup for summer. And in fact, it does seem to be the opposite, that LNG go with him. So excited to see this rookie continue to grow as a player that was just brought in late in the split. He is not going to get first crack at the mid lane pool, though. Cassiopeia locked in. That could also be going towards Awesome in the bottom lane if they do feel it is appropriate. Awesome, I think, has played a little bit of the mages still. In my book, one of those players that I think is more likely to lean into the marksman ends of things. Been a big Unara guy all year long, playing over on NIP. Going to be able to pair with the Bard from Mako no matter what he ends up on in this game number 1.
All right, Mako given a lot of map presence over to the support role and maybe incentivizes Wei to pick something slightly more aggressive to try and match the inevitable proactivity we'll be seeing from Wei, who has this Nefiri, as well as the Nautilus and Galio. So a lot of setup here for this aggressive jungle pick. I was kind of thinking we would see something like a Rise, but I think Nia just really wants to make sure the engage tool of the Nefiri ultimate and the pick tool of the Nautilus dredge line are followed up by that hero's entrance. You have the CC and the oomph to actually lock down some of these members. Could also point to LNG maybe looking to give something over to Sheer that can engage a fight, as not a lot of top lane bans have come through in the first phase, as we are now starting to move past that Sivir, going to be the last lock in here, and that will inevitably go to Awesome, thus locking the Cassiopeia in mid.
Absolutely here. I really, really like this Galio. Very big fan of it on the current meta and what it can bring, especially with some of the new itemization options unlocked for it there. Great combo along with the Nefiri as well. At the point now where you can kind of just nearly blind pick it. Now it's not even blind. They do take the Sivir here for Awesome, which should lock this Cassiopeia in for Rookie to play up against this Galio. Should be a fine matchup for Mr. Galio, as long as he is able to just keep clearing out those waves and avoid getting run down too hard. So you get to the second phase of bans. Bot lane starting to get a little bit pinched here for IG. Jungle going to be the focus for LNG, as they have a big opportunity to take away some Wei favorites. So far, going to be losing access to that Jarvan. A Xin Zhao ban as well would not surprise me.
Interested here what 1xN is actually thinking of going, because we have got so much engage on the side of LNG, so much go button on their team. The Kaisa banned away, which I think would probably be the natural response if you are in 1xN situation. Ezreal 2 removes a safe option for him. So now, like you said, you are a little bit pinched here on what you can actually do. I think maybe your best option now would be something like a Lucian, but IG are drafting some pretty short-range damage dealers. We've already got the Cassiopeia to work with. If this Trundle is locked in, not only does it give a tank that you have to go through while stealing away one of your tanks, but also he's going to be chomping at the bit, quite literally, to meet you face-to-face if you decide to be shorter ranged as a marksman in this game.
Yeah, I mean, LNG have an opportunity to really work around this here. I mean, a last pick top lane is not going to completely change the identity of what appears to be a pretty short-range team comp. You're already, liable to get hit by big Galio Ws. He's going to build that Imperial Mandate. He's going to apply that damage amp onto your entire squad. He himself is going to end up pretty tanky. I think the Rumble's a great addition along with this. He's going to be torching you with the Flame Spitter. He's going to be able to hit multiple members with an Equalizer at basically any time. And now you're going to get kited out by the Zeri as well. I really like how LNG have navigated their draft around what's already been selected by IG, and I can't imagine any pick coming in from the Shy here on R5 that's going to completely change my opinion.
All right, so I believe first pick of the Zeri for 1xN this year, potentially? I don't think I've seen this guy play it, so LNG already getting into the weeds when it comes to trying to deal with this IG comp, and they are going to be giving a carry over to the Shy, the Jace lock-in against the Rumble. So very aggressive matchup here. Obviously, the range advantage does go over to the Jace, so early levels will be winning for him, but once we start seeing those overheats come through from the Rumble, especially on first back, I think he'll actually be able to fight against this Jace. So I think that will be the lane that calls a lot of jungle attention and also a lot of support attention, Gordo. We've got the Bard versus the Nautilus, two champions that are capable of roaming around the map, having global pressure, and being able to make their influence known on the solo lane. So I wouldn't expect anything less from Mako and Missing. Top side of the map really is going to be the area that I think both of these teams are playing around, and very similar comp stylistically, but for the Shy, this is his element. This is his comfort zone, and I think it's very important that you got the guy who is so famous around the LPL block, his champions to perform on, because if he can do well, IG go to a 2-0 series record, and they are sitting and eating good here in Nirvana.
Yeah, this is about the best you can imagine coming through from the top lane to try to respond to the weaknesses we covered earlier in this draft, right? The Jace, poke-centric, does have that all-in power. At the very least, you know, he's going to be the one operating at the longest range if you get into these kind of standoffish scenarios, and can put the pressure on LNG to need to pull the trigger on that Nefiri Galio combo.
全军出击！
Boy, you could really hear the love for IG
Oh, yeah.
in the crowd there.
Doesn't
There's
matter if you're in Nirvana. Doesn't
No.
matter if you've had a really up and down 2026. What matters is Awesome getting caught and having to flash
Ooh.
immediately.
Not a good start. Not a good start for Awesome, who is now going to be both up against a little bit of a proactive lane here in the Zeri, and now going to have to deal without the flash into the Nautilus. That's definitely going to be a big risk for him against this potential Nefiri gank earlier on as well. I wonder if Weiwei tries to adjust his pathing a little bit in a note of that missing flash from Awesome. Great start for 1xN and missing in the bottom lane.
It is, and we can see that Weiwei is actually opting to go for the usual Nefiri pathing, just 3-camp into what is likely to be a reset. I think if anyone was going to be navigating, or switching up rather, their pathing, probably would have been him if they could get some more damage onto the Sivir after that initial level 1 play. A dive might have been possible, but he is just going to take his back, and it looks like both of these junglers are going to be meeting on the top crab, Gordo, but the big thing is Nefiri getting that longsword will have an item advantage, though I'm not really sure how much that means. Trundle really doesn't care about any of that early on, especially when he's got lethal tempo. This champion is quite difficult to beat no matter what in the early stages.
Definitely. Looking like an early recall being thought of for 1xN. Mako goes up and interrupts it, but he is going to have to pay the piper for that roam. He's going to have to blow the flash. Roam, not even the right word there. He's just stepping up into enemy territory. He says, listen, we may have lost flash at level 1, and I'll even sacrifice a second flash, but you are not getting back to back up that first longsword, buddy.
Pretty rough start here for the IG bot lane, but will not deter Mako from already going for a roam. I think he understands that both junglers want the top crab, and he can be the difference maker in that regard. Weiwei had to use his second smite, so won't have that for the crab, but neither will Wei, although he is the first to this banana brush and has that bard in his back pocket as well. So I think Weiwei is unfortunately going to have to give this top crab.
Yep, does seem to be the most likely case. Weiwei going to move from the bottom side. Flash forward, staggering blow from missing. Awesome, caught up too far up.
The
no
shield!
Battle, no flash, no chance to escape. And 1xN will claim first blood. The 2v2 for LNG coming alive early.
That just kind of felt like a mistake from Awesome. He didn't have flash, he didn't have his support. He steps up to the wave, and even though you get some damage onto missing, even though you get close to killing him, even if that goes 1-for-1, I would still favor it for 1xN because he has so much more burst damage going into the late game, in my opinion, as this pick. So, a little bit of an oopsie from the IG ADC, and it will get 1xN off to a very good start on this Zeri.
That's 2 oopsies in 4 minutes, brother. We're really going to need to see Awesome lock in here a little bit if IG want to have a shot at coming away with this one. Already a little concerned with how some of the range interactions are going to go, and now your Sivir is significantly behind. The enemy Zeri is ahead. That's going to be a huge tool for them to try to play when IG kind of lack that targeted lockdown that you really associate with any comp looking to deal with a Zeri.
And it's not just the targeted lockdown that's the problem for IG, it's their lack of ability to get through this front line, right? Once Nya gets some items under his belt, once Missing completes his support quest, you're going to be in some difficulty.
Oh, no.
Ooh, hang on.
All right. He has the spell shield. I wasn't 100% sure if he had used it or not. Could have blocked an Ultra Shock Laser earlier on or something. Does have it. Does walk this one out without too much trouble. So now they are back at full strength in this bottom lane. Going to have that flash back up before too long as well. 1xN gets his Ghost back too, so going to be a little bit of a gap in those cooldowns. Wei paying a visit up towards the top side of the map. Not much to see though. Shy did throw down that ward in the ping brush, going to be able to see the approach of that Nefiri. So they're just going to get back into their old clearing ways for now, and IG will at least be able to have their push online with a couple of levels in the pocket of this Sivir.
A little bit surprised at the lack of camera action toward this top side, and frankly the lack of just straight up action period from this top side. We really felt like this was going to be a matchup to look out for, not only because it's two very aggressive top lane picks against one another, but also just because of the nature of these two players, as Dredgeline does land.
Spell Shield was blown earlier on by a previous Dredgeline, so Awesome gonna have to get out of there. Did not have to expend the flash this time. Heal out of Mako, but Magical Journey does do its job to be able to navigate him out of danger. Sheer was coming on down, but I don't think there's much of a play to be manifested here. Still, Awesome being on the back foot, being low on HP, could be the signal for LNG to start off this dragon, but instead, Wei just wants to keep his clear going, wants to keep himself up and farm.
I was thinking Sheer might be able to drop an equalizer to maybe force a flash out of Wei or Rookie, but he didn't have the equalizers, so there really was nothing for the Rumble to offer in regards to follow up on a play over there. And yeah, just both teams, ships passing in the night, and nothing too crazy happening so far. Dragon, though, hasn't really been focused down by either squad, despite the fact that both junglers are now digging toward that level 6 mark. I say that, and immediately Wei jumps over the wall to start the dragon. So a happy caster curse, I think, Gordo.
Yeah, 1xN just steps up, drops the lightning crash, and says, thank you very much, let's keep this fight going. Continuing to keep Awesome low on HP, gets his Ghost out, opens up space for Wei to finish up this dragon, no problem, as the supports do begin their roaming activities, and LNG still feeling good to be able to play around this bottom lane, flex the advantage that they've been building starting at minute 1, and things are not getting any better for Awesome unless Wei can find a way to interrupt this pattern.
And you saw 1xN, he just crashed that wave ahead of the grub spawning, so if they want to, they can move the Zeri over toward the objective on the top side and get a big numbers advantage for themselves. Won't be a numbers advantage because we also see Awesome is doing the exact same thing, so it seems like everybody from both teams is going to be a part of whatever will be happening around these grubs in due time. But, like you said, 1xN is the big man on campus right now. He is significantly ahead of Awesome and will be invaluable when it comes to any fights that could happen on the grubs.
Yeah, it does still have that lightning crash on cooldown a little bit as IG do start off the grubs. Yeah, going to have to lead the charge here with that big taunt, missing getting in to look for a dredge line as well. Flashes forward, trades it with the Shy, who dodges out on the dredge line, but positioning now belongs to LNG. They've successfully pushed out the Invictus Gaming representatives and will be able to go 1-for-1. Now Equalizer thrown down behind the Shy, making sure that this guy has nowhere to go. Sheer shows up, torches him, and a kill will go LNG's way as well as the majority of the grubs.
Bit of a questionable walk up to the wave, knowing that all of LNG were on those grubs, but, you know, he got the wave, so it's not the worst thing in the world. Also does have teleport, so we'll be able to get back to the lane, but it just kind of felt like IG, going back to the positioning around those grubs, was inferior on their end. They were completely split from one another. Rookie and Mako were on the opposite side of that river compared to the rest of their team, so LNG, even though they don't get all 3 grubs, they get 2, and I think this is really important for helping to continue accelerating the Zeri, who is still very much so in the driver's seat when it comes to what LNG want to play around.
Absolutely. Wei finds missing in the river, calling over Rookie, but Wei will be in position. Wow, they're going to go all in on this fight, though. Calling in the heroic entrance, double stun, found by Rookie's petrifying gaze, and Ya has no chance of escape. Awesome going to be able to pick up a kill thanks to that move, and will help put him right back in the game. So IG happy with that pick that was started by Wei.
Not only is it the petrifying gaze from Rookie, but also a really good stun there from Mako for the follow-up CC chain to allow the rest of that damage to land. And Awesome getting that kill does close the gold gap between the ADCs just a little bit. 1XN is still in control of it, but it is significantly less threatening now.
Certainly is, and should give a little bit of space to play through. Rookie, though, getting that extra gold on him. He has been having a terrific lane phase up against Galio, as expected, with that range advantage and that consistent DPS. Going to have himself a couple waves worth of a CS lead already, and going to be able to match the gold difference that 1XN has built up thanks to that last play.
All right, the Shy. We had a little bit of an oopsie. Gave Sheer a kill. Now, we got to turn it around. You can see Wei is pathing toward the top side of the map, but there's a dragon up in about 90 seconds, so I'm interested on what this Trundle is going to be doing over the course of the next minute or so, especially once he finishes up these Krugs on the top side. I think there is a world where ganking top is actually a viable strategy, because you know that LNG are probably setting up for this Drake on the bot side, so if you can make a cross map, that will give you, at the very least, something to play around with. But we'll have to see. He is actually going to take the reset, so it looks like IG want to fight for this objective on the bot lane, but they don't really have a ton of pressure there, Gordo. That is my big concern right now.
No, and, you know, LNG with this Nautilus, they're just such a big engage threat at all times, especially with the addition of Nya on that heroic entrance. It's tough for IG to step up unless they have a tanky member, and the only one really fitting that bill is going to be Wei, who is just arriving towards this bottom side now, going to be able to clear out his blue buff prior to the dragon spawn. We'll see if IG are going to try to wrest control here. Mako just making his way between bot and mid, wants to be able to get a little bit of vision, hold a little bit of control in his own right.
Yep. And this is kind of the difficulty for LNG here. They want to contest for this dragon, but Rookie just kind of has a stranglehold on priority as far as the mid lane is concerned. It's making it very difficult for Nya to actually move. He will have that ultimate, so we'll be able to move regardless, but he's at half HP now with no teleport. So I think that Galio needing to reset, because the risk of ulting into this fight really just is dangerous for him. IG now have control of the river, and they're looking to use it maybe for a pick onto Missing before starting the dragon.
Yeah, you got to believe LNG just did not really have plans to contest here, because they recalled 1XN right as it spawned. He had the Hex Optics gold.
Right.
And they decided they wanted that item more than they wanted to have positioning over the dragon. But IG weren't exactly quick on the trigger pull either. Mako recalled right before that. So now both parties are here, both having spent, both ready to tussle. In comes the dredge line. Missing going to land a double knockup, but the follow-up's not quite there. Dive on in from Weiwei. Nya gets in there with the heroic entrance, and Awesome is the first one to bite it. Weiwei staying alive, double daggers, regenerating it back up. Tempered Fate onto 3, stalls the fight for a second, but ready to pop off as soon as it's over. 1XN gonna be able to clean up the rest of the fight. LNG take it 3 for 1.
Dare I say that? Tempered Fate from Mako did more harm than good for IG. It allowed for most of the LNG members to regain their cooldowns once they got out of being golden, and they still ended up winning the fight. They do lose their jungler, so no dragon will be taken, but a pretty sloppy fight from IG regardless. Hero's entrance comes in. Awesome barely gets clipped by the knockup, is forced into the blue pit, where he does go down. Weiwei, I think at this point, probably was going to die. But then they give the healing over. Missing is actually able to join up into the fight because the Temper Fate stalled out a little bit more. Maybe the result is the same, but I certainly feel like Mako's ultimate did not help in the long run.
No, definitely not. And now 1XN further and further ahead, gets a couple of assists and a kill in the tank. He'll now be ready and rearing to fight once again as soon as the opportunity arrives.
Oh boy.
2K in the lead, a dive manifesting up top for the Shy.
Mako's roaming.
Access to this dragon number 2. Mako coming on over. TP being channeled. Sheer gonna make this a 4-man play. Shows on up, tanks 1 turret shot. Missing, now ready to lead the charge. In goes Weiwei actually with the Hound's Pursuit. Flash away from the
What?
Shy. Just trying to buy time, I suppose. Trying to turn it back on Weiwei.
Okay.
And he will do so. 1-for-1 exchange, the Shy.
All right, he gets the 1-for-1. I was about to really flame that flash, but If he is able to get a kill, like, I am perfectly okay with it. And also IG getting the turret on the bot side as well. So, okay, the Shy is playing 4D chess, and I'm over here playing checkers. I'm sorry.
I can't believe he did that, but the Shy comes back in off the couch in split number 3, and it's like he never left. Immediately getting in here in a 1 versus 4. Recognizes that he can go in onto this Nefiri, gets the empowered shock blast right at melee range, and has just enough damage to pick it up.
You can see even the coaches are a little bit surprised in the camp. That is absolutely glorious. As on the map now, as we go back to live, IG on the top side are maybe setting up for the Herald that is now spawned. Wei, because he got some of that plate gold, is very strong.
Oh, 1xN though, popping lightning crash, wants to just run down this Trundle, forces out the subjugate for the healing to give him that little bit of a health bar that he needed to be able to walk away, but completely forced off this Rift Herald play. This should be a free pickup for LNG.
IG have no way of really contesting this. They don't have prio, and they don't have control over the river either. And worst of all, they've got really no jungler, Gordo. So, Herald's gonna go over to LNG, as teleport is actually being dropped by Nya here, but what are we fighting for? There's no objective.
Gotta believe he was just worried that IG were gonna start a fight. They don't. Saw in the picture there, Nya did get forced to flash by Rookie in the one-on-one down to the bottom side. So he is now out both summoner spells, but the Rift Herald will successfully be secured for LNG.
I think this is really important because we see IG, not only did they get the turret in bot lane off that cross-map trade, but also topside tier 1 is 1 plate away from falling. So I think IG have the potential to really open up the map here, extend that vision line ahead of these dragons that are 1 apiece at the moment. And LNG, if they didn't have that Herald, they would really have nothing to respond. So I think this gives them some much needed opportunity for control around the map, as Missing is maybe out of his element.
Yeah, 1xN going to pop the lightning crash, jumps back over the wall. They get the chain CC on the way, and they blow him up. There's a kill going Weiwei's way. They do get themselves siege.
Weiwei's way? No way.
No, yes way. Wei gets the kill, takes down, or Wei gets killed, gets taken down by Weiwei. And they will get the crash into mid lane as well, so they pick themselves up all but 1 plate there. LNG up to a 1,000 gold advantage and just continuing to build up more and more of a lead for 1xN.
Not really sure if I like that. Herald doesn't take down the tower, and you've also got a dragon in about 90 seconds. I have to feel that if you maybe just waited, you could gain some control over the river if you popped that one when the objective was a little bit more in the immediate timer of a play you wanted to make. Because now, yeah, IG are just gonna hit that turret 1 time. The Shy gets some of that gold. 1xN actually might be able to take this down, but at this point, Awesome is 2 items. So the wave clear from the Civ are going to make it very difficult for you to siege against her.
100%. Got to be able to just start those fights, and luckily for LNG, they do have some pretty reliable go buttons in the tank. We are 45 seconds out of Dragon number 3. IG did manage to secure that last one, thanks to some heroics from the Shy in the top lane. Make sure that he didn't get cross-mapped too hard. Now an opportunity to take the lead in the Dragon game from both teams. IG going to try to get to the river, but Rookie gets jumped on. Still good turnaround from the rest of the squad. They've got enough CC to push back Weiwei and Missing. Missing actually gonna be the first one to fall. There's a stun coming through onto Weiwei. Wei waiting for him on the opposite side. Yes, Wei, as Wei takes down Weiwei. Sheer going to fall on the opposite side. Awesome gonna claim that credit. And IG coming alive in a big way, take 4 members for 0 around Dragon number 3 and turrets to boot.
You know when you say a word over and over and over again and it just doesn't sound like English anymore? Yeah, I feel like that is what we're experiencing here in this game, but this was a massive team fight for Invictus Gaming. I want to see how the Shy actually managed to find 1xN. How does this happen? So, Shock Blast gets the vision from the Shock Blast, goes over, and then slams the hammer into his face. Really well done there by the Shy. And on the other side, I mean, Wei flashing for the kill. Frankly, this just kind of felt like an underbaked attempt from LNG to try and get the drop-off on IG, because it really only was Wei and missing in that bush to initially drop the damage onto Rookie. The rest of LNG weren't with them. So when that fails, they're split up. IG can pick them apart one by one, and that's exactly what happens. They get the second dragon, and they are firmly in control of this game.
100%, and this is what we needed from IG, the heroics from these solo laners showing up once again. Obviously, the Shy going to be the highlight of that fight, finding 1xN, but Rookie also able to navigate his way out of an engage onto him as he attempts to enter the river, still show up, pump out damage, and put himself in a position to have influence on the fight. Well done for IG as they find themselves at a 2K lead, 2 dragons to 1. And this is the win condition we talked about. You needed the chase ahead, you needed the Cassiopeia to be strong. That's where they're at.
It is indeed, and I think that Rookie, like, this is a very important split for him to get his bounce back, because a lot of people are questioning the level that he's at ever since he kind of took a break in split number 2. Now he's against the player that didn't necessarily replace him, but you know, stepped into his shoes in the interim of his break. So I think it's a really good test for both of these mid laners, and it's really cool to see Rookie step up, show up when it matters most, and really be impactful in these team fights on the Cassiopeia. And now IG are just bulldozing forward. If they can get one tiny pick onto LNG, I feel like they can just immediately turn it onto the Baron. You've got Sivir, Jace, Trundle, and Cassiopeia, all champions with consistent amounts of DPS that will easily melt this objective.
You know, just trying to plant their flag up around this top side of this map, making it difficult for LNG to enter. Just saw a little bit of a chase down attempt play out before your eyes, and it's going to be the first of many as they are looking to just hold control around this Baron, keep the waves shoving in around mid and top, open up space for the Shy to play a one-on-one on the bottom side.
It's exactly what the Shy likes to do. They're letting the guy be in his element. So yeah, 1v1s are where it's at with this player. So IG continuing to have control, yeah, of this top side. They've got so much damage, honestly, they can rip it. If they play for turn, that's good too, because they're so strong. I really like this call from IG, actually. They're just going to get off of it, maybe look for Wei.
I mean, they could do this all day long, right? They've got a really favorable matchup in bottom lane with the Shy landing up against Nya. Awesome is just clearing waves in mid. He's under no pressure. They do a really fast Baron, so LNG have to constantly be on their toes checking around here. They can't afford to commit 2 members bot. It's really a tough position to be in if you're LNG.
And how do you even necessarily get into this pit as LNG? Remember what we said. They've got tankiness, but besides Wei and 1xN, they don't really have the damage. And IG are chock full of DPS on their comp. So I feel like 1xN and Wei really have to walk on a tightrope in order to be pumping out the numbers in any sort of team fight, especially one that's in an enclosed space like this, where it's much easier for IG to get on top of you, and there's less distance that you have to work with and less distance that IG have to cover.
Well, so they get resets here. Wei picks up another item. Mako resets his wards, and they're going to pick up right where they left off. This time the Shy actually going to hang around mid, get a nice shock blast through, but I predict before too long, as Wei clears out this bottom quadrant, they're just going to cycle right back over. There is another dragon here in about 45 seconds, so they may look to prioritize that first and foremost, but IG settling into a really comfortable pattern here. Oh, hook comes in from missing, finds Rookie, petrifying gaze, stalls things out, Tempered Fate stalls it out even more. Cosmic Binding
got him,
and 1xN will be able to find that kill. Rookie caught out right before the dragon spawns, and LNG want more.
They got the Shy!
Forward, sacrifices his life, and the Shy going to be able to take him down. Now coming in on the flank, Wei trying to beat down on the side lane. 1xN kiting out to the side. Awesome flashes to the side. Will be able to take him out. Cosmic Binding connects again. Quadra kill to Awesome when all is said and done, but it is not going to change a thing. IG going to be able to pick up this dragon. Well fought by them.
IG with the ace, find the play when it matters most. And LNG looking for just any opportunity to start up a fight. They finally think they found it. They finally think they found the moment to come back in this game. The pick on the rookie is really nice, and it's very difficult for the rest of IG to actually retaliate in that play because of the equalizer zoning them off. But then I think that Missing maybe oversteps his bounds here. He gets the hook, and Weiwei is there to follow up, but the Shy still has flash. Awesome is still able to dance around the fight. You're all grouped together as well, which means that the bouncing boomerang is just peppering you with every single auto attack, and it just gets to be a little too much at a certain point. So quadra kill to Awesome, does die to the bleed. IG just maneuvering that fight better, and I think LNG not able to find a lot of their key priority targets after Rookie goes down.
Yeah, I mean, they get Rookie, they force back to Shy, but there's a third carry on this team. Awesome doing his job, and Rookie finds a Miasma Petrifying Gaze on Weiwei. Does have Mako holding him still as well, and they get that nice little pick. That's Jungler, that's Baron.
If you're not a jungler, you would never understand. Gromp is one of our best friends in life, and we always need him. Sacrificing your life is a worldly trait, as now Baron is, gonna go into the hands of IG. LNG have no jungler, and IG are just gonna try and run them down now.
Yeah, I mean, they stepped up to the Baron, but they had no chance of contest, and now they're in a fight that they cannot win. 1XN trying to stand and fight, will be locked down, will be taken out. Another double kill to Awesome, and IG running away with it now. Baron in tow, multiple members dead. They're going to be able to destroy this base.
Oh yeah, they've got Trundle with Grubs, baby. This is exactly what it's all about. IG barreling down in the mid lane. 7.5k gold ahead. I think Inhibitor is probably going to be the extent of their aggression before they take a reset. It'll be the extent of their aggression for 4 out of 5 members, it seems, as Rookie is actually going to get some plates on the bot side, as well as some CS. Just a little cherry on top for the man himself. And this game looking to be the finishing touches to be put on it, to put it bluntly, Gordo.
Yeah, I mean, it's an 8k gold lead now, Quacks. This game is basically done and dusted. IG have such a tremendous advantage across the board here. They're one dragon away from the Soul. They are dominating LNG in these team fights, and yeah, that last decision to come up and poke your head a little bit too far in on the dragon, it's going to cost them.
And IG, I think, doing well here. A lot of people want to see this team succeed. A lot of people were excited when the Shy was announced to be coming back to the squad, not just because of the play that it would entail. You would have some fun times. We've gotten both the good and the bad version of the Shy here in just game number 1. So we're already in for a series, I can tell you that. But also, because there is so many fun players that bring back memories and nostalgia of the LPL, it's like that one meme with the iRobot where they're like, y'all got any, basically, y'all got any good players? Yes. And we got nostalgia. That seems to be IG right now, as they're playing well. They've got the best play. They've got some likable players, and they're going to be looking to go one final fight to end the game, Gordo.
Wow, full sending it out of the Shy, but they just cannot touch this man. Wei gets in the way, and Weiwei going to fall for it as they continue to move forward. IG just taking on each member in turn. Wei ends up flashing forward to claim the kill, and there's going to be a double kill to him, a double kill to Awesome, an ace to IG for just Rookie's life. He ended up getting picked off on the side somewhere, but I think they're perfectly happy with that trade. IG gonna close this game out in sub 30 minutes. Would never have guessed it from the start, but they win fight after fight.
That was a really fun game to watch, and I also got to give credit over to Awesome. I know that we have been highlighting the top side. We have been talking about the Shy, we've been talking about Rookie, we've been talking about Wei, but the quadra kill for the Sivir in a game where we felt like the pressure was on him to be the one holding down the fort against the Zeri pick, he did that and more. So a lot of credit, I think, has to be given to him for how he played the game. It was a more underappreciated role, but certainly doesn't look that way from the stat line or the KDA, in my opinion.
No, yeah, I mean, really, really great game here. We talked about how the Shy was going to need to be able to, flex that range advantage, flex a lane lead on the Jace to be able to make the difference and offset some of what we felt were compositional deficiencies from IG. And from that third Dragon fight, he does exactly that. Makes a huge pick onto 1xN single-handedly, takes him out of the equation, lets IG win the fight, start getting their members ahead, start making it so that those differences in composition don't actually make as much of a difference. And by the time we're in that last fight, the Shy's got the biggest individual gold lead. He's like 4,000 gold up individually. They try to full send it on him, and it's just too little and too late.
It is, and I think the Shy, with a mixed bag game number one. On one hand, enemy team takes scrubs and we're overextending for a wave. On the other hand, flashing forward in a play where you're almost certainly dead, but then getting a trade in a 1v4, you take the good with the bad, I think, Gordo.
Yeah, you'll take that anytime. I think I have far less frustrations with the Shy than I do with Awesome in this game number one. Really had a very good chance to have fumbled the bag with that early laning phase up against 1xN and missing. Gave a huge lead over to the Zeri. Really was fully in 1xN's hands to run away with. Feels like a story that we've told many times this year on a player that is one of the favorite sleeper candidates around the league for players in Nirvana who we think could potentially make a big jump up. But, I mean, getting sectioned off by the Shy, though, around that Dragon fight, I'm sure that'll be in the highlights list. Costly mistake for the LNG AD carry that, is one of the many things that snowballs to this game being completely out of control.
We've made the meme, countless times about 1xN being the resident potential man of the LPL simply because of the results on the most recent splits, right? I mean, I think it would be an understatement to say LNG have had a disappointing 2026 where both times they were poised to probably make that jump up to Ascend, and 1xN was meant to be a prime reason, a prime candidate for why that would be the case, and every single time it just has not worked out. And so now that you've got the roster swaps, you've got a slightly different environment with you, I think it's not only about can he still show that level to bring LNG to the next steps, but also can he acclimate with the rest of his team? Can he be there to still have the same level despite the fact that pieces around the board are changing?
Yeah, and there was the clip again there. Such a smart call from the Shy.
Brutal.
As the fight is breaking out, chills in the mid lane brush, knows like, hey, Zeri's not here. We know where he's coming from. And, makes his mark, makes his play to be able to win that one for IG. And then by the time fights like this break out, the lead is so significant. Rookie falling down nice and early, but Awesome, strong enough on the Sivir, reset back into the game by some of those earlier fight wins, is able to just have a tremendous Sivir team fight here. I mean, you can't have all these melees together and have Sivir be untouched. It is a recipe for disaster. And disaster exactly what strikes here.
It is, and it just feels like LNG and a lot of these later game fights are just desperate. They're just trying to go on to the first person they see, and in some small cases, I think it worked. That pick onto Rookie that we just saw is a prime example of it being successful, but then they try to transition it into more, right? It's kind of like in a video game where you take on one boss, and you're like, I got this, I can move on to the next one. And then he's like 30 levels above you, is like extremely scary, is like 50 feet tall, and then you realize very quickly you were not built for this. I think that LNG really weren't able to just take the small wins in game number one as just small wins. They flew a little too close to the sun, to put it bluntly, Gordo. And I think going into game number two, LNG had the right idea compositionally, but I think they were just way too overeager with some of their moves. So reining it in a little bit against IG is something that I maybe look at, and also just trying to maybe play around some of these more volatile lanes. I think this goes for both teams. The lack of attention toward the top side, or the top lane, I guess specifically, was something that I found really surprising, given that it was a Rumble versus a Jace matchup.
Well, LNG tried the 4-man, and they traded 1-for-1.
That
and
is
from
true.
There, it was a little cooked, I suppose.
But
just
at that point,
deciding-
it was too late. He had already become too
yeah.
powerful.
100%.
just
Yeah,
too
he got
good.
like 4 or 5 solo plates there. Definitely had himself quite a game, and everybody recognizes it. He walks away with player of the game for game number 1. Well done, folks, over on the voting booth. Let's see if it was as much of a sweep as I think it should have been. I think this is a clear the Shy vote.
I agree. I think the Shy, very deserving of the MVP vote. Still think that Awesome, to some capacity, deserves it, despite the really, really crummy early game. But we like a good redemption story.
We do, but you don't get extra credit for climbing out of the hole that you dug. At least not in my book. They're giving this is nearly the Shy sweep. We get one vote on your camp from the refs, and there's a Mako vote in there too. I don't know what that's doing there, but
Hey, put
to
some
each their
respect
own.
on his name. Mako did well.
He did fine. I don't know. Some of those tempered fates were a little.
Some of those tempered
little
fates were very
questionable.
sus. Yes.
And they lost lane really hard. And he blue flash for no reason. There's a lot. I don't know. I don't know if we're vibing on the same wavelength there. But apart from that one, the Shy walking away with it in pretty dominant fashion. Well done by him. And well done by IG to find themselves the 1-0 lead in the series. Do have ourselves at least one more game to go, though. We are going to throw it to a quick break before we head on out. Do want to shout out the coffee. Our best opportunity, best way to give back to LPL English. All your donations do go towards supporting the broadcast, supporting the creators, supporting the talent. It does give you access to special perks like early access to the LPL English podcast and the ability to ask questions for our on-site interviews. Worlds is in NA this year. You know we're going to have plenty of cracks at those on-site interviews there. You're not going to want to miss it. You're not going to want to miss game number 2. We'll see you all after a short break. Be right back. Welcome back, everybody, to tonight's broadcast of the LPL here on LPL English, where IG find themselves in the lead in the series after game number 1. The Shy off the couch, back to his old heroics, picking up his first player of the game of the year, and Rookie not too far behind him, having a solid performance as well.
Good look from the solo laners overall. Good look from IG overall, I feel. They didn't have too many great things happen to them in the early game. I think that LNG really did have control of game number 1 in like the first 10 minutes of the match. But once those skirmishes started to hit that involved more than 2 people, I think once Wei started to get involved with a lot of the fights as well, it really started to turn on its head. And I also think that the big thing that really turned the game around, in my mind, was the 1v4 dive onto the Shy, makes it a 1-for-1, and then on top of the kill going even, IG get a turret in the bot lane, they get control of the bot side river ahead of a dragon, everything kind of went their way after that point, and so I feel like it's partially IG having good map play, but also LNG making some silly mistakes. I feel like they had to have read that even if they get the kill onto the Shy, the odds are they probably don't get the turret, they still lose a tower, and they still are late to the dragon. So I want to see a little bit better macro play from LNG going into game number 2, because I kind of felt like that was lacking past the first 10 minutes of game 1.
Yeah, and it really felt like LNG hit all of their draft victory conditions that we would have hoped for them in that game number 1. It still wasn't enough. Looks like there's something going on the stage right now, so we might have a couple extra minutes for me to continue this spiel. We really liked the composition coming in. Felt like the Zeri was an excellent pick to round on out the draft. There weren't really ways to lock her down. Puts the ball into 1xN's hands. They brought in Missing. We suggested that it might be for some 2v2 advantages. Yes, he didn't end up on an Enchanter, but they still did very well in the 2 versus 2. They got the first blood in the 2 versus 2. They blew both flashes early on in the 2 versus 2. 1xN's up to a 1,000 gold lead up against the composition that can't lock him down. It was all coming up for LNG. You couldn't have asked for a better start from draft through maybe about 10 minutes, and they still aren't able to come away with the result they would have hoped for. It's a rough look. It definitely it feels hard coming into game number 2 after having just watched that go down.
It does, and I think to add insult to injury, like we've, had to reiterate over the course of this series, Gordo, you only get 6 games. So IG, we've been complimenting a lot about them being able to go up 2-0 in a series where now you're basically, or in a season where you're basically now through 1/3 of your games. But then I think the reciprocal is also true for LNG, where you're down 0-2, where there's now 1/3 of the games to be played officially being history. So they've really got to shape up past this point if they are the ones that go down in this point too. So now, as we do get on to the draft phase, some marksmen being taken off the board. We see the Vayne by IG not going to be available for LNG if they want to try and go for it. That signals to me, Gordo, that we might be looking for another range top to give into the Shy's hands.
Very well could be. Varus going to get banned away by LNG. They're definitely not interested in seeing that one come through in the top lane. We've seen that one wreaking havoc quite a few times recently. Last ban here coming through from LNG. They are going to take away the Lucian from Awesome. Huge pick from him in the last split with NIP. Was a big contributor in many of their wins. First pick now. IG looking at that Orianna for Rookie, a classic for him. And he will snap it up. Nocturne or no.
So no Nefiri to be paired up with it. Jarvan, though, still a potential option if you want an apt ball boy, and I think LNG recognized that. We'll maybe try and snag that one away. I think maybe the best pairing you can go with now is also the Rise. It's decent into the Orianna, and then also gives you that scaling aspect that I think pairs nicely to just round out the rest of the map. With the Realm Warp 2, it just gets you into a lot of places at once to make some of the side lane plays that you might try to go for before IG inevitably group on up with this Ori.
All right, Nya wants to throw hands, takes the Akali. Classic counter matchup here for the Orianna. Post level 6 will have that kill pressure.
These are your
There's a lot
champs,
of ability
Gordo.
to outplay. They are my champs. Has a lot of opportunity for outplay on the Shockwave. They also take away the Jarvan as another potential Orianna counter, really trying to minimize how many of those are going to be available. Looking at an Ezreal for Awesome here. Sticking to those traditional 80 carries on the day, our IG.
And now Slayer gets his champion picked up. All right, come on. Who's locking in the Kazakhs? I believe in you, Wei.
Good day for us here on the first 2/3 of the broadcast. And they're going to have a hell of a strong duo in the bottom lane this time around.
Yeah.
Not going to be a lot of options for 1xN and Missing to abuse this duo, as Ezreal and Karma looking to be locked in by IG. A very solid, flexible first round of the draft for them.
I think this is going to be a pretty rough game for Wei unless he's able to get a lot of early impact. There's so many different ways that Wei can... that Wei can get himself out of the Cataclysm, and then also Awesome, too. I mean, just being able to Arcane Shift out of the Cataclysm on top of all of that. This is going to be tough for LNG so far. I think they need a little bit more firepower to be joined up alongside the Sakali, and that certainly fits the bill, Gordo. Ambessa going to round out LNG's top side here, given over to Sheer. And with Rumble Fearless away, that does mean some of the difficult matchups for her are taken off the board. Renekton, though, is one that comes to mind that is still available. So I think LNG are probably going to try and deny that, from the Shy.
Yeah, they have 2 bans to defend the Ambessa now, and they are going to likely use them both. But now IG get to take away some bot lane opportunities. They're going to take away the Ziggs, maybe looking towards another Enchanter bot laner, another Mage bot laner. If they want to take away something like the Syndra, just to continue to keep their options open. Plenty of junglers left on the table for IG as well. LNG could choose to pinch them if they aren't concerned about any top laners not named Renekton. I think they could also just try to eliminate some other options here. Maybe take the Olaf, take the Yorick. Could have been a choice as well. It will be the Olaf this time.
So Olaf going to be the last ban from LNG here. Trying to think about what this might mean for the greater part of the map, or what LNG really want to do for this bot side. I think there might be an angle where you go something like a Rel to try and get that extra lockdown, just because this Ezreal is so darn slippery. But that also would open up the can of worms of you getting kited a lot in the laning phase as well, if Awesome is able to space out a lot of these 2v2s properly, especially when there is the Karma to be able to provide you those shields. Though Rel does have the shield break ability, so there is also that little niche interaction that you have to consider if that is the option for Missing. But for now, seems like they're going to go for their 80 carry pick here, Gordo, and no mages to be spotted. I like the Kai'Sa a lot. You've got a full engage comp, and I think it's good to be able to use to follow up for some of these mobile members of IG, but they pivot last second and lock the Yunara.
All right. I wonder if this is going to be like a Yunara Lulu angle or something.
Yeah.
To try to round things out. Still try to brawl out in the 2 versus 2. Still try to seize opportunities to pop off there. We saw a lot of good 1xN Yunara games earlier in this season while that pick was still top of the heap. And it is still his most played of the split, or of the year so far. So they are going to try to get that one. The Vi going to be the lockdown, just trying to make sure that they can take out this major threat if it does start to become a problem. And yeah, Gnar would be the obvious choice for the Shy, unless he's cooking up some kind of a cute little counter pick to the Ambessa. I see no reason to not just snap up that prehistoric Yordle here and have it the ability to take that fight. Even has a nice little combo there with the enemy Jarvan. Can always Gnar people into Cataclysms and stuff. It's a great pick here.
Gives you a lot of peel as well if you're Awesome. So I think this is a game where IG are putting a lot of faith in their 80 carry, and also to a certain extent Rookie on top of that to dish out the damage with how much space and how much engage the rest of the Invictus Gaming comp are going to be providing for them. No surprise here to see the Lulu snagged up with the Yunara to round out both of these drafts. So seems like both of these teams are putting a lot of faith in their respective marksmen. We already kind of talked about how IG are setting up around this Ezreal pick, setting up around Awesome to dance around these team fights, and I think the same is also true for LNG, though I would extend some of that courtesy of the carry potential over to Nia as well. Obviously, whenever you go the Akali, this is, like you said, good into the Orianna to dodge out on her combo, but also, this is one of the best tools that you have for being able to get into that back line and actually really threaten this Ezreal. So there are plenty of tools from LNG to be able to do so, and I think it's just a question of, can IG do a good job at protecting him? Can he position well on top of that? In order to pump out maximum value in these late game team fights, because as we saw in the early game of game number 1, Gordo, that was something that Awesome struggled with a little bit and is going to have to fix up here if he wants to have impact in game 2.
Yeah, I think, you know, being the one who identifies an opportunity to pull the trigger first, going to be huge in this game for both sides, right? If this fight starts off with Wei throwing himself in onto the Yunara, getting her blown up, I can definitely see a world where LNG are just kind of out of gas and can't keep the fight going, even if they're able to access on the back line. And conversely, if you pull the trigger first on LNG's side, dive into the back line with the public execution, with the Jarvan combo, with the Akali, even if cease and desist comes through on the 1xN, there's not going to be any follow-up there for it.
Yup, and now IG staring down at potentially starting this Season 2 and 0. LNG threatened 0 and 2. We'll have to see what happens here in game number 2.
IG fans empowered after that game number 1, feeling it, feeling the promise that a return from the Cheyenne rookie can give to this team as they look to make the impossible happen, the Nirvana to Worlds run, the forbidden storyline. If there was a team to do it, it feels like it would be this IG lineup, and they would definitely be a huge story for the entire world to watch if they were able to make that happen. Still very early in the season to be talking about such things, though, as they look to get that 2-0 start. So far, going to need to follow up on a shaky early game from game number 1. Maybe it must improve one in game number 2.
Yep, and we can see Wei maybe looking for a cheeky little early gank against Awesome here and Mako, but he actually got spotted out. They got him. They know where he is. Foiled.
No. Oh, Wei. Now going to have to make his way back into his jungle.
Ah, that is brutal.
Yeah. Just a big time waster there, and one that Wei is going to be well and truly aware of. So Wei going to be able to have his way with Wei's jungle as Wei makes his way up towards the top side. I'm going to keep
Get out of
this.
Get out of my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. As, I mean, Wei having to basically waste that much time for himself. He is looking for a gank onto Rookie, though, so maybe it'll all be worth it in the end. Rookie has Dink level 4, though, and Nya's very low.
Flash forward for the kunai, tries to go for the flash knockup, doesn't connect it, but does it matter? Because Nya has the shuriken flip to chase Rookie down.
No.
Waiting for the energy to cast Q, can't do it. Wei shows up, Wei interrupts the engage from LNG, turns it right back around to Nya with a huge counter punch, and picks up first blood for IG.
A huge counterpunch, both literally and metaphorically, Gordo. Gets there just in the nick of time to save his mid laner from a disastrous fate, as now the Shy is looking for a solo kill.
Shy calls out the step forward from Sheer with a big wallop and turns it around for himself. Solo bolo to the Shy.
All right, if you didn't think the Shy was back from game number 1, I present to you game number 2, the Shy. Solo kill onto Sheer. Less than 4 minutes into the game, we're already 2,000 gold up as Invictus Gaming, Gordo.
You got to feel for Wei here. Goes for the flash predict, doesn't get the distance right. Rookie's too far away. Nya waiting for the energy to come back to cast his kunai. Can't get it before Wei shows up. Oh, what a disaster for LNG here. And then look at this wallop.
Yeah, I mean, this is just brutal for Sheer here. I mean, looks for a slight little trade, but then the stun lands on the Mega W, He's able to follow up here. Sheer's flash doesn't do anything. The Q still lands. He still gets the house dropped on him. It's just misplays from LNG and unfortunate circumstances on top of that. And also, Gordo, with the knockup from the Jarvan, it doesn't count as a knockup until he's technically done with the whole thing. While he's channeling it, it's more of a knockback, and he was only halfway through it. So he wasn't gonna get that either way, which is really unfortunate. So a bit of an oopsie there from Weiwei. And yeah, IG off to a 2-0 start. Did close a little bit of the gold lead, but not by much.
Yeah, and you know, we checked out the stats at the beginning of the night. The Shy been very good in lane so far this split. Does not look like this guy has lost a step during his time on the couch. If anything, he looks a little rejuvenated, and still showing that here in game number 2, series number 2. IG can have no problem picking up this dragon now. I mean, they have such an advantage through mid. Nya is useless. Just pick that level 6, but not going to be able to take the priority in mid lane. Weiwei on vision, way much stronger than him. It's a difficult position to be in as LNG. IG going to be able to cash that one out for free.
And now it's really difficult, in my opinion, for LNG to come back in this game. Shockwave coming out from Rookie. They might be looking for a legitimate dive here. Wei is in the area, has dinged level 6. And I don't really think there is a way out of this, though. Weiwei is on his, he's making his way to the bot lane.
Well, Weiwei trying to make a way out of this, but Wei getting in there, going to be able to lock down 1xN. Wei picks up the first kill, and Weiwei now needs to try to find a way out underneath the tower with missing. Will be able to clear out the wave, but a quick and easy play for IG. Maybe going to turn into a second one here. As Weiwei steps a little far away, takes a vault breaker from Wei, and they will retreat.
Are there any other words that we can use besides Wei? Like, that mean the same thing? Like,
I'm just leaning into it at this point.
I know, but like, oh, man, I actually respect the fact that you haven't, like, tongue-twisted yourself even once. That's very impressive, Gordo.
It happens. I'm due. Give it time. But for now, doing my job, at least on the day. Back up towards top side of the map. Grubby's going to be on the table here pretty soon, and I'm sure IG happy that they're winning on this side as they were on the bottom. So going to be well equipped to be able to win out on those Grubs if they do so choose. Rookie building up a solid CS lead for himself in mid lane after that kill earlier on. Going for the Roa build this game for that little bit of extra survivability against the Sakali.
Which is interesting, right? You're super far ahead at this point in the game. You're up 20 CS like you said, and it kind of feels like IG are poised to bulldoze this game at the current rate.
On up, 1xN under the exhaust, just melted down. Awesome fallen low, will be traded back by missing. But there's Mako, ready to run down. Oh, the flash over the Q, and now Weiwei arrives to the scene to make it a 2-for-1. LNG clapping back, getting Weiwei in the game. That is, of course, going to come at the cost of these Grubs.
See that Wei is on that objective, and frankly, if the Shy keeps chunking out Sheer like this, then they might actually be able to look for a dive on the other end. You can see that ult is coming back for the Vi. Probably gonna opt not to do that, actually. So no threat from Sheer regardless, but you can see he's backing off, so he understands that the threat is a possibility at the very least. And this will give one more plate over to the Gnar, who is already building up a pretty decent gold lead. It's not the biggest between two counterparts in this game so far, but I think it just keeps adding to the pressure LNG are feeling at the fact that their top side is so far behind collectively at this point.
Certainly. And it's just going to go from bad to worse if they can't find a way to have Weiwei turn that one back around. Another dive being looked at on the bottom side, this time Rookie being called down, recalls around the top side. There is a TP for Nya, but I don't know how much he can really do to turn
He's
this one around.
teleporting.
He is going to start challenging it. He is on his way, but they don't even make the dive happen, so that's just a TP used for nothing.
So teleport wasted, well not wasted, but used from Nya to save the dive from happening. Does mean that Rookie will be able to crash this wave for now. Won't actually pick up a plate immediately. He's actually going to spot out Weiwei on his chickens. Actually takes a couple of the small ones away, so add insult to injury.
Yeah. Away. I got to add that one into the way dialogue. Thank you, production.
That's exactly how I feel, production.
Dude,
Listen,
every
I do
single-
not condone him playing into it this much.
That
all right?
syllable is like a little alarm in my head now.
Like
I'm locked in.
The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? I feel like I'm going insane.
It's okay. You're gonna make it through this, Quax. Quax is on game number 5 of the night, by the way, so he's already. It's like he's gone the full distance for a playoff series here, but just with 4 different teams. It's Weiwei up around the top side. Way on the bottom side. Dragon spawning. This should go to IG, no problemo. Because of that aforementioned Weiwei presence in the top. Shy, under no threat whatsoever.
Nope, he's all good. And I think LNG probably learned their lesson about overloading on a side lane that has the Shy in it from game number 1. So the aura of this man's deterring them from even attempting to make that play. Wei, though, I almost said Weiwei. Wei will be able to get Dragon number 2 for IG here. And that's all 3 objectives that IG have gotten so far. LNG have gotten 2 kills and basically nothing else for their efforts. So it just goes to show that even though LNG have a fighting chance in the skirmishes, if they're not able to convert that into actual tangible leads around the map, they're just going to keep falling further and further behind.
For sure. Wow, 40 CS lead for Rookie. I mean, that early death on
1.2k
is so
absurd.
painful. It's such a terrible position to be in this matchup where you're already expected to fall a little bit behind, but then you need to be at parity when it's time to get level 6 so that you can pressure them off so that you don't let that lead get worse. But unfortunately, he was down a Catalyst at that time, so he never had that kill pressure. So he has just been playing like the melee versus ranged pre-level 6 version of this matchup the whole game long.
I mean, what can you even do here as Nya? You're being bullied onto your own turret. You can't even go into XP range. Your jungler is there, but Wei is also there. This is just brutal for the Akali.
Yeah, it's a tough one. Yeah, the only thing he can really do at this point is try to play in a longer lane, right? He's waiting for bot lanes to shift over to mid. At least then you have an opportunity to run down the Orianna if you get onto her. The addition of that Gunblade going to give you a little bit of additional pressure as well. So, wow.
Wow. The Shy might be able to dive this if he is so bold.
Yep. I mean, he's finding some good.
Yeah, he's
trades.
going.
Yeah, he just steps up over, back steps up against the public execution, waits for Wei to come in and take that weight off him. We'll be able to clean that one up. Weiwei looking at the bottom now, trying to replicate that success. Gets in there with the Cataclysm. Awesome. Does not have access to the Arcane Shift. Finally gets it back after he uses his flash. Shield comes through from Mako. Not enough. Missing gets his second of the game.
It's a pretty costly kill, but LNG do manage to make some form of a cross map happen, but they've got to get out of dodge. Rookie's in the area with Shockwave.
Pulls Weiwei right back in, and Mako will be the one to clean up that kill. Supports getting out of this play rich. Flash forward from Wei on the Missing. 1xN opening up with the ultimate to try to turn that back around. Missing will be able to stay alive, and LNG will successfully escape with their winnings.
All right, LNG do get a little bit for themselves. IG get more, but at the end of the day, it is not a completely one-sided trade to end things off. And God, it's really getting to me now, Gordo, because I'm saying things like Shockwave, Way. I can hear it in my sleep. It's in the walls, it's in the halls.
Yeah, that's going to be in your dreams later on if you're planning on catching up on sleep after LPL tonight. I'm sorry for you. But you know we're gonna get a second one of these, right? This is a double round robin group. This is you're gonna find another match.
I'm on that, by the way. We already have the schedule for that series.
Get your prep ready, brother. You're gonna have to come in with some new material by the time that one kicks off. But for right now, it's been a way favored series compared to the Wei side of things at this point in time. Wei doing a great job on the responses so far in this game number 2, 3-0 on the scoreboard. And IG at a 4K gold lead at 14 minutes, it's been domination.
It really has been, and I think a lot of people are so happy that IG are doing well. We mentioned this in game number 1, but a lot of fans, right? We heard the gyos, we heard the cheers, we heard the support for them in the starts of both games, and it was much, much louder than LNG. Now Wei having to run away from Wei.
Wei getting in onto Wei, making his way through. Will
Oh
get locked
my
down by
God.
the Cataclysm. Wei is taken out, and Wei trying to escape. Will get chased down by 1xN. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, but shutdown gold to 1xN feels plenty good for LNG if they are able to get away with this with 4 lives intact.
LNG do get out, but they get heavily zoned away. See, like there it is again. From the Rift Herald that has spawned and been up for a little bit here. So I think IG, once Wei gets back, hang on, the Shy might be in trouble.
Oh, big knockup from Missing. The Shy gets disrupted out of his hop, and he is going to shift back before too long. Mako here to try to help him out as best as he can. The Shy out of tools, out of cooldowns, out of time, and out of life. Will fall down to Sheer. Gets himself back in on the kill score a little bit. Awesome, gonna have to shift back over this wall as IG not able to make a response. The Shy drop it down for the first time this game, but guess who's here? Wei, down to the bottom side to be able to pick up Dragon number 3, thanks to all that action on the top side.
This will be soul point for them, so it puts LNG on a pretty substantial timer from here on out. We get a replay about how the fight initially started. Ward not in the bush, but near it, so LNG have enough intuition to be able to throw their spells there, but it is to their own detriment. Wei gets immediately one shot, and 1xN has to flash in order to secure the 1-for-1 trade. But as we go back to live, Dragon Soul Point for IG, LNG on a timer to make something happen, and most importantly, they've got a lot of vision on that top side. You can see it's lit up like a Christmas tree for LNG, but they can really do nothing about it. I mean, until they get a kill, there is no way they're accessing that topside river. So really, it's just about information at this point for them, knowing if IG are on the Herald and when they would start that objective, and then maybe being able to make a cross-map play from there. But so far, IG aren't biting. They are not on that objective at the current moment.
No. Waiting for the Shy to get set up in the bottom side. Still knows that he has that one-on-one advantage up against Sheer. A 1.5k gold lead. Nothing to scoff at, as they do keep themselves relatively stable position up and around the top side. Awesome just getting back here with the Muramana as well. As more turret gold going into the pockets of IG here. Very early still, pre-20 minutes.
Still a massive gold lead for the solo laners as well. I mean, the Shy, 1.7k up. Rookie, 1.7k up. And I think LNG, a lot of this comp hindered on 1xN being able to pump out the late game damage, but then also this top side, all 3 of these guys have very easy access into the backline. If Awesome misuses a summoner spell, they can just snap engage onto this Ezreal. But so far, they really haven't been given any opportunity to do so. Herald goes to IG. Meanwhile, the Shy is just split pushing on the top side, unanswered. So LNG have to scramble and roam Sheer to that same side of the map. This is just LNG being slightly slower on the rotations, and some of that gold being gained by IG, it just bleeds through gradually with every play.
Yeah, it's just a rough situation. LNG commit 5 members at the top side, but they don't find the engage angle to actually try to make use of that numbers advantage. So the Shy gets more time to farm for free. Sheer falls further behind, misses out on more minions, and they just have nothing to show for it. IG walk away with a free Rift Herald. Mako, though, getting jumped on. Weiwei and Sheer combined forces to claim that pick.
All right, so pick on D'Amico. Good there for LNG. Will allow them to push a little bit, as you can see, into the mid lane and take some control of the bot side river. But there's no dragon here, Gordo. I feel like the big end goal here is to try and get some plates on the bot side. You do have the objective bounties on these turrets, so those do give a lot of gold. As it's potentially 1v4 again here. Oh boy, did it work the first time? No. Will it work the second time?
This is
Maybe.
Meganar. Weiwei trying to force it, though. Gets himself in. Has to flash out. And again, 1 versus 4. The Shy is claiming more resources than he sacrifices. LNG cannot make a cake on this guy work, and now they're going to get punished for it. Way over the wall, goes in for the season assist, locks down Missing, taking a boatload of damage, but flashes back over the wall to be able to stay alive. Rookie with the ball over their heads, going to be raining through damage, and LNG are forced to retreat. They get nothing for their efforts.
Only 1 kill. I really held off on saying 1 there, as Ultimate coming down from Awesome almost got them a second one, as Nya looking for a cheeky play here, but that is never going to work in a million years. IG get 1 for 0, thwart the dive from LNG, and they're going to claim a mid lane tier 2 on top of that. Dragon up in a little over 30 seconds. And LNG just feel out of firepower, out of options, out of tools. IG are so much further ahead at this point, Gordo.
Yeah, out of options is definitely what it feels like. LNG, with seemingly nothing left in the playbook, right? You look at that play earlier at the Rift Herald where they move Sheer up to the top side and they can't make the play happen 5 versus 4. And then they're 4 versus 1 trying to make a dive happen out of the Shy, but he's Meganar. Very difficult to dive. Weiwei tries to force it, has to flash back out. It's just a mess. They just have nothing to go towards. None of these plays are rehearsed by any means, and they are just completely out of sorts.
They really are. It is LNG desperately trying to look for something. Dragon has been started. We'll have to see how it goes. This will be Soul for IG if they get it, and it feels like Soul at this point would mean the game and the series.
You know, Weiwei needs to steal. Nya trying to look on the side, but the Shy is marking him, fulfilling his role way stronger than this Akali 2-level advantage. Weiwei into the back line.
Good
Cataclysm. Gets the growth from Missing, and it just is not enough. Nya now flashing forward. Gets a perfect execution past 1 onto Awesome. Trying to finish off Wei. Dashes back through. Gets damage onto Mako. Still not able to finish the job. Tumble back through. Nya finishes off Awesome, but Rookie and the Shy have been running amok on the opposite side. It is a triple kill to the man himself, and the dual vets, the former co-world champions, will win out the fight for IG, will secure the Soul, and will take full control over this game for IG.
It's IG, the Shy, and Rookie, ladies and gentlemen, and they stand tall here in game number 2. Going into the replay, a good initial engage here by Weiwei. Wild Growth to follow up, creates a bouncy house effect, and stalls out the backline of IG a little bit. But then it just kind of feels like it gets a little too split. Wei finds a pick onto 1xN. Nya tries to go into the backline. They do a lot of damage, but the wallet diff just feels too big at this point, and it's only getting worse. 9,000 gold here for IG. LNG back to live are looking for something, but it's really risky to pull the trigger at this point.
And the Shy is feeling himself now. He is not backing out. He still hasn't spent from that previous fight, and he's not going to start now. They find the pick onto Missing. They find a pick onto Sheer. They keep on pressing forward, and the Baron is next up on the menu.
And it is being served up to all 5 members of Invictus Gaming. Rookie, though, doesn't want to be a part of preparing said meal, and we'll go hunting for 1xN. Won't be able to find him, but we'll have some control over the mid waves with this new Baron buff in tow. Over 10,000 gold here for IG, and just a couple more fights, Gordo. I think we're looking at a 2-0, not just in the game score, but the series score for Invictus Gaming here in Nirvana.
First of all, that's basically the Shy solo kill. Second of all, I love seeing
No
the
kill
wall
secured
animation.
from Mako.
Yeah, I know. But I love seeing the wall of animation come out of the little snowman as well, by the way. That's just a treat. As you can see just how much damage this guy is pumping out. I am pretty sure he's going to be able to buy like a full item. Yep, that's a whole black cleaver in between the previous engagement and the recall. As now Weiwei going on in, does land a 3-man Cataclysm.
Oh!
3-man Shockwave from Rookie will set up for Wei to run amok through the rest of LNG's lineup. The rest of the crew thought the Shy was getting a little too much credit here. They put together a beautiful play of their own. IG, a dominant game number 2 after a shaky early game in game number 1. Gonna close out this series in 2-0 fashion and catapult themselves to the top of Group Nirvana.
A dominant sweep here from IG. And what a way to end it. Rookie with the beautiful shockwave. Wei with the beautiful follow-up. LNG falling like dominoes in that last exchange. And frankly, falling like dominoes in this last game. This was a very one-sided game. And besides the first 10 minutes of game number 1, a very one-sided series, Gordo. And I think for LNG, that is a very worrying trend with just how limited you are in games going into split number 3 here.
And I'll tell you, Quacks, we saw Soboro, we saw Breathe. This is the best top laner IG's had all year by so much. I mean, really should have had this guy all along. But no, obviously, taking a break for himself, I think likely going to walk away with the series MVP here. What a showing from the Shy on the night. And all of IG, I mean, firing on all cylinders here, really, really looking a class above LNG.
They absolutely do. And I think for IG, obviously when you have players of this caliber, players who have quite literally made it to the biggest stage you possibly can as a pro player, their aspirations probably extend further than Nirvana. So I think that it's not just a question of how they do against the fellow Nirvana competition, but how cooked are they going to be when it comes to facing off against the Ascend teams. And they do not look cooked in the slightest. I think what Slayer and I were talking about at the end of our Thunder Talk WE series is now that Thunder Talk are at a 1-5 series score, as we're sort of rounding out the first round robin, they could very well be one of the teams that end up fighting for their spot in Ascend once the play-ins start to come around the corner. And I think that if IG can look this good, they can definitely challenge teams like Thunder Talk. They can definitely challenge teams like EDG. And that's where you got to imagine the players are looking towards in terms of goals for the summer split, if not even further.
Definitely, you got to believe there's a little bit of frustration on behalf of some of these veterans that having to play in Nirvana here. It's the risk you take when you know, you are not on the Rift during the spring and or winter splits, that you don't really have a lot of control over the outcome.
Right.
And so they find themselves, you know, coming into this lineup, coming into Group Nirvana late in a position that I'm sure they would tell you they did not they would not have been in had they been here all along, to say the least. So we'll see just how far they can ride this train, because we're not going to get to see them up against the Group Ascend teams until it's playoffs time. That's kind of the nature of the format. So certainly looks like they can beat up on Nirvana, and we're left to speculate, will they be able to beat up on the play-in teams? And if so, how far can they really go?
That's the question. I think that obviously whenever you have players like Awesome and the Shy really is the limit for this team. I think that these guys have been proven to have such insane upside when they're online and when they are actually locked in. But especially for the case of the Shy, the floor, like we said, is just like below the ground. So I think that if the Shy can keep this momentum, if he can keep this form, I actually consider him to be a threat to some of these Ascend top laners. And that is a sentence, yeah, you guys have no idea how fun it is to say a sentence like that.
Oh, yeah. Certainly looking to be a cut above these Nirvana top laners. So we'll have to wait and see just how well he can do against Ascend when he gets that opportunity, if he gets that opportunity. Certainly feels like when they're a third of the way through the split now, 2-0, pretty solid performances. Hard to believe that they won't be able to pick up some more wins as the split does go on. Win over Weibo, win over LNG. We'll keep our eyes on the rest of their split as always, but we are going to be moving back to Group Ascend here before too long to close on out the night if we look for Top Esports versus JDG, which will come up after we get to see our Series MVP here.
And Gordo, I posed the question to you, my friend, as Slayer posed the question to me in our first series. I think we've already discussed it pretty much to the point where I can insinuate who you would vote for. Who do you think is Series MVP, though? I need to hear it in plain language.
I think it's going to be the Shy. I think I would probably give the Game 2 MVP to the Shy as well. I think Game 2 MVP, you could make a case for Wei if you don't want to, to be too the Shy pilled. I think Series MVP, you still got to give to the Shy at the end of the day. But
I agree.
You can give Wei a Game 2 MVP for his performance up against Wei.
I agree. I think that the Shy, I don't know how much stock you take in Sheer as a player, but regardless of that fact, the Shy looked really good in this series. Like, you got to give Series MVP to the best player regardless of who he's facing off against. I mean, you probably give the Series MVP to Wei if I was the jungler for LNG, and I just got absolutely gapped by him, which would definitely happen. So I think that is probably the Shy. I would vote for him as well. And I think it's really cool that the Shy is looking like he's in good form. Obviously, there were some questionable plays, but it's a part of the journey when watching him. And it's a very fun journey. It's a nice little roller coaster. As, yeah, that's the Shy performance, all right. 22.2k damage on Gnar, of all champions, to be the highest by a pretty decent margin here in Game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing a really good job just pumping damage into Sheer pretty much every time we checked out the top lane. And obviously, it feels so minor, but you can track it all the way back to that attempted level 3 gank onto bot lane from Wei. The fact that they spot him out there, the fact that they're able to absorb that, the fact that they're able to take a tempo advantage, turn that into a botched mid lane gank, that sets Rookie up for success. And they're all over Wei basically the rest of the game from there. They know exactly where their jungler is. They're able to successfully set up vision. They're able to successfully track him. And there are no opportunities left for the LNG jungler. Here's that play I'm talking about here, where he knows he's been spotted. He knows he has taken a huge tempo loss. So he tries to force a play in mid. Almost works out for him. No dice.
That's just so unlucky. Like, I mean, if that play went through, I don't necessarily think that it saves IG's game as a whole. It probably doesn't. But I feel like it probably would have saved Wei's game a little bit, because at that point, he did 2 camps, looked for a bot lane gank, got spotted, and then wrapped around to look for a gank in mid. And the fact that both of those went awry, was just like he was cooked from the beginning. And this was a game where he had to make early impact as the Jarvan, because eventually the Vi was going to get level 6, and from there the guaranteed lockdown does beat the flag and drag, which is technically a skill shot.
Certainly does. Yeah, I mean, this is just an IG domination montage at this stage. The fact that they are not able to produce enough damage to really be able to take down any of these members. They're splitting the fights. I like this look from Nya here in this dragon fight. Really did his best to be able to make something happen. Got this kill onto Awesome at the very end here, but it's just not enough, right? The rest of the team is just getting mowed down on the opposite side. And here's our rookie Shockwave to close things out.
Yeah, God, that is so satisfying. A good Shockwave, honestly, will heal the soul. If you've had a bad day of solo queue games, or it's just been like a really rough day at your day job, or life has been tough, Shockwaves, like 3, 4-man, 5-man Shockwaves will make your day just a little bit better. I don't think the effect stacks, but it'll help you just a little bit.
Just sitting here addicted to Shockwaves, just watching Shockwave montages all day long. trying to.
I mean, if I wanted to watch good shockwaves, I would watch our Casterlo matches, man. You got some good ones here and there.
There's an MVP for the Shy. He's gonna sweep the night. Then I think if you win both individual game MVPs, I think you are obligated to get Series MVP. It just doesn't make sense otherwise. What are we doing if this is some
I wonder if that's actually ever happened before. Like that would be very funny if a player won back-to-back game MVPs and then the series MVP was totally different.
Math ain't
that would be hilarious. Math ain't mathin'. But it's a foregone conclusion that the Shy should be the series MVP, and like we've said so many times, much deserved. Really good game against Sheer, and just excited to see where his potential is at in this portion of his career. It's been 8 years since this guy won Worlds, and it's a total sweep here in game number 2, which is even better than game number 1 because there was a vote for Mako in game number 1 that prevented the sweep then and there. So even more convincing this time.
Yep. I think there was one vote for Awesome in game number 1 as well, if I'm not mistaken. So I think it was 6 of 8. So my man's rocking 14 out of 16 right now, and soon to take what should be a Universal Series MVP. Come on, guys, let's make it happen.
We know that it has to be there. The HUD dropped on the analyst desk, so I think we're going to be getting it very, very soon. Oh, yep, there it is.
Hey, player of the match going to the Shy. Stacking up those numbers, I don't remember exactly what numbers he falls on for like damage percent and stats like that, but I think probably moving his way up those leaderboards for top laners and gonna be a player that everybody is hyped about coming into week number 3.
He's just so cool. He's the Shy. I thought that was a lot of fun to cast him for the first time, Gordo, and yeah, good first look, at least personally from me. For Invictus Gaming. Will not be the last time I cover them, and certainly hope that I get to see this version of them more than twice, because this is a team that, from the looks of it, can legitimately challenge for the Ascend spot going into 2027, and who knows, can even make a presence in playoffs. But that is presumptuous. That is far out there. IG still have a long road ahead of them if they want all of those dreams to come true. But hey, it starts right here, and it's already looking good. IG up 2-0 after 33% of their games are done in Nirvana for the regular season.
Absolutely. But that's going to do it for our section of the broadcast here, Quacks. We're going to hand things over to Alk and Mazel as we get into Top Esports versus JDG. Stay tuned. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll see you after this.
Welcome back, everyone, to LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alec, and we've got Kai, Ilya behind us. Sorry about that. But getting into
Immediately.
Series 3 immediately. We're back, though. It's the third series of the day and the final day of week 2. It's crazy we're already getting this far along here, Alec, because there's only 5 weeks in the regular season.
We're basically halfway through, and look, it even is, I think, reflected in the standings, which we won't get into now. We have a whole, part of this pre-show to get through, but we're going to be having a lot of different games, and we've already had a lot of the teams face off against each other. Next week, starting on Wednesday, we'll get through some of those last matches, and then we're over the halfway point. Very scary.
And this matchup on paper would be like, oh my god, giga banger of week number 2. But then when you look into the details, maybe not that exciting. It is Top Esports versus JDG. There is some excitement in the narrative that's building for both these two teams. One positive, one negative. Let's go ahead and take a look at Top Esports, who are desperately trying to keep up with the top of the pack, Alc.
I think that they can. I think that they've already shown like a baseline that they can get to that top level. Highly likely that we'll probably see this team move on and, go into playoffs, probably finish top 3 if I'm really keeping the faith for these guys. But there's been some cracks in the armor. I think the way that I like to think about this team right now is even if we remove the equation that is this Jackie-Love and Duo bot lane, I think that currently this team has way too many carry players. You have Tien, who wants to take every single camp on the map, including your junglers, and then he also wants to gank your lane. You have Cream, who right now, in terms of what the mid pool is looking like for him, wants to play these aggressive styles that allow for him to be able to play the map a little bit wider. Jackie Love's always been a kind of player that if you put gold into him, he's going to be good. And Swayon has really, really put more time into some of these carries. So someone needs to take a back seat. And I kind of feel like that's been Jackie Love for the most part.
Which is so insane, because I actually think Jackie Love mechanically has been having some of his better performances from the year, which is kind of cool.
Sure.
But talking about this team a little bit more, and talking a little bit more about the history for this year so far as well, it's interesting to see the trajectory that they're on right now. I mean, there's been some fluctuations for them, but then you look at that Splatoon, and you're like, oh my god, the numbers. Like, they were looking so good in the regular season, and then obviously everything else happened in internationals. But do you feel like it's just been a consistent year for this team in regular season?
I'm getting word from production. I am allowed to do math on this broadcast for right now. I'm seeing 3 and 2. Those numbers are bigger than 5 and 6. That's what I've been told.
Progression.
Yeah.
It's almost like taking steps.
It is a completely new team, right? From Split 1 to Split 2, very different teams in terms of the makeup, and we saw that reflected in just how well this team did in the regular season for Split 2. Obviously, then we then see them go into MSI, but now here in Split 3, I feel like a lot of the baggage, I think mostly from losing the finals 0-3 to BLG, kind of has crept into their play all the way up until now, and potentially is going to follow them into their Worlds run.
And we just have to continue to wonder what that difference that Zhuo is going to bring in the long term here. But let's go ahead and focus on the other team, a team that's maybe a little bit more on the negative side of things here so far. It is a JDG team who has, I feel like, lost a little bit of that sparkle that they came into the year with.
I'm surprised that this team is doing as badly as it has, just because the first part of the year was supposed to be okay. This team's probably going to be a little bit slower to start, even with Junjia and Hungkyu coming in, but it has been really, really tough to watch this team, especially past Split 1. They went to first stand, and sure, they made it all the way until basically what is the semifinals of that event, but then you get into regular season, they're looking pretty wishy-washy. We get into playoffs, they completely bomb out. I just don't think that this team really has the carries to facilitate a lot of the gameplay, and a lot of the clips that we'll be watching here is just some of their dysfunction that we've seen from... I think this is also just a great engage from Arha, where he finds 3 members in this line brush, but like, Vampire's off in Narnia. We're not really focusing this dragon anyway, and Gala just can't deal the damage. It's supposed to be a poke composition in this instance.
It's like, it's twofold. It's a lot of things, but there's these 2 things that I'm really going to focus on. It's the disconnection in a lot of the plays that we see from them. You know, people running off, people like obviously not having a lot of confidence in how they're playing as well. But it's what you were talking about before we went live, is they're not able to play the cool things, the niche picks that they were really willing to bring out in that first split that really made the big splash, it felt like.
I just don't think they can play very much from the bottom lane right now. Like, this is a Caitlyn Lux game where they started off 0-2 at 13 minutes into Lucian Melio. It's supposed to be a counter matchup, and now you're down this much gold. It's essentially unplayable from this point on. And the clip before this, 3-1-2 on the lock from Hongkyu. He solo kills Haru twice, and then they lose all of that gold because Season 16 is all about objective bounties and giving over that gold. So someone else on this team needs to step up. I think Hongkyu has been good. I think Gala can't play mages, and he can't play the lane, so he's kind of just stuck on Ezreal duty.
Yeah. And you would think maybe Junja is going to step back up. That was the tag team duo. But truly, I feel like the star point, and maybe it's a little bit of a dull star, but it's at least a star, has been Xiaoshu. And how he's been willing to kind of dictate the game with his own picks.
I think he's been really good. I've been a bit on the, on the Xiaoshu critical side, just because I think sometimes his lane can be a little flippy. One of the champions that's not on here that he's really tried to force this year has been Tristana top into Gnar, and that has not at all gone well for him, especially in the early lane. But so far, out of the games that JDG have won this split, all of them have been MVPs for Xiaoshu, and I think this Malphite game that we saw for him versus Thunder Talk was great. I think his Mbessa has been top tier here in the league, but Mbessa's been nerfed. Gnar continues to kind of be like a champion we see later into series, and how often are you going to get counterpick in a lot of these top lane matchups? That's I think really critical.
Yeah, and we'll see if that actually becomes the forefront of their decision making here tonight against Top Esports, because maybe that's the spot that they can find a little bit of weakness up into the newer top lane of Top Esports. But somewhere else I want to focus on is maybe not the newness, but it is something that's going to be super integral to both teams here tonight. It is that mid lane matchup. It's Cream versus Hongkyu, and they're going to have a lot of say in how these junglers are taking pace within the game, and I'm really curious at what kind of drafting style around this mid lane we're going to get. If we're going to get heavy roamers, if we're going to get some of those niche picks coming out, or if they're going to focus solely in that lane to try to get an advantage.
If this year we didn't have Knight in the league, Cream would be the #1 mid in this league. I think his performance so far from the start of the year to now has been incredible. For the fans that have been following LPL English since its time in 2025, I think Cream has made an enormous growth between now and then. And I just feel like if this team, if he can kind of unlock that last piece to really push him into the elite tier of mid laners globally, if he has an insane best of 5 win, I think internationally, I think the narrative starts to turn around on this guy and he can really start to pull it together.
I've always been a believer since the OMG days. We'll see if he can continue to kind of garner that respect. I know there's a lot of doubters out there for Cream, but JDG, there's obviously a lot of doubters coming in because of a very tough start to this. But still, biggest thing I want to highlight, there's a lot of games left. And while things need to start upping up a little bit here, as we're going to be getting closer and closer to that second round robin, and all the teams are playing like 3 games or 3 series a week, this team, they need to find that something again, because this was a team that so many people in the LPL community started believing in for this year and some of the things they were bringing to the table.
Dude, Rafa was like, dude, I want to see JDG go to Worlds. These guys are immediately my favorites. I think one of his things was like, he had 2 bets for JDG, one for them to go to international. He didn't think it was going to be first stand, but that paid off. And then the second one was that they were going to get a domestic title. That is seeming like it is becoming further and further away as a potential goal for these guys.
Yeah,
it's true. It's been really exciting to watch for them, but I think the thing that to maybe realize as we get through most of this regular season is, like you're mentioning, there's a lot of games. And even if they lose every single series from here to the end of the season, they're still going to have a shot to get into play-ins. They're still going to have a best of 5 to play, and then they go into playoffs. And as we've seen multiple times, as long as you win in playoffs, it basically erases all of the bad stuff from a regular season.
Now that we're getting a little bit closer to draft, I do want to say a caveat. It's something I'm hoping that's probably not great as a broadcaster, but I really hope that Gala and Jackie Love take center stage tonight. For some reason, we're just going to fully focus on bowling. Because if you think about it, man, I know we have all these other narrative stuff. This is like one of the premier named matchups in the history of the LPL. This has always been a fun one. It has always been awesome to see Jackie Love and Gala go at it. You got the Pentakill Prince for Gala, who hasn't really lived up to that name. And you have Jackie Love, who has been mechanically such a star this split, and after coming back from a break. So for me personally, as an ADC main, but also as an LPL lover, I'm excited to see if this maybe lights a fire under them.
Also, just like a tale of 2 different careers in the modern age, or maybe in the last 3 to 4 years. Like, Gala's really taken a nosedive after what was supposed to be like some fun LNG and RNG days, and the IG run was all fun until we got to Worlds in October, and then everything kind of went out the back door for that one.
Well, we're in Shanghai for the final day of the week here in IG's arena. Jackie Love back with IG now in their own home. But it is going to be JDG Top Esports Draft number 1 kicking off now. We already got JDG banning away that Nefiri and the Orianna. The Lock going to be banned away by Top Esports, as well as the Poppy and the Ziggs.
Yeah, JDG chose first pick here just to make sure on terms of right of first selection. So getting access to whether or not he can go for Top Esports chose first pick. So we wanted to see some focus. What is it going to be? We see Lock, Ziggs, Poppy gone. Jarvan is up. You have Vi. You have so many different options. You can even pick Ryze. Yeah.
Okay, we'll see. Top Esports feel like they have the pick of the litter here on what they would want to go with. I really want to see if it's going to be something a little bit more premier in that mid lane. We were talking about how integral the mid lane matchup is going to be for both of these teams moving into this series, and maybe just try to set the tone early. We're going to get the the highest win rate champion for Cream and the Casio. Thank you to our production, and really nice to see locked in already.
Ooh, in response, JDG going for Ezreal Jarvan. Talked about this earlier. Gala's best champion so far this split has been the Ezreal. And then I think a Jarvan to kind of take away and put some pressure onto Casio early is a good enough answer. I just think there's a couple of different things that Top Esports can do. They can obviously shift the Casio into bot lane and have Cream get counter in that way. Vi is definitely a good way of locking down this Ezreal. I wonder if they're then going to be prioritizing things like the Nautilus to make it a little bit tougher, or even go for Alistar. I think Nautilus, Alistar could be 2 options from support here.
With some facilitators in the jungle role. Tian going to be on that Vi just to enable the lockdown and the damage that's going to be coming out from Cream, but I do really like Jarvan in the state of the meta right now. The Rumble going to be taken away from that hot pot special there by Top Esports.
If you're Xiaoxu, you could say, okay, you're going to play Rumble. Well, I'll just play Cassante.
Tristana?
Seems like a free win to me. You could play Tristana.
No.
Likely
no,
we could also probably see him play Mbessa. I think Mbessa with Jarvan versus Cassio and Rumble is actually really, really strong. So we'll see what the option is going to be. Seems like right now JDG are thinking about it. They'll lock in the Victor. Strong laning phase and allegedly could go bottom lane, but the only mage we've seen from... well, I guess there's already an Ezreal. I'm in moron. It's okay. We'll just go.
Jungle Ezreal coming back. Then we have Jarvan top. That's the real meta we need, Doc. No, but the Victor giving a lot of stability for Honky. I wouldn't say the biggest play making or play initializing, but it will be a steady carry that Honky can carry through team fights with.
It's a strong laner as well, so as long as JDG can play around Honkyu's advantage, allow for Victor to get in the face of Cassio, always an option. We'll see what the bot lanes are going to be here for Top Esports as they're taking away the Lucian. You are always a little afraid of just having to play against the mage as Ezreal, and if Top Esports want, you can just play Xerath, but I think it's very dangerous when you have Cassio, Rumble as potential solo lanes here. So you really need a big AD threat if this is going to be a mage coming in for Ejaculate. And still supports, right? Like there's still so many important supports here that Jewel could pick.
Yeah. Curious the Yone ban by JDG, saying maybe there's something going on here, I guess. I do love the Bard ban, the Cassante ban as well, taking away some stability from the top lane of Xiaoxu.
All right. Xiaoxu, you got a couple options here. No longer have Cassante.
So many options.
You can still play Mbessa. You can still play Jace. Honestly, this team, you probably can actually fit an Olaf angle in here. Olaf, Jarvan doesn't have the best synergy, especially with Jarvan's ultimate, but everything else, Olaf loves playing into this team from TES. Yorick instead, still a good option. I love Yorick right now, especially with how little attention top lane gets right now. I just think that Yorick becomes really unfavorable to deal with if you're TES.
And especially with JDG's comp, right? I'm sure they're going to pick something else that ties into this engage style from Vampire. That means the 4-1 is really going to be nice for them when you can play Xiaoxu on the side lane and then come to fights, as we instantly get the Varus Nautilus lock-in for Top Esports.
Do you just play Alistar? I mean, like, Alistar just feels so much better than what they're showing. You could also try to play Karma, but I think Karma kind of leads into some angles that are not the best. You could try to play Ezreal Seraphine and outrange. Also, kind of the heals and shields from Seraphine become really difficult. It's going to get the Shen, so kind of means that Camille becomes a bit of a terrorist later on in the drafts.
Yeah, that's an interesting choice. I don't know if that's the one I was thinking of, but really nice delivery systems with the Stand United to get a flash tot somewhere onto a squishy backline. So JDG have their progress set in front of them. It will look like kind of that 4-1 setup that they're going to be playing towards.
I think that JDG have an incredible front to back. It's just who is going to be standing in front for them to buy time. And if they can have a 5-on-5, I kind of like the tools that they have. I think for me, what I'm looking for from JDG this game is how are we going to play side lanes? Because Yorick is great. Victor is also incredible when you have a Jarvan and a Shen on your team. So being able to allow Honky to play on sides and make these plays is going to be really nice. Top Esports, they need a team fight to happen. They need for JDG to walk at them and play these fights. Otherwise, I think having to play with a Rumble and a Cassio chasing down this team, it's just not very fun to play if you're Top Esports.
And that's where we can go into what we were talking about a little bit earlier as well for JDG and wanting to see ease of execution, wanting to see direct strategy. And I do feel like we got some pretty plain old strategy here for their team composition. But the other caveat to that is execution in the game. The disconnect on communication that we've seen from this team. This is not a comp that you could have those kinds of disconnects. I feel like this is a comp that really needs to know exactly how they want to find a win in this game. And game number 1 is going to be starting off now. It is the last game of week number 2. It's going to be a fun series. JDG versus Top Esports. level 1 here on a Cream. Cream can be in some trouble here. DFT also ticking. And Junja's going to go for the classic Junja Raptor Camp steal. He does this all the time. And on Nocturne, he'll just stay here.
What is Tien to do? Tien started W on Vi. He's like, well...
well, you can have those.
Yeah, it doesn't look like I'm going to do anything here. And
early heal burn. Beautiful taunt coming through the exhaust burn as well. Juo ticking down. First blood for Gala. And it looks like I got what I wanted. Fireworks in the bot lane.
All right, so if you are Tien, I press tab. My mid laner has already TP'd back to lane at 1 minute.
Oh my god,
Jackie Love almost gets killed in a 2v1 bottom lane, has no flash, has to stick in this lane with potential teleport to come back. Again, I look at this from Tien's point of view and I go, what the hell, guys? We're down 1,000 gold in 2 minutes. The second wave just crashed.
Oh my god. Okay, Tien's going to go for the sensible thing. He's going to go for the invade here. It didn't look like Junja wanted to kind of stop that in any way. But this Shen pick already paying off dividends. Got the level 1 taunt there in the mid lane and went ahead and got that kill in the bot lane too.
I think JDG did a really good job of, hovering the mid lane when you're playing the Shen. You have so much access to playing a more creative level 1. And then the way that Juo was standing, he was standing in the pixel brush going into that river. So Jackulov and them, they just don't have the position to play. They didn't force to fight on the wave. Just a good job from JDG's lane. And if we're talking about JDG's dysfunction so far early into this split,
I don't think
I think you can. You got most of them. It resets. Okay. It happens. He's going to get bot side scuttle. It's still pretty bad, though, because Junja now has his entire top side that he can eat up.
Yeah, and he took the entire red side of Tien, so he's going to be up about a camp and a half at least. We do see Juo trying to get on a roam early. The Scuttle Crab will still go the way of Tien, so he'll be fine in that regard. We did see that it's a 2v1 in the bot lane, and they want to try to get some punishing on a Jackulov. They weren't able to get the angle there. He had just used his TP to get back. Tien trying to go for his respawn Raptors, but Junja going to freely clear his blue side.
All right, Tien, how much of a leash do you have on your top laner? Because he just teleported, he just walked back in the lane. You need to pull him over for this objective.
My fight? Okay, it's going to be going over to Tien. So he gets the double scuttle. Meanwhile, Jackulov's almost dying in bot lane. You remember, he doesn't have a flash. So they have to be extremely careful, and that health bar is going to be worse for wear. Junja going to attempt another invade. He does find Tien, does good damage here, but Cream's going to be the first one that moves over because TP's now coming out from Honkyu. Junja uses a nice flash to get away from Tien.
And he could just re-invade, honestly. Like, they have the vision from the Phalite. He could just walk right back in. Tien is worse for wear. Jinja also still has his smite because Tien used it on the Gromp, or the Rift Scuttle. Jinja, what are we doing, brother? What's that? Wait, oh, look, Vampire's here as well. Tien, we cannot do this.
Tien cannot do this. He's going to lose his second Raptors in a row. Cream says, no, we're going to fight this, but if you get Shadow Stepped, you're done. That will be the whole camp going over to JDG.
And these are the knock-on effects of strong level 1s here. You had the level 1 plague in mid lane. You killed the enemy bot lane. I mean, Cream is probably just losing his flash.
What are you doing, brother? No, we were highlighting him at the beginning, and now he is just going to have to flash out of the Shadow Dash. That was nicely done. He's on a ward. We'll have to clear that one up.
I wish the observers would just show us that mid wave because it is so stacked on Honkyu's side. Like, Cream can't TP back to the lane. He has to walk around this, and now he's missing out. He's down almost 10 CS at this point. Look at this mid-inning wave. It's always going to push in favor of Cream, so Honkyu can just sit in front of his turret, poke out his opponent. He's never under any threat from Juo. Juo has to come mid to try to help his, but even the gravity field here is perfect. Like, they're just maintaining a really solid lead, and I think Top Esports are making a lot of errors.
Yeah, it seems like a little bit rusty, even though, just playing last night. Can't really account that one as we get the flash play from Vampire. Now Jackulov exhausted, dead, on cooldown. They go for JKL.
I don't want to seem like a JDG show because all parts of this game have been all them doing all of the right plays, but like, Juo needs to be mid so that Cream can crash the wave. But then I look at JackeyLove's wave, and he's like, well, I don't have flash, but my wave is in a really bad spot, so I kind of need to step up. And then he dies. So then Zhuo's bottom lane, but while he's there, his AD carry's already dead. So Top Esports are constantly playing this game with basically one arm tied behind their back. It is such a good early start for JDG.
And every time I see Zhuo go anywhere, he's like a little bit behind the play and just is watching all these things happen around him. He wants to be involved. He's right there, but there's a window in between him and the rest of his team, it feels like. And this is not the place Top Esports want to be. Down about a 1.5k lead to JDG. Now Vampire getting back on the map. Vampire has been the absolute MVP so far.
He's
and we do
level
have Dragon
6!
Yeah.
Look at this! Junja's level 6, and this is the best part about when you
Third
take jungle
Raptors.
timers. You get to know exactly when his camps are up, so you know exactly where TN needs to be.
No way. Oh my god. Okay, he gets a couple. I don't think I've ever seen TN this pressed in a matchup. He is just getting absolutely bullied in his own jungle, and none of his teammates can do anything about it.
You won the bot lane matchup, so Vampire gets to move away. Thankfully for JackeyLove, he'll be able to farm this way versus Ezreal, but Junja being level 6 already while Tien is still level 5 is a backbreaker. 2 more camps being stolen. Such a beautiful early game, and how are we going to snowball this? Because we've had 1,500 gold now here for JDG, and there's still a dragon. You have Grub spawning in 30 seconds. I think that Grubs is a very, very powerful objective to take if you are this JDG composition.
I like the respect Cream is giving to the roaming power of Vampire right now in the mid lane, playing extremely softly on the back end of the lane as we do see his way on, trying to go for the Maiden. Will be successful in taking that one down, so it's now a pure 1v1 in the top lane. Junja's just going to go back and pick up his groceries at his local store because he's got all of his entire campsite to do.
This is just beautiful. He gets to do blue buff, and then, hey, do I want to do Raptors? Guess what? There's still the Grubs being played right now, and Top Esports can't even start up the Dragon because they don't have mid push, they don't have any bot priority right now. Vi would have to do this completely on her own, and that just means that Junja would be freed up to take a recall, probably get close to finishing his Sundered Sky. I have to imagine when you have Ruby Crystal plus Tunneler, and you're so close to being... Tien doesn't even have his upgraded Smite. That is the position that we are in right now.
That is purely disgusting. And we'll see some late pings coming in to the Dragon. TES going to start up, but there's some pings coming in as well from JDG. Do they want to at least contest this one? I feel like you do kind of want to just clear your camps as
You need
Junja.
to. No, yeah, if you're Junja, you need to just do your camps. You can't contest every single objective. Very smart timer here from Top Esports. I thought that they wouldn't have time to be able to do this, but good job from TES for being able to find the window to be able to grab that. Does mean that Cream did have to move over. It seems like he only lost about half a wave for that. Victor already has a lead at this point, so 4 minions isn't going to really break the bank or shift it, but 20 CS in mid is crazy still.
And I love it. We were talking about the mid lane matchup coming into this. We're like, okay, Honku hasn't been able to pull out his niche picks, hasn't been able to... You don't need niche. You just go with the most powerful thing in the meta right now. You just go with the Victor.
And this is again, Top Esports, they prioritize this Cassiopeia, right? This is what they use their right of first selection on. This is what they use their first pick here in the draft for. And just some small mistakes in the early game. Now we're 9 minutes away from that happening, and I mean, taking a look at the game, it's still 1,000 goldie here for JDG, but 30 CS almost here in the bottom lane kind of cancels out the lead that Honku has. I'm expecting that team fighting has been where Top Esports has been really, really successful so far this split. So even with this deficit, I'm looking forward to how Top Esports are going to fight their way out of this.
Curious, the Observer did toggle onto that ward there. I was wondering if they were trying to play around with a potential preemptive play that was coming through, but again, we'll just finish his back. Nothing else is going to happen up there, and Junja, rightfully so, is now 20 CS as he's finishing his entire full clear.
So Junja has to be done with his Sundered Sky, right? Like, I said 10 jungle camps. I said 10 jungle treats ago that he should have had a Sundered Sky. It looks like he may be looking for something on Zhuoyan. Because
Preach yourself. Oh my god, he's doing it. He's doing it. He's greedy. He's greedy. He's greedy.
Look at the mini wave. Swayon probably just has to use ult and then just flash out. That is highly likely going to be
Vampire's not level 6 either. They actually get a full-on engage onto Gala. The exhaust actually saves so much damage onto Gala. Piercing arrow! Jackie Love pulls out the sniper rifle and guns him down.
Well, that's going to be huge. Look at the crystalline overgrowth. He's going to get 2 plates on this. If I am Jackie Love, I'm telling Zhuo, stay here, we're hitting this turret, and then we're recalling here. But they just want Zhuo to be out on the map just a little bit quicker here. We still have 2 minutes before Dragon, 3.5 minutes before Herald. This is a very big injection, and that clears out the gold lead that JDG have. Very nice find from the bot lane.
I would love to see the build up to that because we really only got to see the very tail end of it, but they were whittling him down that entire time. What a play from the bot lane from such a deficit as well. And now, I mean, you had seen the CS differential really lean over towards Jackie Love, but now it's even further out in front. Vampire trying to be proactive here in the enemy jungle.
Good buffer from Zhuo. Cream is coming.
Jackie
Jackie Love
Love,
has
Jackie
flash.
Love.
This is good.
Oh, he did not see it coming, but neither did Junja. That's going to be Petrifying Gaze to slow him down, and Cream sinks his fangs deep into Junja and gets a second kill for Top Esports. Now Honk you, he's down! He's going to fall! And all of a sudden, a 1.5k lead built credulously in 10 minutes for JDG is now just completely gone.
That is such a great play from Top Esports, but JDG just taken one step too far. We're trying to play on timers that, I mean, look, there's no jungle camps. Maybe they're trying to see if Zhuo will walk in. I thought the buffer from the hook was great, and then they're thinking, hey, Jackie Love is walking in. He should be dead. They did not think that Cream would move over. They did not have the vision. Honky was nowhere in the area, so Junja basically baits his team and gets 2 deaths over to Top Esports.
And it's just one of those situations, you're riding the high, you're like, oh, we can just do whatever we want, right? We can step anywhere we want, but you're facing Top Esports, a team that has had that grit this split that you haven't had as JDG. And all of a sudden now, about 1,000 gold in the lead for Top Esports and in the driver's seat here. 50 seconds for another Dragon. Do they have the fighting strength to kind of continue this momentum out?
They got 40 seconds until Dragon. They have really strong items here, like Blackfire Torch, plus the Sundered Sky completed for Jinja, and then I look at Gala, who's getting closer and closer. If he can just squeeze out this Trinity Force before this Dragon spawns, I think that JDG are in a really strong spot, even despite that. Getting his back canceled is a bit tough. That means he's definitely going to be late to this Dragon, who already was. If he stays for this wave, it just means that JDG are likely not going to be able to fight. He takes his recall, Trinity Force completed. I would love to see JDG try to fight for this. That you have flashes on basically all of your relevant carries here.
Vampire going to try to hold into this wave here. You can see everybody's getting ready for this party. The biggest thing though, Xiaoshu has TP advantage in the top lane. I don't know if he's going to pull the trigger, but that has to be in the minds of JDG. They could make it a 4v5.
Thing is right now they're fighting over the minion waves. Xiaoshu's going to get pushed first. Swayon needs to be really, really aggressive right now because he can trap Xiaoshu in this lane and prevent him from looking for anything. I think this is really smart. Use the equalizer right now. You don't need to die for it, but if you kill him,
he's
you just
gonna
solo
go for
kill
the
him.
kill. He doesn't even need to wait. He says, no, not today, sir. He goes down solo bolo for Swayon, and meanwhile, Junja is falling apart in the pit. That's going to be another engage on the Vampire. A double kill for Jackie Love.
It was a great fight there for Top Esports, but JDG just looked like all of their monitors have been unplugged at the same time. The flash from Xiaoshu is a little troubling, but you're saying, okay, fine, you lose the 1v1. And then I look at this fight. Junja's on one side. Vampire is solo taunting Jackie Love for the rest of his team to basically get blown up behind him. We'll look again at this fight. Look at where Gala is. He's nowhere near to be able to deal damage. He has to jump into the pit. And I'm just seeing Cream put all of this DPS into Junja and screening away Hongqiu. This was a great fight for Top Esports, who not only get all this gold, but will also take the Dragon at the same time. JDG have basically squandered what was an impeccable early game.
I'm not gonna lie, isn't this, we are literally getting a microcosm of exactly what has been wrong with JDG. They had the setup, they had a potential upmanned fight, and then everything crumbles around them. The disconnect on the team, the miscommunication on positioning in the team fights, that has been the bread and butter of JDG in Split 3.
We'll see if they can try to claw this back. I do think still, just compositionally speaking, Yorick is so good into so many of these different champions. If you can get to 3 items, this champion is so disgusting to play against if you're TES. And still, Victor is not in a bad spot. It's really the most concerning right now is this poke Varus. But Varus has seen so many nerfs this year and last year, and you still have, I think that this JDG comp is still super strong. It's only 3,000 gold, and if they can get these shutdowns, you're right back in the game.
Oh, beautiful stun from Dwo. He's gonna get the ire from Junja. He throws the Cataclysm down on Dwo. Dwo's still tanking. TP's gonna come in from the top laners as here comes Wayon and Cream, the double carries and the double fists of JDG going down immediately. Hongq is really what the only firing ones left here for them, as Gala doesn't really have much to say in that fight, and Top Esports completely wipe 3 members of JDG and move straight to the Rift Herald.
Lennon, I have no words. I truly have no words here. This is a great play here for Top Esports. They get the Herald. They're going to then be able to transition this lead into the Dragon that spawns in 2.5 minutes. And still, objective bounties are nice, but JDG are kind of, to me, it looks like Junja is playing as if he has 2 items, and he just doesn't. You're 1 in 3 now on this champion.
Hongq's
teleported
dead.
in. Vampire's
has Vampire there with him, doing some decent damage, but now those Twin Fangs are starting to hit. Cream was thinking about going. Dredge line does connect. Here comes Tien, but it's a little bit overbearing here by Top Esports. It's actually going to be Junja who's trying to take in the fight on Tien. I think it ends up happening in this 3v3 in the bot lane, but Jackie Love is doing something in mid lane as he's pressing onto Gala, putting some serious shots into him, but also trying to take the turret.
So let's break this play down. Again, Gala on the opposite side from his team. This Jarvan flag and drag doesn't land onto Jackie Love and put all this damage into Dwo, but Tien's here. They see the teleports coming in from both solo laners of TES. And if you are the damage carriers of JDG, you're saying, okay, well, I can't fight into this choke point. It doesn't matter that Jackie Love missed his ultimate. I can't play if I know there's going to be a rumble here. We do not have the burst. We need a little bit of a slower fight for us. Junja and Vampire just pulled the trigger a little too early, and they missed critical skill shots.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see the hesitancy. Junja is literally sitting there like, hey, I got him. It takes 2 to 3 seconds for damage even to follow through because they are worried. And now they do take the outer turret. They do get a little bit of bounty gold going for themselves there. They have to start thinking about this next fight. A minute until Soul Point for Top Esports. And Hongq, almost out of mana, has a slithery snake, goes into the Petrifying Gaze, gets stun locked there, and you might as well call him Medusa.
There is no next fight here, Lennon. There is no next dragon that we're playing for. We have no flash on Hongq. We have no flash on Junja. It's impossible to play, and we're still down gold, and so we're going to move into Soul Point here for Top Esports, where they have flash on every single player on their team, and they still have the Rift Herald. I think right now what JDG should be looking for is cut our losses. Let's try to focus on one side of the map. I look at the minimap, I say we have objective bounties on top lane. We have all of these tier 2 or tier 1s and this tier 2 in top lane. Which one of these can we secure gold on right now? Or if someone on Top Esports are showing on the opposite side, can we get a shutdown? Because that is where we're going to make ourselves back in this game.
And Xiaoxu trying to take the fight in Zweyan, but Zweyan has perfectly baited him. There's the Stand United. Well, he's coming in to bring a 3rd member. Zweyan almost goes down. Cream able to weather the storm here. Gala thinking about going for it. Okay. Nope.
Sag.
Not gonna. Nope. I love the observers are like, please, Gala, please? Will you try it, please?
If they got that kill though, right? That's 700 gold.
Yeah.
He has a 400 gold shutdown. That is exactly what I wanted to see, but JDG just don't have the damage. They kind of misplaced some of it, and obviously then Cream came in to back up his top laner. Top Esports are just going to continue to run over this game, and now it puts a timer on this one. 4:44 before the dragon spawns, and if you lose with an Ocean Soul, you're just the game is literally unplayable.
Look at that.
they
It's
still
a
have Rift
full
Herald.
circle moment. Tien taking the chickens from Junja. He was bullied. Now he's the bully. It's just how progression works. JDG going to move in the bot lane, though. They're going to try to get this push with the Xiaoshu split
What are they
lane.
doing? Like, look at the
Yeah,
map.
this is tough.
They're just standing in the river, and Cassio is farming with TP. Like, this is the frustrating part of this game. They're just trying to overforce onto one side of the map. They don't even have Shenel, so they need to look for something. They're going for any kind of turret plates they can. Teleport behind,
They're
man.
going to take this fight. There comes Honkyu, though, or at least Cream, rather, from the other side of the TP. And on to Honkyu with the double petrifying gaze. Tien does go down, but he set up his team beautifully. A double kill comes through for Zueyan, and Vampire's on the wrong side of the rift. As that Chains of Corruption did go wide. He's missed a couple of those, but we'll give him that one as he is the manufacturer of a massive lead for them in the bot lane. Final body hits the floor for JDG, and Gala's the only one standing.
I sound frustrated, everybody, and that is because there are so many windows that I think JDG could be abusing, but partially because they are so far behind, it does look like they're kind of running themselves into a wall. They don't know that this flank TP is behind, and so this is where I would say Top Esports, great job for getting this flank TP, but the timing is just not there. And for Jindong Gaming, they don't have a way of stopping the fights, right? They don't have an Alistar. They don't have a champion that would be able to push the opponents away. They basically just have to stand their ground and hope that they are powerful enough to stop their opponents. And that's kind of the pitfalls of a
ain't
draft
out.
like this.
I'm sorry to tell you that I've come from the future. They are not. They are not strong enough. I don't know if I needed to come from the future. Yeah. Looks like Flash just got burned by Junja. They just went on cooldown.
Look, at this point, I just expect they're going to be losing some of their spells at random times. They're afraid. You're like a hit dogs holler. They're like, oh, I'm seeing a Vi in my lane. I'm out. I'm not even going to
I was wondering
bother.
where you were gonna go with that one. I was ready for it. I was here for it. Oh man, this is tough for JDG. But again, the thing is, I'm glad we prepped everybody for this. I'm glad, at least if they were paying attention to the pre-show, because this is literally what we laid out for JDG. But for Top Esports, again, they are a team that is trying to build up, trying to continue this momentum for themselves, and trying to push for the upper echelons of this group. You see Vampire loses half of his health from Jackie Love, and maybe a little bit more than that here, as that lethality there is hitting pretty hard.
It's also just a tale of two different schedules. Like, Top Esports, they got to start off playing against Thunder Talk. They lost to AL, and then they won that series versus LGD, so that's 2 of their 3 wins. And then for JDG, they had to play against WE, BLG, and Thunder Talk. So 2 losses there is obviously really painful, but I would say that Top Esports' starting schedule to begin Split 3 has been significantly easier than Jindong Gaming's, but not the start that you still want. I think being 1-3, potentially on the verge of 1-4 if they lose tonight's match, is not at all where we want to see this team.
Not at all, especially with all the hopes on the team after that first split this year. And Cream finds Vampire. I don't think Fangs work on vampires. I don't know. We'll have to check the mythological logs on that one. But TES really taking whatever they want here. About 2.5 items for Tien. 3 items completed for Cream as well. Probably pretty close for Jackie Love too. But that's some of the story building I want to talk a little bit about. Is Jackie Love was down, man. They were getting a little bit oppressed in the bot lane. They lost 2 kills early in the phase, and then you look like 10 minutes later, he's got a 1.5k lead, like 30 CS over Gala. Jackie Love, he's really come back in force this year. It's been really awesome to see.
Also, the game has just been about gold, right? Like, the game is so flippy. Jinja's out. It's Chains of Corruption. It's TP. If JDG win this fight around this dragon, everything that we have been complaining about goes to the wayside.
Zueyan just says, bring it, bro. He tries to turn it around. He has the rest of the team coming. He's going to go ahead and pop gold in there. As now it's Junja that takes the brunt of the force of Top Esports. Zueyan is still alive. Zueyan is still kicking, and he's going to be guffawing himself away from this fight. He is just laughing until the cows come home. It's Vampire trying to get the kill back.
I think he solo kills him.
No, he does. He's dead. Not a solo bolo, but Zwayan is unkilled in this game until just now. He finally dies for the first time 25 minutes in.
Well, that's Ocean Soul. If JDG got, you know, the shutdown that was on Zwayan, and they also got the shutdown that's on Cassiopeia, and maybe even got the one, let's throw Jackie Love in as a 3-piece meal, then this game's actually significantly playable. But alas, we didn't see that, and it's Ocean Soul now, so Cassiopeia with Ocean Soul, kind of unplayable. Rumble with Ocean Soul, also kind of unplayable, so we're just making a whole mess of really not at all like a real game here for JDG.
That's tough. Hey, he doesn't have the Seekers anymore. And I don't think he has enough money to get the Zanyas. So, positives?
He's probably just waiting for it. And if not, I mean, it's 400 gold. Like, he just literally farms 1 minion wave and it's in his pocket. So, ooh, look at Cream's inventories. A lot of numbers here. We got Rod of Ages. He's got his Magi's now. He's got a rocket belt if he needs to get out of dodge. Like, it is
on
super
4
free.
items, you know.
Yeah, that is also
deal.
very big. Look at Honkyu. He's literally 2 items and he's sitting on it.
He's a 4-level lead on Junja right now. Oh, you know what comes around goes around. Tien saying, "You remember when you were bullying me, brother? Well, I'm the CEO of Apple now."
What? Okay. Let's unpack that one because I don't get that right. Are we saying that Junja is
like the whole story of
Steve
like, you know, a
Wozniak?
nerd gets bullied in school and then he becomes your boss when he grows. You know, it's one of those things.
So this
Josh
is a
dives to another solo
Wozniak.
bolo.
This is a big Woz versus Mr. Apple himself. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure.
Exactly. We just had to double check.
Yeah.
Has Zwayan gotten? Yeah, that's how I feel right now. Producer, really. Yeah. Has that been a 3rd solo bolo for Zwayan this game? Dude, he's going to jump up in the solo kill records just from this game. Game 1.
That was really dry as well. I mean, he was 7-1, and your Yorick is like 0-4 at that point. I don't think there's much.
He's got
there we
8-2. 8-2.
I still am pressing tab, and this game is looking mighty unwinnable for JDG, but the only kills they've been able to get has been on Zwayan now, twice in a row. All right, let's shift our focus because this game has been, for the most part, Top Esports winning past the 9-minute mark in a 28-minute game. We're going to have Elder spawn in 3.5 minutes. Now, do I think we're going to make it to Elder with Baron in 2 minutes? Highly Baron still up for 2 minutes? Highly likely. Oh, Tien.
He has literally nobody nearby him right now. Oh, he just waits to get the GA pop. Cream slithers his way over here, pops down the miasma. The walls come up, but Tien is fine. He's going to use the Vault Breaker to get away. His Cream slithering his way through. Was thinking about a little bit of an engage potential with that Petrifying Gaze, but the Baron buff minions will come in crashing into the bot lane tier 2.
I think this is fine. The game is obviously still not in a position for JDG to really fight. We have Elder in 2.5 minutes. That kind of has to be where JDG find any kind of success in this game. If I keep coming back to this every single cast, if they find the Elder and they get enough shutdowns, this 8,000 gold lead is not going to matter this game.
Elder's a hell of a drug. Junja's death is also about to be one. He goes golden, or Honkyu goes golden rather, as Junja tries to find something, but he can't go through the miasma. Jackie Love is able to get one, but he gets taken right back down, and that's all of a sudden 2 members down from Top Esports, but Tien has been split pushing as a jungler to get the middle inhib with the Baron buff.
All right, that's fine. I'm still liking this. Tien's not going to have Guardian Angel in time for this Elder Dragon, so that's gold in their pocket, and that is much needed breathing room for JDG. They just needed some members of Top Esports off the map so they can find something. Cream, 4 levels up on Junja, and most importantly, contesting for this Scuttle. This Scuttle giving so much vision. Junja, this is a one-way trip if you try to go for this, brother. He's trying to get any vision. He's smiting. He gets it.
Miasma. I don't know if he's going to be able to chase him down. Yeah, he should be able to. Oh, one more Twin Fang. The poison. It's not enough.
So
the shield is there. Tien is chasing, though. Tien is hunting right now. And here comes Kareem as they do see him there, and Junja will go down. Slowly but surely, the Miasma, just to add worse for wear here, he is down for 47 seconds. Elder Dragon spawns in 1:05. It's going to be a tough mountain to climb for JDG.
Okay, low key, this death doesn't mean anything. Like, they got the scuttle. That is the most important part to me. And Yorick just pushed into top wave. Like, is as good as it's going to get. Okay.
Play on with the preemptive flash onto Vampire's Shadow Dash. Doesn't need to be careful. He kind of used all of his spells there. That's a lot of tools down, and Jackie Love took a huge hit of damage from that Arcane Storm.
Jackie Love can just recall. He also has teleport.
Yeah.
If you don't want to recall, guess what? You could just hit a couple minions, and boom, Ocean Soul's got you right back tip-top shape.
The greedy back.
Doesn't cancel the recall, but JDG now are not going to have Arcane Storm, but they will have the Stand United coming up here. So this is the fight that decides the game. Have all of the transgressions that Top Esports have been able to take against JDG, will that pay off for them? Or will JDG mount what is probably one of the most incredible comebacks of all time with an Elder Steel? It all comes down to this at 31.5 minutes.
They're going to have to put it together now. Junja cannot get caught out, needs to be able to set up for the team. Top Esports moving in to clear out some vision, but they actually aren't clearing the vision here. Dwo's going to walk all the way back around and reconnect with the team, but did not get rid of many of the wards here. Top Esports going to play it very hesitantly to move in because they do realize how on a knife's edge this fight could make the game.
Oh,
getting caught
the cancel!
initially. Miasma's there too, so he can't even move, and he's just taking out like an exorcism onto them as JDG. They might be devils, but they will no longer be, as Honkyu is going to go down too, and Gala and Xiaoxiu on the exit strategy do not have a plan. He's just going to go down to Tiet. He's trying to fight him so badly, but he can't get him. The Vault Breaker goes right back on the Xiaoxiu. The Dredge line does not connect, but now Twin Fangs have arrived, and twin kills coming over for Top Esports. And Cream just flashes to make it hurt more. The speed is there. The deaths are there. Top Esports going for a clean Game 1 win.
I want to see a replay of that fight so badly. Ginger tried to flash or try to use his wall drag out, and he got buffered by Jwo. He uses the hook to keep him out. Miasma afterwards. It's a done deal. Top Esports find a Game 1 win here.
When you move into a fight like that and that Miasma takes up your entire choke point, you just can't do anything, and that feels so bad. To watch what happened throughout this game, JDG started off so ridiculously strong. That might have been one of the most oppressed I've ever seen TN be in an early game for jungle. He is always the one that is looking for advantages, and Junja had his number for a good 15 minutes, and it didn't matter.
First 3 Raptor camps, 2 of them went over to Junja, and Vi only got half of one of the other ones. So, tough spot. They made a lot of mistakes, but I think maybe if we kind of take back that early game, we rewind, we change some of the parameters, like Cream doesn't get chunked out that much, the 2v2 in bottom lane doesn't go like that. I wonder if the game kind of ends in the same way, right? If JDG don't have that lead, do they play any different? Do they move around the map a little bit different to maybe get themselves in a better spot? We'll never know, but that is as good of a beginning to a game as you can get from JDG, and they threw it all away for what was another Raptor camp. Yeah,
it's all about the Raptor camps. Honestly, that's like the story of Junja in 2026 is the Raptor camps. You can see started off well for JDG and ended very badly for them. Top Esports coming alive, and this is a Top Esports that can be pretty scary when they find those mechanical outplays, when they take advantage of some sloppy decision making. This is a team that will absolutely punish, and an unkilled Cream to boot on his Cassiopeia. So that win rate, that 83% win rate that he has on the champion, going to stay pretty high.
He's been looking good on the Cassiopeia.
They didn't even show the early kills for JDG.
Doesn't matter. Guess who won the game? That's all that we care about. Remember, winners decide history. So
true.
This fight was so good for Top Esports, and I just don't know what we're playing for, right? Like, I get that we're trying to invade, but there's no camps up. So what is the underlying objective for this play? Also, Honkyu, I don't know why we stutter stepped back into the brush. I know he he likely doesn't know that there's a ward on that spot, but the play is over. We're not looking for anything in that spot.
You need to get out, 100%.
Please show me this last fight at the very end of the game, because I want to see Zhuo cancel Junja's flag and drag one last time.
This is a theme throughout all of these fights. Junja is the focus for top esports. I think that was such a powerful strategy for them throughout all this, because without Junja, JDG lose a lot of the teeth of their engage. They lose a lot of that buffer they have for their carries.
And that's what we talked about from draft, right? It was, hey, with this setup that JDG have, you need to make sure that you are not only winning, but that you are going forward. You don't kind of get the time to stop and wait for Cassiopeia to get spells off or Jackie Love for him to get a flurry of spells down. You need to start off a fight winning, and past the 15-minute mark, the game was basically unplayable. I'm honestly just buying time because I want the audience to see the play that I thought was incredible. This is just going to be a fancy solo
Junja
queue.
kind of killed Hanku there, by the way. I
Yeah,
didn't realize that in the fight.
happens. Also, they just never waited. Like, this is kind of like a chicken or an egg thing. Like, was Gala not moving fast enough, or did the team just fire off plays before him or his mid laner was able to move at the same time? Those are kind of questions that I would have. Like, how can we incorporate Gala a little bit more? Because every time JDG got into a fight, they were missing a member. Show it to me.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the kill on this way on.
This was
Okay, so
his first
here's the
death.
JDG stuff.
Yeah. First death, first way out.
Here it is. Here it is. Flag and drag, but oh, it's so nice, man. It's so good into the miasma. I don't even know who you give MVP to, because like Tien got bullied and then had a massive comeback. Cream had a pretty horrible level 1, but then was smurfing by the end of the game. I think Zhuo, if there is ever a support game to give MVP, I do think it is this game.
Oh, really?
It's probably him or Jackie Leather that are getting the MVP for this game, though.
Yeah. I actually vote Jackie Love or Cream. Those would be my two. I know Tien got bullied, but honestly, it's just another day in the week for Tien, so. I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Because, that last play really rings in my mind for Zhuo. Like, that timing is just insane.
It's so good. And he had so many
It's so
different
good.
plays. Like, he buffered the one that was around the blue buff.
Jackie Love.
We'll go over to Jackie Love. Ignore the minus 20. He got plus 50 hitting the Nexus, okay? Whoever last hit the Nexus got plus 50. So,
230% damage to gold ratio with 31% damage done for the team on a lethality Varus. Damn. Pretty good.
I got no notes, man. Good job,
No,
Jackie
no
Love.
Yeah.
The early games for both of these teams have had really weird early games throughout this split. I think Top Esports have had some early games that look a little strange. JDG, as we just showcased, but they also have really dominant. I think JDG have shown much stronger starts to games than Top Esports have in Split 3. But I think Top Esports in the late game has been significantly cleaner than JDG so far.
Yeah. Yeah, it has been. Straight down the middle. A lot of mid lane choices.
A lot of mid lane.
It looks
Good
like
job.
AI made the difference.
Look, this is why I'm married to an observer, because the observers knew who the real MVP of this game was. That is, I like you. I like
Cope,
you over there.
Cope. Anyways, that's it for our first game of our final series of the day. Top Esports come out swinging. We'll see if JDG can muster up a little bit of courage here going into game number 2. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everyone. LPL English, your unofficial home for everything LPL. I'm Mazel. I'm joined by Alec. We've got Ilya behind us on production, and we have a top esports 1-0 start to this best of 3. The thing is, though, JDG, they always have a chance.
And top esports, I don't trust them until that Nexus explodes.
Exactly.
They keep doing it to me. I wanna believe in the guys, and then they give me a stinker right afterwards. So
Yep.
looking
This
forward
one
to
was
what we get
almost
from
a
them.
stinker.
This one started off stinky, but they I don't want to call them washed. You know, I don't want to say that they got washed halfway through.
They Febrezed. You know, like
they
any
rinsed.
true gamer.
No, don't. No.
Cleans,
Look,
right?
we
That's
are
what gamers do.
we are almost to 2030. The gamers of the world, we need to move forward with our lives. We need to learn the shower. We need to learn the ways of the deodorant. It's been getting better. We still have a lot
Just
of,
view it as an
ground
item.
to cover.
You just need a little bit of gold. You can buy the item. Yeah, that's what gamers do, right? Producer Ilya?
No, they
just
use the Axe
spray
body
Febreze
spray.
and Axe body spray on
I
anything.
have heard of the Febreze tech. I have never used it because I'm a clean gamer.
Because
I like
I'm
to
a
take shots.
human being.
We're not saying Lennon has Febrezed himself.
No, I never said no. That's what gamers do. That's what gamers
That's pretty
do.
legendary slander. I like it.
That would be,
I
yeah,
like
that's
it.
crazy. The narrative is written by the winners, and the production always wins. It's like the house, and I don't know. Aren't I a gamer? No, I'm
I'm a
the
gamer
opposite of
too.
a gamer. I'm a player. There's difference. Anyways, let's go ahead and start. I don't know. Let's go ahead and talk about this game number 2 draft, because we were coming out of game number 1 draft for JDG pretty happy, and now we'll have to see what we get from them.
I think this is really cool because, one, we either get a top esports 2-0 sweep, and it's like, okay, is this real? I do think we also have to take into consideration the context of this win. Like, awesome, top esports move to 4-1 if they win, they get a 2-0 win, whatever. But it's against a 1-4 JDG, right? Like that does kind of taint the level of play, even if we expect that JDG is a team that will kind of make it to, a further part of playoffs. But I think a lot of fans, myself included, are starting to really, really get very cold on this team very quickly.
Yeah, and that's the troubling thing, especially because when you just write it on paper with the names that are assembled on this team and the coaching staff behind it, you have to think that there's some success there. And we were seeing some of that success. That's the hardest thing is most teams, it's like a start low, end high throughout the year.
Mm-hmm.
For JDG,
That's where you
it's
wanna be
feeling
for
like you
Worlds,
started high and ending low.
Mm-hmm. For sure. I think they also got to take advantage of a lot of teams just not starting the quote-unquote real rosters, right? Like Top Esports obviously changed a lot. Invictus Gaming changed a lot because they made playoffs. So many different things happening. We'll get into game number 2 draft here. Something as we get into this draft that I will note is that JDG lost a lot of really big comfort picks. The Vi and the Jarvan are gone. You no longer have Victor or Cassiopeia for Hongq, and Ezreal being gone for Gala on a loss. Very, very expensive.
Yep, and we'll see how they pay those off, as it will be the Swampicides for them at least, so that'll be nice, and they'll have that first pick on red side. So the Vayne ban, peculiar, as they really don't want to deal with any kind of counter picks or anything like that in the top
I think you know what that
later
means.
Yeah. We'll see the final couple, or at least the final ban for Top Esports, as they did focus at Orianna again and then Nefiri.
Mm-hmm. I think when Yorick and Rumble are gone and you see Vayne, I think that means we're going to either a Gnar or a Cassante angle. We'll see what the lock-in here is. But likely we're going to be focusing on mid-jungle here because still Nefiri is banned. You could go for Lee Sin for Jinja. Seems like we're going to get the Rise, which does open up some playmaking for Hongq. We'll see if he has the lanes to kind of get that ready for him.
Funny, both teams have prioritized first picking mid lanes. See if the Rise works out for JDG, as the first pick worked out for Top Esports last time around. The answers are plenty. It does feel like in the mid lane, but you could still play with a lot of flexibility for Top Esports now that you know what the mid lane matchup is going to be, because there ain't no Rise being played in the bot lane right now.
Yet.
Bring back top lane Rise.
I love top lane Rise. Just think that the The actual angles for it are a little bit smaller, but definitely a big fan, especially with Rod of Ages, and the top lane quests just have so many cool interactions. We can ignore that for right now. Top Esports taking a super dangerous 2v2. I think Syndra Lee Sin, some of the best in the business when it comes to getting all of that big burst damage early on. And now you, I think, as JDG, have to wonder, okay, what side lanes are we going to play? Because when you have Ryze, you just move around the map, and like level 11, when we kind of start to break out and move into the other sides and we have 80 carries take over mid, I think Ryze Roam Warp with his level 6 is so important for being able to work with your jungler and get really, really good skirmishes.
So the Gnar actually does come out early. The Nocturne going to be paired alongside. This is a tried and true for Junja, it feels like, this year, and I do expect him not to invade this time, right? He might. But it's a kind of peculiar composition to be setting up for JDG right now when you have so much power potential for Top Esports in their first two, let alone whatever they're going to grab here.
I love this, though. Like, if you see Syndra is kind of in the same situation as most other mages, where you need to be escorted between waves. When you're trying to move from one lane to another, you're not allowed to walk into vision for free. So anytime Syndra steps up past the halfway point, Ryze Roam Warp plus Nocturne Ultimate. Almost every single time, that's going to be a summoner spell at the very least, or some gold. Olaf is another thing. Olaf, as long as you mitigate the laning phase versus the Gnar, he can turn into a gold that suddenly you put 2 or 3 members up there, and boom, you use his ultimate and you can get a kill there. That could be a lot of ways that JDG can cheat tempo and cheat gold and numbers advantages around the map. So we get into the second phase of draft. We're going to see a lot of 80 carries that I think would be a little bit safer. And I think JDG do need to be a little bit worried that the Syndra can be flexed into bottom lane.
Yeah, and we do see a Camille ban by Top Esports, so trying to take away some more playmaking opportunities from Vampire. Gotta say, though, the Gnar Olaf matchup in itself, obviously not outside of the lane, very, very curious at, because we were talking coming into this one that Xiaosu has been one of the better pieces and doesn't feel like he's going to get a lot of attention, or maybe he gets even more attention, depending on how that matchup ends up going. But the Bard final ban, they're really focusing that support pull towards Vampire for Top Esports, the Akali, so the respect towards Cream.
Yeah, they don't know. This is exactly what happened in the last game, right? They didn't know where the Cassio was going, and they're like, well, we got to put a ban in mid lane, and we got to put a ban on AD carry, and just hope one of these sticks. Looks like Top Esports, they're going to have to kind of show their hand here. They could also just go for support, but do you think that support counter pick is pretty important? Seems like they're going to go ahead and take the Alistar, which cuts away at things like Rel. Honestly, if you're JDG, though, you can kind of just pick a lot of different AD carries here. I think a Sivir would be beautiful. Sivir, and then you can take like Sivir Seraphine, Sivir Leona, like a lot of different options here.
Is Gala in a position that you want to put resources into him right now? Because it might not be that case for JDG. They want to maybe play around this mid lane and jungle, as they're going to grab the utility from the bot lane, as they will get the Ashe Seraphine, something we practically never see anymore in the LPL.
Yeah, it definitely started to fall off. I know Ashe got a lot of nerfs. They nerfed a lot of the enchanters. Top Esports, if you're really base, you're just going to play Mel, right? This is the Mel spot to go for. You already have a heavy AD leaning topside with Lee Sin plus the Olaf. Ziggs can outrange it. I think this is fine. Mel suffers against some of these other champions, right? Like Mel, her reflect is great, but she doesn't do very much until like a Nocturne diving on top of her. Ziggs, similarly, just throw a satchel bomb at your feet, boom. If Ashe or Seraphine ever kind of step out of position, boom, she's dead as well. I like this start here for Top Esports. I think you have a lot of options to be able to play strong team fights. It's just side lanes that I'm worried about here. JDG can take a lot of advantage of just getting champion bounties or looking for kind of skirmishes there.
And they have a lot of engage potential. The Realm Warp can get you a fight. You started off with the Paranoia. You have the Mega Gnar if it's going to be in that case. But also, you're giving Gala some more breathing room to be kind of an engager with that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. You have Vampire who can play a little bit more standoffish and try to peel for some of his lanes. So I'm interested because they have so many options to go forward. But one thing I'll say, Gala better not be holding any of those ults. He better be looking for ults as often as he can, unlike what he was doing for the True Shot Barrages in that game number 1.
He should be in positions to be in this game, and even if he's not, he has so many tools to be there. You have the ultimate, which The reason why I was kind of speculative on the Mel is because there's so many champions that can make this Ashe ultimate negligible, like Olaf, like Alistar. Really, you have to be very choosy as to which ones you're landing, and it has to be on Syndra or has to be on Ziggs. Other than that, your targets are extremely minimal.
Game number 2, can JDG survive the storm that Top Esports have brought to Shanghai? It's Top Esports JDG Game 2. Do or die in this series for JDG. Okay. Well, they got there. You know, it took a little bit. And
it's a small
Junko
arena.
won't invade.
Aww, that's kind of sad. Yeah, you have a Ryze. I feel like Ryze is so much more OP at level 1 than Syndra, but whatever. Both junglers will have vision of where the other is starting, so both teams now know, hey, Lee Sin's gonna be pathing top, Nocturne's gonna be pathing bottom. I do not think this is going to turn into anything early, especially for Nocturne. I mean, your lanes just don't have the setup there. I think, more importantly, I want to watch what JDG are going to do around top lane, because this is a very volatile matchup, and if Olaf gets behind early, you can just kind of take advantage of that.
Early heal going to be utilized by Top Esports. They're taking a huge amount of poke here between this combo, but that's exactly what the Seraphine Ashe want to be doing. I love the way that Dwo has been using his headbutt here to keep Gala away from doing damage onto the combo.
Yeah, but this is a really tough spot to be in. Like, Nocturne, I think it's tough because this wave is going to crash before he gets here, but if they're still half HP by the time Nocturne finishes his clear, I think Top Esports bot lane needs to be cognizant of the fact that they potentially could lose their summoner spells. So a lot of great early damage. This is one of the ways you can attack mages, is that usually their level 1 through 3 is not the most powerful. We can already see that JDG, yet again, are winning the early lane.
But that immediately puts so much weight onto Junja. You want to get ahead. You don't want to just be a light switching bot as the Nocturne. And you want to try to keep tempo with Tien. I love it though. Tien took that little stopgap. He went for that long sword. So this deploy could end up in a little bit more aggression for him as well. But it could also just end up being this split of the scuttle crabs between the two junglers.
They're going to see if they can go for an invade. Likely Jinja is just going to finish off this objective. This is really smart here. Jackalove and Dwo, they wanted to recall. They didn't finish it. Vampire and Gala are able to cancel this. Gala's kind of low. If Dwo finds a flash engage, that could just be Gala going down. And this is really tight. We ended up seeing that Jinja instead decided, I'm going to take the bottom side scuttle and I'm going to cut my losses.
Looks like Tien. Evolution. I don't know if he's going to stick around, actually. Does end up getting the ward there. Junja redeploying out. And yeah, looks like Tien will just go ahead and take that one off. As Junja comes around, it could be a 50-50. Both have smite. Let's see. He does get the reset. Tien needs to use the safeguard to get away. Let's give the speed up through, and Junja will end up defending his Raptors.
If you are in AoE camp and it's Nocturne versus Lee Sin, Nocturne should win 9 out of 10 times. Just the Nocturne passive is way too OP. We didn't get to see this because there's a lot of stuff going on, but this is how Xiaoshu loses his flash. Gets hit by that axe, he just dies. That is just how this matchup goes. He runs you down. That is honestly every single Olaf matchup ever. He just runs at you, and if he lands multiple axes, you kind of just lose.
And if he picks them up, he gets reduced cooldown. How wonderful is that? Jackie Love still trying to dish out some poke back to this bot lane 2v2. They've gained priority. Right now, it's TES working with Cryo in mid and bot lane as a redeployment comes out from Tien. He's pinging up towards the top side. Might just go for a re-clear here.
I think he's just going to cover. You know, they have an idea that Nocturne, who just crossed over the Tri-Brush that they have vision of, Cream could solo kill him. He has level 6 coming up on this next wave, and Honkyu has no teleport. He opted for the Ghost and the Ghost and the Flash, so he's not going to be able to stay in lane as long. Cream going to get a nice half a level lead, take another plate potentially, or just recall and then deploy out on the map whatever they need. We have a dragon spawning now.
Yeah.
We haven't really done much. I think Lee Sin could really start to get active here.
Both teams, I mean, obviously you really want to be that level 6 for Dunja, obviously, but still pretty decent skirmisher in the earlier part of the game. He's going to drop down the control ward and the early smite there, waiting for the refresh on it since he had 2 charges available. Really interesting timing for this to go down. JDG get away with the dragon.
I like this. Like, Cream stayed really far up in mid, and so the consequence of that is Cream has to recall. He doesn't have teleport. Hongq gets to be first out on the map, and Gala and Vampire got to work with a little bit of priority, so really good job.
Junja ends up saving the smite, but Hongq was a bit of the bait. He's going to try to use his speed to get out. The heal comes through from Vampire as well, and Hongq is to safety. The play from Top Esports to try to get something back goes a bit awry.
They're going to go for more.
Whoa, got the flash out from Gala, and the double CC chain into Zhuo, just dying outright. Big kill to Hongq as he gets first blood. Cream is going to try to get something back, but now TES, they're starting to fall apart a little bit, missing a couple of the combos and some beautiful sidesteps from Gala.
If this was just the fact that they got the bottom side scuttle and they pushed Junja and the rest of this team off, I would have said this is a great play, but JDG get first blood onto Zhuo there, and it kind of makes up for what JDG were losing out on. So they get the dragon, they get first blood. That is a good spot for them to be in, but that comes off of Top Esports making a misplay. That is, I think, an unforced error.
The Cream try to make Hongq commit one of those here as he's waiting for the power unleashed. Gets the flash out there as well. They'll make it out with just a smidgen of mana left. Cream not able to pull off the combo. Didn't think the math was there.
Man, when you're playing as Ryze, there's some breakpoints against mages that are really tough to get sometimes. Xiaoshu's just going to be able to hop away. There's always a couple of things you need to be taking note. When you're playing Ryze, one thing is you got to get tier on your first back, and you got to be able to get the Merc Treads against these mages, and he just did not have enough gold on some of these recalls. Now that he does, it is so much easier to play. So I'm expecting that Hongq is now going to be able to bounce back, and because he has access to the Realm Warp, he will be able to make a side lane play after pushing this mid wave.
Yeah, and that kill is keeping him right there level with Cream as well. That extra gold sink is Zhuo going to come into mid lane. Hongq overextending, doesn't have flash, doesn't have ghost. As Cream actually decides to go for the minions instead, even though they had the full combo there on Hongq, but they realize he is just too tanky.
Isn't Merc Treads great? This is exactly what I was just
It's
talking
wonderful.
about. He had Merc Treads, and he took 150 damage from a full Alistar combo plus the stun, right? Nothing you can do about that. Gala also used his arrow, and we got to see Aftershock Alistar take 0 damage for a little bit. That was also nice. It seems like we might have a play here. Hongq just pushed in a wave. Junja has ultimate. They could dive. Jackie Love.
They get the double CC into the encore. TP coming in, and Hongq's here as well. Oh my god, they just threw everything at Jackie Love, and they take a second kill on the bot lane.
Cream.
Oh, Vampire. Vampire's in some trouble. Cream not able to hit that combo, and now that might just be Zhuo going down. Power unleashed on the Vampire. They take him down, but is it worth it? Junja almost going down too. Gets the flash out of him as well.
Can they look for something on top side? Wave's about to crash, and Lee Sin is here.
It's about to
They're
be
even bringing
mega.
over Ziggs.
Oh my god, they're going to TP in Jackie Love, as that's a little bit too much. And the dive is going so wrongly here. They didn't wait for Jackie Love to get here.
It's a really long time for that TP.
There
Nice
you go.
play.
Nice satchel
Good job.
charge.
Top Esports making good on that play, and now Jackie Love will be able to hit this turret. They got 3 grubs while that play was happening down bot side. Oh man, this is so tough. Okay, I thought they were going to get even more from that, but it's just going to be the recall. Ryze, good look, but looks like Vampire's not going to be able to get it very much. Man,
He's
how
on the
much
bu-
more
he's
would
on the
Top
ward.
Esports? How much more would Top Esports be ahead if just some of these scatter the weeks ended up landing from Cream?
Oh, Enchanted Crystal Arrow to mid lane.
Ooh.
Oh, barely. And he didn't even move. He didn't even stutter step. Nothing. Calm, cool, and collected from Cream.
I got nothing to say. That was just nice.
Beautiful.
Good play. Yeah.
Well, we got about 50 seconds for that next dragon coming up. Again, JDG, they probably want to continue pressing this. I mean, they have all of their buttons, at least for now, in Junja. Junja will have his buttons. Try to find that paranoia somewhere else. And Encore could be coming up as well just in time. But TES, they're putting a little bit of presence down here. Want to try to get some vision control over this area.
Look at how much vision they have. Entrances both into this banana brush near mid, and they have the tri-brush warded. JDG have a lot of shallow vision trying to protect Junja's camps. Now has access to the experimental hexplate, so a lot of good damage, and I think still JDG just have a lot of robust tools to be able to let them fight in this next objective. It doesn't matter that they're late to this, by the way. Like, Top Esports can be here first, and because Rise is going to have Realm Warp, it's just going to make it so much easier for them to move around the map and do whatever they want.
And that goes back to the draft conversation. There are just so many options for JDG in terms of engage, in terms of peel, in terms of finding these side lane pushes, or even setups around objectives. It's just about how they execute those tools. As we're going to see everybody moving around this mid lane now, this bot lane for JDG. The focuses are a little bit different, but we all know it's going to culminate in the Dragon.
So Vision was taken over. They have this flank ward sitting in the dot brush next to Krugs behind Top Esports. This is a lot of damage.
Backing. Honky just completed his back. The Encore comes in onto 2, but JDG are down a man. Dragon had already been started up by Top Esports, so Honkyu does have Realm Warp. Think about coming over.
We just can't fight. We have no spells. We have no Ash.
They can't take the Dragon fast enough. Okay. Oh, is this the life? TPs coming, or at least the Realm Warp coming through. Whoa, getting the flash. That's 2 flashes out from Top Esports, but now Honkyu overextends, but he flashes, and maybe he baits him out, as it's going to be huge damage on the TES, but it's also huge damage back on Junja. The bouncing bomb not going to be there. Vampire could be looking for a combo here. Could go for the double root, but doesn't. JDG left Gall in the bot lane. They still come out a little bit the better in the fight, but the Dragon did go over to TES.
It is completely fine that Honkyu took that recall because he has Realm Warp Ghost. It is not okay that JDG put all of those spells into JackeyLove and they get no kill for it. Them losing out on the Dragon is extremely expensive here for JDG. And like, again, if there are just small margins here, right? If maybe Cream lands 1 or 2 more spells, that's another kill. If JDG pile drive onto JackeyLove, they could maybe turn that fight and grab the Dragon. All of these small margins just mean that the game stays even for now, and it's just the objectives that kind of go either which way for these teams.
And I love this zoom out for a moment, because you can see Zhuo knows what his next idea is. They are moving all of their vision control to top side. Just transition that to the other side of the map for when Rift Herald comes up. Give a little bit of pressure up towards this Gnar, towards this matchup that Zhuan is having a beautiful time with. And speaking of, looking to try to get Xiaoshu down before the fight even kicks off.
I'm looking at Zhuan's player cam. He's calling for a top dive, brother. We're doing this now. We're doing it this wave immediately.
Here, Paranoia is coming through. Wallop goes wide there, but the Paranoia gets used. King Crystal Arrow goes wide too, and here comes the TP from JackeyLove. Everybody's down. It's a 2-kill spree for Top Esports, and they're going to be able to take the turret.
And this is so beautiful. Look at the timing on this. 1.5 minutes. Even with Rise and Ashe hitting mid and bottom lane, it is not going to equate the gold that Top Esports are going to get. I wonder, with 3 Grubs and a Ziggs, are they just going to forgo this Herald that's spawning and just take 2 turrets? This would leapfrog them into the game massively.
I mean, it's already been a 1.5k gold swing right now in the last minute. They're going to make that even more. We've gone from about a 500 goldie for Top Esports all the way to almost 3,000 now.
This is what I'm telling you guys at home. Please, if you are trying to emulate any parts of these pro games into your play at home, the gold in this season is all in the turrets and the bounties. This is where Riot has decided that is how we're going to balance the game. We're going to make games extremely flippy. And now, Zhuan has a gold lead. He has 2,000 gold over Xiaoshu. This Olaf is a menace in this team composition.
And I just think it's so impressive to see what Top Esports have crafted, especially with this top laner. A guy who's stepping in for 369 of all people, and he's able to pilot these moments to be a force of reckoning for Top Esports in some of their games here. It's been very nice to see that development as Vampire just loses 3/4 of his health. He's already out of the fight.
Thankfully, we have honey fruit. I want to eat a honey fruit in real life, even though I'm not a big fruit guy. I just want to try one. Tien's looking for something. Where's his team?
Tien going on to Honkyu, and even the bouncy bomb connects. Tien was trying to schmoove on him there. Doesn't get him because Honky's pretty tanky, but the
That's another
turret,
turret.
is still almost fully alive, and they were doing that between the outer turret and the tier 2. And now with the Ziggs Olaf combo that we've seen in this game already, they're going to take another one.
Hey, you know what I love about this setup here for Top Esports, and maybe why they go for that play onto Jinja and Hankyu? Now, they're going to reset, they're going to walk to the other side of the map, and they know that JDG don't have the vision nor the tools to be able to fight them in this upcoming fight. Sure, they're missing Dragon's Rage Kick and the Mega Inferno Bomb, but you're down so much gold that Top Esports can very freely walk over to that side of the map and try to fight you. JDG, I thought the way that they were going to win this game is playing the side lanes. Well, we didn't fix this Olaf matchup, and we haven't really punished Cream this game, so now Top Esports get to have their cake and eat it too.
I wonder what flavor they all like the most. I feel like they're like a chocolate cake team.
For Top Esports, most likely. Elia earlier did put me on to some mango cake.
Oh,
That was
that's
pretty
banger.
good.
That's banger. That sounds
It's a
pretty
little
good.
sweet, but
Understandable. The thing I'll say though, and I love it because anytime we focus on something or start weaving some narrative about something and it becomes the exact opposite, that's the stuff that I crave. And Zweon has completely upset all the expectations we had in this top lane. Not fully, we weren't down on Zweon or anything. He's been a very pivotal part for top, but we were like, if there's a moment for Xiaoshu, it's JDG Xiaoshu. He's gotten all the MVPs, every win that JDG have gotten, and he has been officially gapped in this series.
I don't know if I agree with that. I think I'll give a little bit of pushback because he kind of got massive. Like, what have JDG done to set Xiaoshu up in this game? Like, we made a play towards top side, but we didn't really connect, and a lot of kills went over to Top Esports. I'd say maybe game 1 you can make more of an argument because he got solo killed a couple of times on the Rumble Yorick matchup, but this game is not his fault. Like, JDG.
I don't know, man. I see a 2K lead for the other side.
There's a Ziggs that has fed 3 turrets now into Olaf. Olaf helped take top tier 1 and top tier 2.
But the numbers.
Top tier, bottom lane tier 1. I know, but we're not allowed to do math on stream. Remember that?
I don't
That
need
was
to
the
do
only
math.
pre-show
I don't
result.
need to do any addition. I see the number. It's big, and it's more than the other one.
The
Oh
number
my
is
God, they
all
get
about
another turret.
context. Another turret is taken. Another dragon is going to be taken. I think Top Esports are abusing this 3 grub Ziggs play so much, and it wasn't something that we highlighted. We said that JDG were the team that was going to play on side lanes, but we've seen a lot of teams. I think of even a team like EDG, who are at the bottom of the league right now.
Yeah.
They were doing a lot of clean plays around moving the Ziggs around, taking 3 grubs, and blowing up early turrets. I like that Top Esports are showing us more of that play.
And they've taken 5 of them now with the Ziggs. And honestly, the Olaf damage on top of the Ziggs, pretty impressive with the attack speed that he has. So they were able to take those down very quickly when they moved around. And excellent uses of the TP from Jackie Love, both times at least already, that we've seen it be a little bit more proactive towards the turrets. But give it to me straight, Alk. How does JDG get back into this setup? Because they have all the options. We said it from draft. They have engaged potential, but when you're behind, you can tell they're scared.
Look at the gold on this side 3 right here, man. Just crazy. It's all about shutdowns. You can still catch out Cream. You can still catch out Zweon. You just gotta put multiple members. But I am worried that they don't have the damage. Like, Ashe Seraphine has some utility, but all of it is in their kits, basically. It's all in these big ultimates and the synergy that lies between their 2 champions. And you have a Nocturne and a Gnar. Maybe the Olaf like bounty is just out of reach. You're never going to be able to really kill him unless you stack basically all 5 members onto him. We have time, right? 30 seconds before Baron spawns, but 3.5 before that dragon. I think you need to make a play on side lane. Just haven't seen that coordination from JDG, and I don't think Top Esports are giving them very many options.
It's the troubling thing is Top Esports, it seems like they have a bit of a vice grip on the series so far against JDG. And, you know, when we look at the results of the season so far, this is right up TES's alley as well. Really looking to find some consistent performances from them. As they did end up losing that series to AL earlier on in the week, bounced back with that series against LGD, and now could be rounding it out with a 2-0. Of the plethora of results for them so far this week as they look to barrel down this bot lane tier 2.
Right now, in terms of the league, I feel like it's AL and Top Esports who are playing for second place. And if they can play like this, they can show us why we think so highly of them. But again, as I keep coming back to, context matters, right? Like taking a strong 2-0 versus a super weak JDG, I'm okay with that. I need to see you play against some of the other top teams here in the league before we start to kind of hammer home some of those big points. But it also, maybe on the flip side of that, if you're going to play against a weak team, you got to play good, right? You cannot, this season especially, we've seen so many flips.
And I do want to bring up, if we have the chance, producer Ilya, to bring up that lower third of some of the record from this year so far for Top Esports, because again, it's a very different team. It's a very different team from what we were seeing in that first split, and the growth has been noticeable, and now they're looking to try to cement that here in split number 3.
And these are just regular season results, because we look at playoffs, Top Esports have really been hitting their stride as we've gone on. We said the cadence we want to see. Okay, this is look where his team is, right? This is not okay. Maybe this is a little Xiaoshu's fault, but also his team has no ability to be able to protect him. They have no wards. He has to go far on sides, and I think Top Esports can actually just go and rush
going
over
off the
dragon.
lid. I appreciate you going off the edge for Xiaoshu, though. I appreciate it. You know, I'm sure he would respect it.
Look, he gave me an interview at First Stand. None of the other JDG members, you know, they didn't bang my line. They didn't bang my line, so.
It does feel bad, though. Obviously, being down so far in that top lane matchup itself. And now we're going to have the setup for another dragon. Would be a third dragon in a row for Top Esports and put them on Soul Point out of an Ocean Soul.
I love that vision toggle from the observers. Like, you can just see how suffocating it is for JDG. It says 4,000. It's going to feel like 5.5 because they can't walk in, and they also don't have the damage right now. You have a 2-item Ash with Kraken Slayer PD. You're just not doing anything. Rise is half a level down and also half an item down at this point. Like, you have the Seraphs. You're still 2 minutes away from Rod of Ages. We're just waiting now. Top Esports, they get this dragon. I think JDG are completely fine. I know we're talking about this as if Top Esports are going to win this game, but still, I think that there's a possibility. I think that JDG can get 1 or 2 kills, and the game completely flips on its head.
There's always a chance, except when the spell shield blocks the enchanted crystal arrow. You know that was what JDG were waiting for to get the go button going. Now Jackie Love will be without that for the foreseeable future. As the poke is starting to come down onto JDG, realize they always have engage tools, but they are just so scared to use them.
This is fine. Nara's building courage in the mid lane. Olaf is on the bottom side of this map. I think that JDG are going to have to stake their claim around this banana brush. We're not playing in tri-brush, guys. We're going to the banana brush. They're just going to head this off. They don't even want to fight. They know if they lose this one, the game is completely out of control. I like this. This is good patience from JDG.
So we'll see that go over to Top Esports and buying some time for JDG. Is it going to be enough? Only the end of the game will tell. Junja going to get the reset here on his camps as well. The redeploy from the rest of JDG is coming out, and Top Esports going to be resetting themselves. Looking on to 2.5 to 3 items now for Top Esports.
They'll move all their vision in top side. I mean, Zweon can just solo kill. Dude, this is so disgusting. I'm just looking at the item differential.
Yeah, dude, it's
Zweon
nasty.
and Xiaoshu. Xiaoshu's like, well, I also procced my quest late, so I'm a little bit down versus my enemy top laner. And he has 2 items. I'm never fighting this guy. I cannot do anything. What am I? Are we going to get a team fight? What's up?
Oh. Yeah, it happened last game too. I'm sorry. This is totally tangential. But the tier items are like bugged. They don't squish all the way to the left when they're completed. They stay on the right. Because I saw it with the Muramana for the Ezreal last game too. It's interesting. There's
I think it's
UI stuff afoot.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm still waiting for us to get back our quest trackers from Split 1 and Split 2. We have, It doesn't matter now because quests have been long completed, but we had like the progress bars for all the quests, and those were always really nice.
Interesting. Well, JDG spending their time taking some of the camps, but they are all playing towards this mid lane, and the Baron has already been started by Top Esports. Look at these spell shields, man. Jackie Love and Cream, but that's immediately going to be burned from both of them. Junja gets the CC, but from the depths, it's going to be the kill back. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Tian going for the flashy play. Doesn't find the connection he wanted, and now Top Esports. He's going to run at him now, though. The undertow comes through, and Zwayon trying to heal up, but no, they were hesitant as well. And now Zwayon's going to have to flash away. Hongq tries to go finish off the kill, but the burn will be there from Junja. Now Jackie Love gets caught with the Realm Prison, and he goes down now, too. Tian's going to finish the job, though. Tian's going to find the one back. Gets a double kill, though, for Junja before he went down. Xiaoxu's still alive too. They're going to put pressure on the mid lane.
That's a 4-for-2, and that's going to be a mid lane turret. The 5,000 gold lead that Top Esports had gone completely now. Good answer, and this is the JDG competition I wanted to see come alive. They've eaten up the entirety of the gold lead. They got a lot of those shutdowns as well. I want to see how this fight starts. How does Cream die? Oh my god, the spell shield goes because the Nocturnal eats it alive. Really great interaction both versus him and Jackie Love Ziggs. And then they're just being corralled. Hongq is buying so much space. I loved his positioning here on the rise. He knows that he's untouchable. Also, Zwayon, I feel like we could go a little bit more ham, brother. Like,
yeah, he was scared.
This is a little bit of that miscommunication here from Top Esports. They were not as clean as we wanted to see from them, and that hesitation is exactly what JDG need to bounce back.
And then the overstep there from Jackie Love as well. Just having to commit was what Top Esports needed. And now Hongq starting to get along there, has 3 items completed with the actualizer. But Top Esports, they want to continue to put pressure.
How much more can we see? Like, this was a really important buy. I mean, Hongq now has his actualizer completed. Good damage on the Gala. He's out of this fight. They can heal using Seraphine, but Baron is being taken, and there's a small vision from the Hawkshot that is allowing them to know.
It's Gristle, but he popped the Paranoid before, so Cream just dies. He gets hit by the CC chain from Gala, and now Dwo's going to be quick to follow. 2 beautifully executed fights by JDG make them have the man advantage over Top Esports.
There it is. This is exactly why every game is not over. Xiaoxu!
They got the wall up with the Meganar combo, and Hongq takes him down. Now Hongq's getting ran at here. The Ragnarok is starting to hit, and Ragnarok is a rockin' here as he's looking for another, but misses the undertow. Vampire will fall to Tian, and Tian finds a double kill. He's against Xiaoxu. I think Xiaoxu's got to be careful.
Xiaoxu knows, bro. He's level 17. I'm not afraid of this guy when he has no spells up like that. Doesn't have a Dragon's Rage? I'm going to take a 1v1. I got the lethal tempo for myself. JDG are getting back in this game here, Mazel, and you talked about the layering of the spells. This was beautiful coming in. Finally, the coordination. You get a 3-man ultimate from Vampire, and then the damage. They need to rely on burst combos. When you don't have a marksman, and you have this Ziggs, and you have this Syndra, it's about poke, it's about waiting for spells. And JDG just get to run them down when you don't have position here. What a fantastic fight from JDG, and what great presence to have in this game. Ocean Soul being started now, and JDG are in no position. Hongq doesn't even have Realm Warp.
This is Soul. This is Soul. Xiaoxu trying to come over with the Meganar. He doesn't have the angle. Paranoia is going to be used late after it's already gone. Cream trying to flash away, gets away from the tether. And now this is a setup for Top Esports as Zwayon does TPN. They've going to get the soul and get out.
If they can just get out, this is a win. This is exactly what Top Esports. Imagine here, Mazel. Imagine you're playing against a Ocean Soul Olaf. That is a nightmare for every single game. But Zwayon needs to commit. And that has maybe been a bit of a problem here. So Tian has been looking like he's smurfing on the Lee Sin so far, but there's so much threat that JDG still have here in this game. And even with an Ocean Soul, this game is now even. Baron being started by Top Esports.
Love it. Top Esports are just knocking on the door of JDG. They say, you do not get a moment to rest. We will force your decision making. TP coming in now. He will almost have the Mega Gnar available, but the Baron already going down. Tian gets encored, but it's going to go through as Top Esports take it. They've got to get some bodies out. Zweon does get one back. It's going to be a double kill for Gala, but he did get taken back in return. It will be 2 Baron buffs that make it out for Top Esports as of now.
I think JDG are winning this one right now. This is such a good spot for them. They can push on 2 lanes. They still have the mid lane. They have this top wave that they can play around. Top Esports just don't have the ability. Kind of the same criticisms we had of JDG's draft in game 1. We'll say it here in game number 2. They need to be going forward. Alistar is their only way of protecting, and he is rather squishy. He went for Mikhail's second item, and he has a Zeke's Convergence. If he doesn't have his ultimate, he doesn't have that Aftershock, this Alistar basically gets turned into mincemeat. There's nothing that Top Esports can do. They have no ability to whittle away at their opponents. JDG now are finding themselves with the possibility of being able to send us to game 3.
The lead has swamped, the momentum has changed, and JDG had picked it up by the scruff of its neck at this point with Hongkyu. 6-1 on the rise. They first picked it for a reason.
He has 4-7 on this champion this year so far, which I think is, oh no, sorry, he is 7-5 on this champion. So he's making it work right now. He's close to a 4th item. He already got that first NLR. He's going to get the 2nd one soon, and maybe look to either grab himself a Shadow Flame. Likely it's going to be a Zonia's, but could always be any of these huge items for the Rise. He has massive damage right now. And what Top Esports need to do is consolidate their power. They need to play as a 5-man, as one unit, and walk into the base.
Paranoia waiting on the wings here with Dunja on the side. They could go for an engage. You see that damage already hitting onto Zwo. Scatter the Weak comes through on the Xiaoshu's, losing a decent chunk. Mega Inferno Bomb's going to be dodged out of by Gala. Some good poke coming through, but they didn't get the turret. They still have 2 cannon minions here to siege, and they're going to move in to take the inhib and the inhib turret.
Remember, all of Top Esports, the reason why they got some of these big goal leads is because they were able to maneuver the Ziggs around. They have 3 super minions here with 3 grubs.
Enchant Crystallero, Paranoia, Encore on top of it all.
They can't get him!
Is taken down. GA is going to be popped. That's going to be the Realm Warp stopped in its tracks. His way on finds the kill on a Hongkyu. JDG, they thought they had the comeback, but it might just be all for naught as Cream has stayed alive and JDG are backs against the wall here.
That heal from the Mikhails, Dwo might have mistimed it, but I think it just saves the game for them. Top Esports, they have an Ocean Soul. They're healing so much, and JDG just don't have the tools.
They still have the Baron.
Yeah, they don't even have
the Baron
an
buff. Xiaoshu, he's just putting his body on the line. The Scout of the Week comes through, though, on the Vampire. The turret is still alive. They aren't focusing on the turret. Why are they not focusing on the turret? The Mega Gnar is not going to come out just yet. The Scout of the Week goes back. He wallops just to make sure he can get the extra help. Look at that minion wave in top lane now, and the super minions start to come into bot lane. Meanwhile, mid lane's also being oppressed by the minions as well. Top Esports, they are circling like sharks around JDG, and there might just be blood in the water. The Nexus is the focus. Zweon says, I'm out of here, and Top Esports pack us out with week number 2 ending on a 2-0.
That is a 4-1 Top Esports, and man, they got right back into this game with one team fight. I hope we get another replay of that last one, because that inhibitor fight is the most important one of this game, and that Ocean Soul. I think if JDG were able to start that, if they were able to somehow contest in a more meaningful way, maybe this game is brought back, and maybe we are talking about a game 3, but not the case here.
What a series from Top Esports. It had all the drama you could ever ask for as a Top Esports fan. Wow. I'm shocked. And it hurts that much damn more for JDG, because not only do they lose and lose pretty badly, they gave themselves hope for a little bit there.
Yeah.
There's a 5,000 plus gold lead, Dimitri. And they took the advantage, and then they lost.
And then they lost. They weren't able to pile drive the lead. The only piece of copium I can give to JDG is that next week, on paper, is a bit of a freebie. You got 3 series, You're playing against LGD, EDG, and WE on Sunday. I would say you should win at least two of those.
All right.
You should win at least 2 of those series, and if they go 3, then suddenly they're sitting at 4-4, and then we're like, okay, we're back, right? That's the most important part. So if you're, again, we've said while the regular season is short, you got a lot of games still left to play. So 1-4 is not the worst spot, but it's pretty bad.
Yeah, it's a tough place to be in. But for top esports, got a little dicey, but the clutch factor, man, it worked out for them today.
I think Tam was smurfing on this Lee Sin
Yeah.
game. He really brought it back. He
Rightfully
was like, okay,
so.
I got bullied a little too much. I want my Raptor camps back. I'm taking it to him. We're gonna. He's actually really grown. I think a lot of our players have actually grown on the Lee Sin this year. Before 2026, I would not have said that Shun is an elite Lee Sin player. This year, I would say that he is. Before this year, I did not really think that Tien's Lee Sin in years past was that great.
There's a world
This year-
skin on it.
I mean, Barrel has a couple of world skins, and but he has really grown on. I think his first Lee Sin this year was pretty bad, but he's really gotten much better. I know he gave like a post-series interview where he's like, my Lee Sin is not looking good, guys. I don't think I should be getting this champion, but he's earned the right to get his Lee Sin.
Him and Zweon were the biggest clutch factors in a lot of those fights towards the tail end, being able to pull back some of the resources that were lost, especially in like before the siege happened, those last 2 fights. I mean, it would have been like a 1 for 3 or 4, I think, in a couple of those fights, and Zweon and Tien were able to fight back and grab a couple more kills. So very interesting. We do have a little bit of time, I believe, or probably not a lot of time, but we can go ahead and bring up the
I don't think we have
standings here
time
now as well.
All right, let's do it.
Oh,
okay,
no, we're not. Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna get through this. We'll do standings later. I don't think Zweon deserves MVP for this game.
No.
I think he did a whole lot of nothing. Personally, I think he got a lot of gold from his team. This is the same criticism I've actually had of Zweon so far this year. Is in their start to Split 2 when they went 9-0. I thought that they did a lot of work to put a lot of gold in his pocket. They camped his lane. Tien was constantly helping, and they played a 2v1 lane most times versus him. This time, instead of playing for his lane, they just gave him a whole lot of gold. They put him and Jackie Love together, and they just ran around the map. I think a lot of times Zweon lacked the confidence to play an Olaf. You need to be able to go forward and just play on the limits, and I just don't think we saw that from him in this game. So back to the drawing board. I know you got yourself a 2-0 win. I know it's going to look good on your stats, but I just don't think that he really pushed the envelope. He did not seem like a natural Olaf player, despite the fact that he's already played this champion now 5 times this year.
Yeah, it felt like that in the last fight, but the more important fights, it did not, which is the key factor there.
He ran into that last fight around the Nexus turrets after his ultimate went off. He like had his ultimate, he walked back, and then I just hope everyone sees this again. I don't want to slander this guy because I think having a real this is the year of like rookie top laners, I think, so far. Like we've had so many cool rookies join the league this year for one reason or another, and obviously him being sent to MSI was awesome. The result, maybe not so much, but being able to have him have that experience is great. But I did not think this was very good. It's probably going to be another Jackie Love MVP though.
Probably. He did a lot of damage, and they took a lot of turrets.
Yeah. Tien MVP, though, would not be too sad. Like, look at this.
This is the one.
Yeltsin,
Yeah.
why is he walking back? Walk forward. What is Ryze going to do to you, brother? You have ultimate popped. He can't do anything to you. He dies to DFT red buff burn from Junja of all people. Nocturne hasn't hit him in like 15 minutes. Yeah, this is a Tien MVP now that I'm looking at these highlight reels.
Yeah, at the end it was pretty good. I think they're gonna give it to Jackie Love. Dude, this combo though, that's nasty because he's playing up so far because he thinks that the spell shield is gonna save him.
Yeah, I completely blanked on this being a thing. So I was actually like caught off guard, like, oh yeah, this is true. I'm so used to like, oh, the reason why Nocturne ult, doesn't see or, doesn't blind one of the champions is usually I'm used to like 80 carries building Edge of Night just to have that. But I think it was a really good layer of interactions that we don't typically get to see.
This was where things went a bit wrong. Again, this play is so much worse if they don't get kills back.
Okay,
but then
let's watch Sway on. Yeah. Let's watch Sway on. Ultimate here. We're hitting Honkyu. We're hitting Honkyu. Okay, so he dies, and then we're going to run with no ultimate into Meganar afterwards. We're going to flash, get ulted, immediately stunned. Like, I don't know what else to say, brother. Like, this is just not the cleanest Olaf. We'll work on it, okay? We'll work on it.
You didn't have to show me that. You didn't have to show me that.
I said Olaf is so good.
Ignorantly through the night, I would have been like,
Yeah.
Swayon, top of the world, better than Faker. Now, I don't know, man. No, it was all right. It sucks to see that, but they'll have plenty of games to work on it.
Long season.
Pretty good stuff for Top Esports. I agree. I think they are trying to push the mold a little bit here and kind of continue that regular season progress. As we'll get 3-0-4 Lee Sin performance. MVP, his first.
Wow, first of the split. He wasn't earning it for that Trundle game, I'll tell you what.
He's had some good other games though. I'm surprised.
Yeah. I don't know, man. This was kind of a free series. I did predict that this was going to be a 3-game series, but I'm glad that Top Esports decided to put them out of their misery, because JDG have... I talked about it on the podcast. You can go check that out on the LPL English YouTube channel, but JDG have a really tough start to this split, and there we go. Teddy, do better, man. Teddy, do better. Why are we voting for Jackie Love, brother?
Because Jackie Love's a beast.
I know. It's kind of like the first series of the split was like LGD, and they gave Chris the MVP. And I was like,
it's like it just had to be. It had to be.
Yeah. It's okay. I'm still salty about that game because I thought EDG were gonna win, and then I forgot Bulldogs on the lineup. Okay, enough. I'm not gonna flame EDG anymore. I keep doing this every show.
Who do you got player of the match or player of the series? Jesus. Is it man of the match? Isn't that what they call it?
I think they still use player of the series. I mean, on Leaguepedia, they still call it player of the series.
Yeah, but
or player of the match. Sorry, it's player of the game and then player of the match.
Can we just have like each different one? Can we do a bunch of different iterations of it?
Yeah, I think it should be Jackie Love. Oh, it's TN. Okay. I think TN showed some stick-to-itiveness in game one.
27 KDA. What the hell?
Yeah, I think he died once in game one, like once or twice.
Jesus.
Hell yeah.
That's gonna buff the numbers up. Hey, we get a nice little TN player of the match too, and love to see that. Yeah, I'm a TN stan. Any thoughts on JDG and Top Esports as we go take a look at the standings?
Well, again, next week I think is a bit of a free week. You're going to be playing against LGD and EDG. I think those should be free wins for you if you are JDG. If we lose those series, however, and we move to 1-7 or 1-6, we're putting every single fire alarm out. Every single, everything's going. We are putting everything out on the line, and we got to call in a potential emergency meeting here for JDG. But the standings, I think, are not... Outside of JDG completely bombing the first 2 weeks of the split, these look normal. JDG or EDG and Thunder Talk at the bottom, whatever. LGD being at 5th place, but this 1-4 group, man, this 1-4, 1-5 group is crazy to me.
And you got to remember, it's the bottom 2 that have to go face the top 2 from Group Nirvana. So still, one of these teams is gonna, or 2 of these teams gonna make it out the other side of it.
Oh, it's split. 2 Jackie Love, 2 for Sway. Who is Observer? Come on. I showed you love in game 1, and this is how you do me.
You can't go back on that.
I can. They completely backstabbed me for game 2 for player of the series.
You said they were the best.
They were.
Praise.
I can say that Jackie Love was the best AD carry in 2018, and look where that got. Now look at him. Okay.
God,
time moves on. Context matters.
If he was listening, you would feel bad because he would feel bad.
Well, maybe he should accept an interview request when we see him at internationals. Let's just say
Jackie Love, if for some reason you're watching this, please let us interview you. That's 2 players now that we're just, or 2 random people. Tom Holland and Jackie Love. We're hoping that are watching our stream here. Anyways, Alec, final thoughts on week 2. This is the end of it. We're going to week 3 after this. There's only 5 weeks in the regular season.
I think so far this split has been really fun. I think that this meta is the most fun league that we've had in a really long time. Games feel like everything is even. The bottom teams are contesting some of our top teams in really cool spots. I think right now just the meta feels really, really cool. I just hope that this keeps up until Worlds. I know that everybody was kind of mad with how the meta looked at MSI and going at the start, but seems like LCK has moved away from mages. This is the only region that's kind of like really hunkered down on playing mages bot lane. It's really unique, and I think this is a very fun meta to play. Please do not make the game boring, Riot Games. I know next patch is coming, and I'm gonna be depressed, but just I want to keep it like this.
At least some semblance of it. It's been really cool. Well, shout out to the entire crew for the day. Before we get going, though, we also give a huge shout out and thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mung, Gelati, and Andrea Duran. Their pledge financial contributions level up the broadcast on a daily basis and makes doing this a little bit easier for all the volunteers that are a part of this 5 days out of the week, and obviously the downtime too. So thank you to our Elite Coffee members, and please, if you're thinking about being part of the show, please go become an Elite Coffee member. It helps us very, very much. But week 3 kicks off just next week. We have 4 days out of the 5 that are going to be super days. So we're really getting to the thick of things now. It's going to be a lot of games. Make sure you're ready, and we'll see you next time. We'll see you on Summoner's Rift.